Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 1195. At this moment, Li Longji's eyes were fixed on the boxes in Zhang Zhong's hands and hanging in front of his chest. He didn't say a word. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell? Zhang Zhong asked with concern. Li Longji exhaled deeply, shook his head, and waved at Zhang Zhong. Come forward. When Zhang Zhong was about 10 steps away from Li Longji looked at the two boxes again and asked, What were you doing just now? Zhang Zhong first placed the boxes in his hands on the ground, then placed the boxes hanging around his neck on the ground. He shook his arms and said helplessly, Isn't this a new project set up by the Research Institute? This place has just been built, and all kinds of materials have been piled together. I was afraid that they would accidentally damage them, so I had to remind them. These things are very important, and the production is very low. It is difficult to produce 1 out of every 100 pieces. You really can't stop worrying. I can't be too harsh with my words. If something really happens and they put themselves in danger to protect the item, Xiao Bao and Huan Huan will be worried to death. I'm asking what you said just now. Li Longji stopped talking about himself and asked anxiously. Just like that. Your Majesty, look. One is a radio transmitter, and the other is a semiconductor receiver. Zhang Zhong pointed at the two boxes. In other words, you can directly communicate with the Ministry of Works research base from Hanyuan Palace Hall? Li Longji asked again. Zhang Zhong nodded. Yes, it's very convenient. If you have any instructions, you can directly send it over. It's similar to a telegram, but a telegram can't be spoken. With this subject has been much less worried recently. Your Majesty, you don't know. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. What's wrong with you? Li Longji's face was ashen. Wu Huifei and Empress Wang were also fuming. For a moment, Zhang Zhong didn't know what to do. He wondered what he had done wrong to make His Majesty angry. But what did this have to do with the Empress and Wu Huifei? Who were they angry at? Your Majesty, let's talk business. Wu Huifei was the first to calm down. Li Longji nodded and rubbed his face. His complexion was much better now. He said to Zhang Zhong, Find a place to sit. Zhang Zhong did not stand on ceremony. Seeing that the nearest stool was more than 10 steps away, he decided to sit on the floor. He was wearing his work uniform anyway. Composing himself, Li Longji looked at Zhang Zhong and said, Yongcheng, the Ministry of Works has been busy recently, and you have to worry about a lot of things. Thank you for your hard work. Your Majesty, this is what I have to do. It is not hard work. Although I am tired, I am willing to do it. Our dynasty's industry has just been established, our foundation is thin, we spend a lot of money, but the results are few. This subject is often worried that I will drag down the great Tang's industrial construction, so I once asked my son for advice. Xiao Bao consoled me and said, This is urgent, wait patiently, and you will know in the future. After Zhang Zhong finished speaking, he thought for a moment and then pressed a button on the box that he had been carrying earlier. Only when he heard the rustling sound from inside did he feel relieved. Li Longji and the other two followed Zhang Zhong's movements. Seeing that Zhang Zhong did not do anything else, they retracted their gazes. Yongcheng, we have been thinking about Xiao Bei and the others for the past few days. Without them, we feel that there is a lot less fun around us. Li Longji mentioned Xiao Bei again. Zhang Zhong nodded, this subject's heart is also empty. Fortunately, there is Ji Xiang and Rui, who are noisy all day long. Together with Your Majesty's Panner siblings, my heart is at peace. Why don't we place them by Your Majesty's side? Leave them with you, leave them with you. Li Longji waved his hand as if they were not people, but objects. Seeing that the emperor had a sad expression, he said, We can go over and take a look. There is a lot of construction going on in the palace, and there is no place to put them. That's fine too. Zhang Zhong followed along. Yongcheng, when we talk about Xiao Bei and the others, can you guess what we remember? We remember when they were still young. At that time, we remember that they had a house. Am I right? Li Longji seemed to be reminiscing. Zhang Zhong also revealed an expression of reminiscence and said with a smile, that's right. At that time, they were still young. They had a big house. It was only a single story, so it couldn't compare to an ordinary house. However, in terms of overall appearance, it was much better than an ordinary house. The entire house was made of agarwood. Oh, right, we remember now. Is the house well maintained? Li Longji continued Zhang Zhong's words. Good, it's very good. Zhang Zhong replied. How could it not be good? The house was made of agarwood. If the entire house was sold, it would be equivalent to a third of the Great Tang's national treasury 20 years ago. None of the pearls and other accessories inside were cheap. At the very least, there was so much transparent glass 20 years ago. Good, it's good that the house is still there. Back then, we weren't the only ones who thought that it was good. Long Zhe also thought that the little one's house wasn't bad. That house isn't ordinary. Other than the fact that it can't fly, it should be able to adapt to other terrains, right? Li Longji continued to speak casually. Zhang Zhong was taken aback. He suddenly remembered who Long Zhe was. Bigu, that old man was always eyeing his house. Not only did he eat and stay for free, he even made his son and daughter-in-law chat with him. Is that so? Li Longji asked. It's still all right. Actually, it can fly even if it wants to now. We just need to release more hot air balloons. Zhang Zhong's reply was very honest. Li Longji sighed heavily, that's right. The little ones in your house are the luckiest. Ever since I was young, I've never had such a house. There are those who use agarwood to make tables, stools, paperweights, and all kinds of small ornaments. I've never heard of anyone using agarwood to make a house. This was especially so when I heard Long Zhe say that if one wanted to know the extent of Great Tang's technology, one only had to look at the houses of the children of Zhang Zhong and Wang. I know that as well, but I can't criticize the children. Thus, I can only bear with the fact that you didn't let me use the good technology. However, if you don't let me use the technology that you have already used, how can I feel good about it? Don't you think so? Li Longji's final words were directed at Wu Huifei and Empress Wang. Empress Wang was too embarrassed to speak, so she only replied with an Wu Huifei didn't care too much and sighed as well. Speaking of which, this concubine's heart aches the most for the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace. The new eunuchs are all congenital castrated, unlike in the past where the parents had to abandon their children. Now, the eunuchs in the family aren't thrown away but sent to the palace instead. As for the palace maids, they are the ladies of normal families, so who wouldn't feel bad for them? However, they have to run far away just because of a decree from His Majesty or to summon a certain official. More importantly, if there's an emergency, wouldn't it be too late for them to run over and wait for the official to arrive? If a certain palace maid suddenly fell ill and couldn't breathe properly, she would need an imperial physician. If there's a delay, she might lose her life. Am I right? After Wu Huifei finished speaking, the three of them all looked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong nodded vigorously and understood. When his son and daughter-in-law arrived in Feng province and saw the technicians, they remembered how difficult it was for them to communicate with the Ministry of Works. They had temporarily used various tools on the ship to make a telephone and a radio transmitter and receiver. The Ministry of Works hadn't thoroughly researched them yet, so they were discovered by His Majesty first. Moving the two boxes forward, Zhang Zhong pointed at the one that had been hung in front of him and said, "This is a receiver that mainly uses semiconductors." He then pointed at the other one and said, "This is a radio transmitter. The principle is to first fix the frequency and then send out the radio. Someone in the Ministry of Works research base uses semiconductors to receive it. To prevent signal interference, I turn off the radio and turn on the semiconductor receiver. The Ministry of Works research base sends out the radio and I receive it. As for the specific principle, To be honest, I don't know. It was made in Feng province by my son and Cuckoo. There are only 2 sets. In addition, there is also a type of telephone. It is wired. Wherever it goes, the sound will go. The prerequisite is that there is electricity. When I go back, I will first pull the phone line over. Your Majesty, you don't need the wireless radio because there are too few channels. If too many people use it, it will easily leak secrets. After the introduction, Zhang Zhong let out a sigh of relief. He thought it was something big, but it turned out that it was just a communication tool. He didn't find it troublesome to go around in a big circle. Treasure. Li Longji got up and walked in front of the box. He reached out and touched the buttons, but he didn't dare to touch them. He was afraid that he would accidentally break them. It must be very difficult for the people in the Ministry of Works research base to make such a miraculous object, right? Li Longji imagined himself as a researcher. For a moment, he didn't know where to start. He didn't even dare to think about it. It was made by my son and Cuckoo, Zhang Zhong reminded him. My son? Yes, he is very bad. Since he could do it, why did he make it for you and not me? If Li Shi knew, he would be very sad. Has the Ministry of Works made it as well? Li Longji pulled someone who wasn't present to blame Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Zhong shook his head regretfully. The technicians can only piece the parts together, but they don't understand the principles behind it. When Xiaobao and Cuckoo sent it over a few days ago, the technicians realized that the triode could be used for communication. They still have a lot to learn. As he spoke, Zhang Zhong began to worry. The people in the Ministry of Works were very hard-working, but no matter how hard they learned, they couldn't keep up with Xiaobao and Cuckoo's demands. From time to time, the 2 of them would send over some information and research ideas to guide and inspire the technicians. Li Longji reluctantly retracted his hand. Since Xiaobao and Cuckoo can make it, why didn't they do it earlier? They waited until you needed it before they were willing to do it. What benefit does it bring to Great Tang? Your Majesty, the 2 of them are also slowly researching it. Cuckoo is the one who put in the most effort. Furthermore, their research needs the support of other people's research. If they can't forge good steel, they can't propose to build diesel engines. If they can't solve the problem of spark plugs, how can gasoline engines be ignited? They took out a bunch of ideas and requirements for the researchers to study and create things. They then proposed new ideas and requirements based on the new things that appeared. Xiaobao said that the current wireless communication can be simpler, but he and Cuckoo can't do it. They have to wait for the Ministry of Works to understand the technology. Then, they will issue a guideline and let the researchers do it. The industry isn't something that can be solved by 1 or 2 people. After saying this, Zhang Zhong felt thirsty. He looked up and saw a cup of herbal tea on the table. He walked over and drank it in one gulp. He wiped his mouth and said, "It's actually tiguanyin. If I had known, I wouldn't have drunk it. It's easy to get a stomachache." Li Longji lowered his head and pondered, ignoring Zhang Zhong who drank his tea. Empress Wang, on the other hand, signaled to the palace maid standing at the door and asked her to bring Longjing tea. When the new tea was brought, Li Longji took a cup and said, "It's really hard on Xiaobao and Cuckoo. If it weren't for other people, they would have taken flight long ago. Why do they have to stop and wait for every step they take? Just like the futuristic military stories Cuckoo wrote, there's a country thousands of miles away that provokes me. I just need to sit in the hall and there's something like a movie in front of me, and I can see that country. Then, I reach out and point. Half an hour later, that country is in a sea of fire. No one is left alive, not even a blade of grass." "Yes, yes." Empress Wang also said excitedly. He also said that someone from another country stabbed our Chao Zimin in the Tang Empire. Our Chao Zimin took out something from his pocket and instantly contacted His Majesty, saying that he had been stabbed. While His Majesty sent people to treat him, he tapped on the screen in front of him and found that the person had just rowed a boat and escaped into the sea. His Majesty tapped on the screen, and a pillar of light shone down from the 9 heavens. Both the person and the boat disappeared. This is a true attacker, able to move above the 9 heavens. Unfortunately, this is all a dream. The thing that person took out could be contacted instantly, unless... At this point, Empress Wang was stunned. Li Longji and Wu Huifei were also stunned. Their eyes were fixed on the 2 boxes on the ground, and then they turned to look at Zhang Zhong, who was about to drink his tea. Zhang Zhong also stopped what he was doing and swallowed hard. Could it be? Could it be? Chapter 1196. Zhang Zhong didn't say what it was. Li Longji and the other 2 felt chills run down their spines. This was especially true for Li Longji, whose heart had turned cold. He had always been told that there was a country that was very powerful. In the beginning, he had his doubts, but as the hot air balloons, telegraph machines, cannons, steam engines, diesel engines, and gasoline engines were produced, he began to believe it. But today, when he joked about the story that 2 people had once told him, he saw the wireless communication box in front of him, and a special sense of urgency began to grow in his heart. He couldn't help but look up at the sky and murmur, orders come from thousands of li away, attacks come from above the 9 heavens. This is not a story. Definitely not. I'll have someone get the phone line immediately. In the future, working in the palace will be much more convenient. Zhang Zhong put down his teacup and crouched down to turn on the radio. Li Longji grabbed Zhang Zhong's hand and said earnestly, Yongcheng, while you're at it, tell the technicians in the Ministry of Works to work harder. Tell them to follow in the footsteps of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. We'll give them promotions. We don't want to be beaten without being able to retaliate one day. At the very least, we should be able to defend ourselves. Zhang Zhong said awkwardly, Your Majesty, do you think that's possible? In his heart, his son and daughter-in-law were little immortals bestowed upon him by the heavens. Who could follow in the footsteps of immortals? If they can follow in the footsteps, then it's better than nothing. Are those 2 people in your family willing to raise a few more children like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? Li Longji asked expectantly. Xiao Bei, Xiao Yuan, and the others can't. Zhang Zhong knew what the emperor was talking about. The excuse that his family used to deceive outsiders was something that the outsiders came up with themselves. Li Longji had a bitter taste in his mouth, and the wrinkles on his face piled up. He said, The little guys are powerful, but compared to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, they're not even close. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were at Xiao Bei's age, they were, right? Then Your Majesty, how many children like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo do you think our great Tang can choose from? Zhang Zhong asked in embarrassment. 1. I can't even choose one. Zhang Zhong, why didn't your families have 8 children each? You count the days, count them carefully. The time they were born and the time I ascended the throne, were they bestowed by the heavens? Even if you gave birth to 2 children at once, it would still be better than now. You only gave birth to 1, just 1. It's all because your families reduced the number of treasures that the heavens bestowed upon me. Do you admit your sins? Li Longji grabbed Zhang Zhong's hand and roared. I admit my sins, this subject admits his sins. Your Majesty, please calm down. This subject will have someone set up a phone line and relay your decree. Zhang Zhong was frightened and hurriedly comforted him. Now was not the time to argue about who was bestowed the treasure. After venting his anger, Li Longji calmed down and let go of Zhang Zhong's hand. He nodded. The 3 of them watched as Zhang Zhong contacted the Research Institute and relayed the order. They were still in a daze. Your Majesty, this subject still has some documents to write. If there's nothing else, this subject will take his leave. Zhang Zhong pointed at the door. Go, go. Thank you, Minister Zhang. Li Longji waved his hand and watched as Zhang Zhong rehung the box and sent it out of the hall. Only when Zhang Zhong's figure disappeared from the range of Hanyuan Palace Hall did he turn around and walk to the back of the table. He collapsed into a chair. Wu Huifei and Empress Wang were speechless. Worry could be seen on their faces. The hall was silent for half an hour before Li Longji's voice sounded. "What time is it?" Empress Wang raised her wrist and looked at the mechanical watch on it. She replied, "It's 1:15 p.m. No wonder you're hungry. Let's go to Savant's restaurant. This emperor wants to eat the Mandarin duck pot." Li Longji didn't want to eat in the palace. He rubbed his stomach and got up to leave. Wu Huifei followed up and asked, "What side dishes does your majesty need?" "This concubine will order someone first. Just make 2 cold plates, not too much. It would be a pity to throw them away if we can't finish them. I wonder what Xiao Bao and the others ate for lunch. Longza and Yuanji should have arrived by now." Li Longji suddenly thought of what others ate. Wu Huifei nodded. If they really arrived, they would definitely eat fish at noon. They caught it themselves. "Your Majesty, they have already retired, but they still have to organize people to gather intelligence. If this goes on for a long time, I'm afraid it will shake their foundation." Empress Wang cooperated and said, "Exactly. If we don't restrict them, they will bring disaster to the world. It doesn't matter. They are now collecting economic information. This emperor can still use them. Bring disaster to the world? Could it be that they dare to rebel? If someone really wants to use their intelligence to do something bad, I don't even need to say anything. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will directly put them on Zhuke Street. If they want to rebel, they can't do it alone, right? If they need an army, logistics, and incite the people, do you think that with the reputation of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, which people will follow them? The matter of the 2 Taoists in Jiangnan has just passed. Even if there are people who don't care about their good, they have to consider their ruthlessness." Li Longji didn't care. Compared to an attack from thousands of miles away, a mere economic intelligence organization was nothing. With only 100 or so Jinwu guards, Li Longji, Wu Huifei, and Empress Wang slowly strolled to Savant's restaurant. Along the way, they kept waving at the people. Then, they felt that it was a waste to bring more than 100 guards because the people consciously stood 50 steps away from them. At the same time, they looked at the people around them vigilantly. They didn't walk forward, but they also stopped others from coming forward to avoid hurting the emperor. The only people Li Longji came in contact with were 2 children who squeezed in. He hugged them and kissed them, and they were considered close to the people. "With so many people, if anyone wants to rebel, I will tire them to death." Sitting at the table, Li Longji said proudly. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei nodded in agreement. It was indeed not easy to rebel. At this time, the hot pot was also served. The exhaust fan was turned on, and the charcoal was burned. The chicken soup and the seafood base looked clear, but the smell of the soup filled the air. On the other side was bright red chili, and the fragrance was rich. 8 large basins filled with cold dishes were placed at the side, and 8 large plates were placed on the table. Li Longji was about to say that it was a waste, but he suddenly understood that they asked you to use a plate to fill the big basins. "Look, in the world, only their restaurant dares to ask me to do it myself." Li Longji picked up a plate and began to choose the cold dishes. "It's only comfortable to eat in their restaurant." Empress Wang also picked up a plate. If only Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were here. There are hundreds of seasonings, and it's really difficult to choose. If Xiao Bao was here, he would help to adjust the seasonings according to the season and climate. It's lively with a group of little guys, but what about Panner and the others? Wu Huifei couldn't sit and wait for the emperor to work, so she stood up and picked wine from the wine cabinet. She said a few words and asked Empress Wang's children. The waiter standing at the door immediately replied, "They have eaten and are sleeping." "Have your masters eaten the Mandarin duck pot recently?" "The masters have eaten it, but the madams haven't. They need to nurse the children." "What sauce are you using?" After the waiter left, the head butler of the Zhang family came in with a tray with a large bowl of sauce and 3 small cans. He put them on the table and said, "The little master deliberately made this sauce before he left and froze it. He said that if you eat the mandarin duck pot or hot pot at this time of the year, this sauce will definitely not be heaty. If you feel that the sauce is not fresh enough, don't add oyster sauce. It's too salty. There are canned caviar. Li Longji chuckled, you actually dare to hide it. Fortunately, my beloved concubine asked. If the strong men were here, I don't believe that they wouldn't take the initiative to take it out. You can leave. I won't reward you even if you stand here for a day. Your Majesty, Empress, and Your Highness, please enjoy. The butler bowed and left. It's not easy to eat hot food outside. Li Longji and Empress Wang put the cold dishes on the table and sighed. The reason why the head butler of the Zhang family came just now was because of the sauce. Previously, everything in the house had been checked. There were also people watching the kitchen in case something went wrong. Empress Wang took the wine from Wu Huifei and poured it for Li Longji first. She said, why don't we call the strong men here? He's busy with the construction of the palace. It's very tiring for him. Forget it. If he comes, he'll have to serve us. He has others to serve him in the palace. Let him rest. Today, it's just our family eating. As soon as Li Longji finished speaking, he raised his head and drank half a cup of wine. The three of them ate a few mouthfuls of food. With food in their stomachs, they began to chat. I still feel that it's messy to transfer troops from all over the country. I can't guess what they want to do. Wu Huifei still didn't forget about the previous matter. Li Longji didn't have any intention of answering. He peeled the boiled edamame that shouldn't be there in this season and swept his eyes across the various dishes to choose. Empress Wang only cared about etiquette in front of others. Now that there were no outsiders, she chewed the mutton in her mouth and said in a muffled voice, Sister, don't worry. They definitely won't go to Xinlua or Japan. Xinlua doesn't have any fighting power, and Japan is even more useless. I think they want the Tang Empire to train their troops, especially the navy. They might be of use in the future. For example, they can patrol along the shore and help protect the merchants of our dynasty. As long as they are within the range of the cannons, they will be safe. When the time comes, hundreds of gunships will be deployed and rush out. Together with the troop carriers. Empress Wang paused. Li Longji also stopped peeling the edamame. Wu Huifei looked around and hurriedly drank a mouthful of wine. She said loudly to Empress Wang, Sister, why don't we go to the Research Institute of the Ministry of Works later? I remember that Xiao Bao said that other than movies, there are also cameras, the kind that take pictures of people. It's as if it's real. Yes, we have to go. We have to go. Where's His Majesty? Empress Wang also said loudly. Let's go together. Throw 2 prawns in. They're not fresh prawns. Li Longji also drank a mouthful of wine. Empress Wang helped to put the prawns in the pot and said, they are prawns from last year. They are specially frozen. There are seeds and drunken crabs in them. They are slightly yellow. Good, it's good that there are seeds. It seems that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can grow vegetables that are out of season, but they can't grow prawns and crabs that are out of season. Li Longji waited for the prawns to slowly turn red. In my opinion, they find it troublesome and don't have the time to care. They can already grow fungus and ginseng. They are quite capable, Wu Huifei said as she put down her chopsticks. Li Longji picked up a cooked prawn. As he peeled the shell, he lowered his voice and said, Of course they are capable. They even dared to hide it from me. I was wondering why they were so carefree. It was as if they were traveling. Instead of actively preparing for war, they went to visit relatives. If Duosher can defend, I dare to give them the technology of the cannon. Chapter 1197. Eat fish, eat fish. Lunch was later than usual. The old men who had been eating more than usual were hungry. As soon as they sat down, Biyao couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks and eat the meat in the pot. Zhang Xiaobao's main dish was also hot pot, fish head pot, but there was a lot of fish in it. The two old men ate the meat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each scooped a bowl of fish soup and ate with steamed buns. They didn't seem to have much of an appetite. If it weren't for their normal expressions, people would think that they had something on their minds. After a few mouthfuls of meat, Biyao felt better. He smiled at Zhang Xiaobao and praised, "It's delicious." When it comes to fish, Xiaobao's cooking is more authentic. Let's continue to eat fish tonight. Let's eat fried fish, salted fish, and some cornmeal pancakes. Okay, I'll make salted fish, cornmeal pancakes, and wild vegetable egg soup tonight. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Since the old men were here, he had to serve them well. Even if she was stopped by an old man she didn't know on the street and asked her to cook something for him, she would still cook for him, let alone someone she had known for many years. Yao Chong didn't say anything, but his chopsticks kept moving. He tasted every dish and chose the one that he liked the most. As Biyao ate, he finally realized that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were different from before. The two of them kept exchanging glances while eating. Although he didn't know what they were talking about, it must be something difficult. After eating a few more mouthfuls, Biyao stopped and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Yao Chong. When the two of them looked back, he said, "Xiaobao, it's normal for the two of you to be busy, but there's no end to it. When you need to rest, rest. When it's time to eat, eat. If there's any trouble, tell us and we can solve it together. The whole country is behind you." "Grandpa Bai, you're right. We have a small problem. We can't solve it in a year because we've taken too much manpower and resources. As time goes by, other countries may have other ideas. We're considering whether to put pressure on them or appease them with resources. Against Duosher, we want to fight, grind, attack the heart, and seize it." For years. Zhang Xiaobao did not keep it a secret from the two old men and told them the steps of the strategy. Yao Chong also put down his chopsticks and looked at Biyao, waiting for the two to explain how they were going to play these 4 years. Wang Wan explained, "Fighting is to be ruthless at the start of the war, before the food harvest. At that time, they are most lacking in food and have no choice but to provide support to the front line. We'll fight until next summer and then retreat to the places we can occupy this winter to shorten the supply line." The two old men nodded at first, but then they both fretted. "Cuckoo, you don't want to advance quickly. Instead, you want to advance on all fronts. Fighting a battle of annihilation instead of attacking a route or penetrating deep into the enemy's rear? It will consume a lot of resources. Why don't we use our weapon advantage to attack the enemy's core city and capture their leader?" Biyao believed that it would be best for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to launch the lightning battle mentioned in the textbooks, exchanging time for space. Now it seemed that the two wanted to slowly advance all fronts, giving the enemy time to gather their troops and play positional warfare. If someone else said this with a sharp weapon, he would have already cursed. Now that it was from Cuckoo, he needed to think carefully. Cuckoo had written many military textbooks, specializing in distinguishing all kinds of war situations. Strategic and tactical, everything. He believed that she would not make the wrong judgment and decision. Yao Chang's gaze fell on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's faces. He reached out a hand and touched a steamed bun, bringing it to his mouth without blinking. They are a religious country. Their land area is large and their faith is firm. It's easy to destroy their upper power structure. We don't even need to send too many planes. Find a place with low mountains, take a detour, and send hot air balloon troops to fight special forces. Wang Wan explained, full of confidence. This was the confidence of having the ability to transport troops in the air. Especially for the first use, it was guaranteed to succeed. Zhang Xiaobao continued, but, we can't. This is the characteristic of a religious country. It's not a problem for some people to die. Soon, there will be leaders in various places. At that time, their resistance will be very tenacious. In order to get more follower support, they will make the decision to stop the Tang Empire's army. There is another possibility. They are all independent, and we can destroy them one by one. We don't dare to gamble, and there is no need to gamble. With the Tang Empire's army, which country can't we bully now? We mainly want to pay less and get higher returns. Wang Wan finished eating the steamed bun and signaled to Zhang Xiaobao, who had just drunk 2 mouthfuls of soup, to continue. Zhang Xiaobao quickly swallowed the soup. War is not the goal. The goal is to get something. My idea is the simplest. I have to make a lot of money in a war. It's not worth it without me. It's hard to get proportional to the cost. Destroy their will and make it easier for me to plunder. After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao also ate in big mouthfuls of food, giving the 2 old men time to think. The situation at the table changed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate happily, but the 2 old men began to frown. They looked at each other and thought hard, analyzing Zhang Xiaobao's character. At the same time, they thought that Zhang Xiaobao's support for war was not for long-term benefits. Perhaps he had such a plan, but he would not give up short-term benefits. What he needed was to take advantage of the situation while fighting. After the war, he would first recover the cost of starting the war. When the dust settled, he was guaranteed to make a lot of money. Otherwise, with his talent, it would be better to use it to improve the lives of the people in the country. Good, slowly push. I agree. Bai Su spoke first. Fighting for a year is pushing for a year. What is the purpose of grinding? Grinding is to take a big step back and carry out low-intensity small group battles. Our army can take this opportunity to rotate and recuperate. At the same time, we can continue to train our soldiers. We can take small victories to big victories and eat away at tactics. The young generals can follow along and learn. The people will unite for the honor and dignity of the great Tang and work hard. Seeing that Wang Wan was still eating, Zhang Xiaobao could only say it himself. When he talked about the people working hard, he deliberately emphasized it. The 2 old men nodded in agreement. They understood this. As long as the front lines were not defeated, the people at the back would be very happy and work hard. The propaganda would be that the mighty army of the great Tang was all thanks to your support in the rear, and there would be no more conflicts. They would even say that it didn't matter if the betrothal gifts were a little smaller. As long as the great Tang army had a common goal, they could get married. Yao Chong finally spoke. 2 years is too long for the people of Duo who are always unable to drive the enemy out of their country and achieve victory. At that time, you can use other methods to shake the belief of the people in your religion and achieve the final victory in one fell swoop. Xiao Bao must be using economic methods, Bai Su said with certainty. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Yes, I plan to use shrapnel and bullets to exchange for food. After a year of fighting, they will not have enough food. When we retreat, the shrapnel and bullets will be left at the front. I will use food to exchange with their people. If they can find good ores, I am even willing to use canned food to exchange. What a vicious plan. Bai Su shivered. He had already thought of the result. In order not to starve to death or eat canned food, the local people would definitely collect shrapnel and mine ores to exchange for food. But these things would be made into weapons that would take the lives of their soldiers. Would the ruling class stop them or condone them? Stopping them would intensify the internal conflict. Condoning them would chill the hearts of the frontline soldiers. At that time, the soldiers' food would come from the hands of the people. The people would use things to exchange. If the soldiers stopped, the people would not give the soldiers food. The soldiers would steal the food of the people. This was a dead end. Xiao Bao is also planning to pile up the enemy's corpses and start a plague battle. Then, he will use medicine to exchange for food. Wang Wan was already full and added. The 2 old men's teeth were numb and sour. It was obvious that they did not have enough blood. This plan goes against the heavens, Yao Chong said as he rubbed his face with his hands. Whose heavens? Our Tang Empire is at the right time, right place, and right people. Isn't it just a biological war? Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently. Then, he muttered in a voice that only Wang Wan could hear, poison gas bombs, bacterial bombs, napalm bombs, depleted uranium bombs, dum-dum bombs, cluster bombs, non-metal mines, and atomic bombs. Who doesn't use them? Wang Wan did not say anything. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao was just casually saying that. Even if others did not use them, he would use them if he could. Don't expect to use morality, humanity, or righteousness to restrain him. He did not care. Of course, he did not care either. He would only follow the rules if others joined forces to beat him. Otherwise, he would beat whoever dared to oppose him. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's firm attitude, the two old men did not try to persuade him. Yao Chong suggested, let them have fewer people die. It is also good for us to catch more slaves. I have this plan. It depends on the actual situation. If they can help us do a good job, why take more lives? I want to build more smelting workshops in the local area, refine steel, build railway tracks, and build a railway. We just need people to fill in. Zhang Xiaobao accepted this indirect persuasion. He was not killing for the sake of killing. That was crazy. Now we are worried about Japan and Xinlua. Wang Wan brought up the previous matter again. Xinlua has your garrison nearby, and Japan also has our gunships. What's there to worry about? Bai Shu pointed to the northeast. There were elite troops there. Otherwise, why did the ministers in the imperial court recognize the powerful existence of the Zhang family and the Wang family? It was because if Shuzhou and Sanshui County were easy to take down, Luzhou, Tubo, northern Hebei province, and Feng province were all hoarded by the Zhang family and the Wang family. Zhang Xiaobao shrugged and spread his hands. No, the gunships and garrison are not there. The large transport ships are also gone. Where did they go? Bai Shu and Yao Chong exclaimed at the same time. They used them. What about Xinlua and Japan? Zhang Xiaobao gave a very rogue answer. It's easy. Don't appease or suppress them. Let His Majesty issue an edict and invite them to come to Tang for exchanges. From agriculture to industry, from military to economy, from literature and art to sports. We can first provide them with a detailed introduction and tell them what to exchange. Let their ruling class come over. We will provide food and accommodation. Bai Shu came up with an idea. Yao Chong agreed. Our country is big. Let them wander around. Do we have any advanced weapons? We can scare them while we are at it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought about it together. After exchanging glances, Zhang Xiaobao said, yes, cover the outside of the diesel engine with metal sheets, and put the thing under the house that Xiao Bei and the others used when they first came here. We call it a track. I'll ask the Ministry of Works to make a few more and send them to Duoshi to test the water. What exactly is that thing? What about the gunships and the soldiers of Hebei province? Bai Shu still had a lot of doubts. Zhang Xiaobao still shrugged and spread his hands. Not to mention Hebei province, the original soldiers of Hunan province, Dang province, and Lai province are also gone. The naval forces of Huainan province and Jiangnan province are also gone. Only the naval forces of Jiangxi province are left to guard the capital. Chapter 1198. A few days later, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still leisurely spending their vacation in Izhou with a group of retired old men. They hunted in the mountains and fished in the water, living a very comfortable life. Xiao Bei and the 9 children had yet to return to Wenshan County, but the situation in the county had changed. Wang Chang's family was escorted to Izhou and handed over to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After a short period of training, they were sent to Duoshi to study the eating habits of the locals. At the same time, they were to create new dishes in preparation for the next step of the soft invasion. Objectively speaking, Wang Chang was unwilling to go. Not only was it tiring, but it was also dangerous. Objectively speaking, he did not dare to not go. When he was the county magistrate, he did not do what a county magistrate should do. To put it lightly, he was not capable enough and was not suitable for the position of county magistrate. To put it bluntly, he was clearly derelict in his duties. He did not care about the lives and happiness of the county's people. He did not care about the laws and regulations that the imperial court valued. His actions even shook the country's rule over the area. With such a heavy accusation, Wang Cheng thought about his mother, wife, and children and happily agreed to the job of researching food. Most importantly, his family could continue to live in Izhou City. The restaurants would deliver food to them. Wenshan's Gongsun Weiyu smoothly took over the position of county magistrate. The imperial court's letter of appointment had already left the capital and would arrive in the county in a few days. With power in his hands, Gongsun Weiyu relied on Xiao Bei and the others to start cleaning up the disobedient people in the Yamen and promoting his own people. Even the authority of the registrar was given out. The people who were being cleaned up did not dare to speak out. They did not even dare to be angry. Without any restraints, Gongsun Weiyu governed according to his own administrative philosophy. A series of decrees were passed out, and the county's people followed suit. Xiao Bei and the others did not stay idle. Although they said they were going for a stroll, they actually ran to the place where Gongsun Weiyu wanted to build the cement factory. They first built the cement kiln and then started to burn the cement. When Xiao Bei brought the finished cement sample to Gongsun Weiyu was stunned. He then said worriedly, "There is a technique to burn cement. You can't just look at the finished product. You also have to protect the person who burns the cement. If you directly build it, it will be easy for something to happen." What happened? Little Bei looked up and asked. The first is the quality of the finished product, the second is the safety, and the third is the transportation. These 3 points cannot be reduced. I am currently waiting for the imperial court to send someone over. Gongsun Weiyu sighed and said helplessly. Xiao Bei carefully looked at Gongsun Weiyu and asked, "Have you become muddle-headed from being a county magistrate? You're asking the imperial court for technology?" Gongsun Weiyu nodded, "That's right. Why do you care which part of the imperial court needs technology?" Xiao Bei asked again. "Ministry of Works," Gongsun Weiyu answered. "Who am I?" Xiao Bei asked. "Zhang Xiao Bei. I'm the daughter of the Minister of Works. The cement was made by my family in Luzhou. You asked the Ministry of Works for technical support, but you're questioning me. County Magistrate Gongsun, you should rest for 2 days. Don't overwork your brain." Compared to Gongsun Weiyu's helplessness earlier, Xiao Bei was even more helpless now. She pointed at the cement on the table and said, 3 days later, you'll gather a batch of cement and bring it out. We'll help the county promote it. You should consider the transportation problem. The stability of ships traveling by water is very important. If we're traveling by land, I've already experienced the joy of hiking mountains. If you want to build roads, we can support you with a batch of explosives." Gongsun Weiyu blushed and nodded repeatedly. The main reason was that the imperial court had been promoting the Ministry of Works vigorously in recent years. Many people had forgotten where the source of technology was. The truth was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had their own research institute. All large-scale research projects were placed in the Ministry of Works. All small-scale research projects were carried out at home. It was convenient for the two of them to monitor the progress at any time. They could also guide and teach. 3 days later, Little Bei and the others planned to leave after the cement kiln produced a batch of cement that they could take with them. Before leaving, they treated all the children in the school to a meal. They had been eating in the school's cafeteria for the past few days. To them, the taste was very bad, but they still persevered. During the meal, they didn't mention leaving. Only when the children were full and constantly reminiscing about the delicious food that Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan had treated them to did Xiao Bei mention that they were leaving Wenshan. The children were stunned for a moment, then began to cry. The 9 people kept comforting them, saying that when the children grew up, they could come and play with them, or they could come over when they had time. After a while, the children finally realized that no matter how much they urged Xiao Bei and the others to stay, they had to leave. One by one, they began to prepare gifts. There were small wooden swords that they had cut themselves, bags made of rags, sachets filled with local medicinal herbs, and beautiful feathers from the pheasant's tail. Xiao Bei and the others didn't stand on ceremony. They accepted the gifts from others and hugged them goodbye. After being sent to the road outside the county, the children had to go back. Next was the gifts from the adults. In addition to the cement that they helped transport, there were also local specialties from the county, waxed meat from home, air-dried pheasants, fried noodles made of butter, and large amounts of century eggs and duck meat. The poor Wenshan County citizens gave almost everything they had. Xiao Bei and the others accepted all of it, but they didn't send anything back for the time being. They were waiting to sell the cement and spend more money elsewhere to buy other daily necessities before getting someone to send them back. They walked and stopped from noon until they reached the border of Wenshan County at night. Gong Sun Weiyu stopped the people who wanted to continue sending them off. He stood on the flat ground, intending to watch Xiao Bei's group disappear from sight. Xiao Bei walked more than 100 meters before turning around and returning. He said to the puzzled Gong Sun Weiyu, "I thought of something. During my days in the county, I realized that everyone's lighting wasn't good enough." Gong Sun Weiyu suddenly understood and asked, "You want to build a power plant in this county and send light bulbs? What are you thinking about? Just wait and see if there's a chance in a few years. I see that everyone uses resin oil and fat oil. Some people even rest at night when it's dark. The children's lights are harmful to their eyes. Arrange for someone to make candlesticks now. I want to send 100,000 sticks of paraffin wax over," Xiao Bei said. Paraffin wax? Used by the rich and powerful in the capital? Gong Sun Weiyu didn't understand paraffin wax. The rich and powerful in the capital use light bulbs. The cost of paraffin wax is very low, and it's a very depressing byproduct. The people in the petrochemical department of the Ministry of Works are constantly fighting with paraffin wax. It's like the ash left behind after burning charcoal in a kiln. It needs to be cleaned up. If we have to talk about cost, it's the transportation cost. Recently, oil processing has increased, so there's a lot of paraffin wax in the capital. We've discussed and decided to leave a small portion for other places to use. We'll buy the rest and ship it over here. We'll send 100,000 sticks to Wenshan County." Xiao Bei explained to Gong Sun Weiyu like a good teacher. Gong Sun Weiyu pondered for a moment before saying worriedly, "It's too far to ship it from the capital. It's easy for the candles to break on the bumpy road. Also, the cost of transporting and buying them isn't small. Have you discussed this with young Master Xiao Bao?" "What's there to discuss? It's our own money. We can use it however we want. Why would we look for my brother and sister for such a trivial matter? Also, who told you that the paraffin wax is shipped over one stick at a time? It's buckets at a time. If it wasn't for the fact that the weather is too hot, we could have just piled it up and shipped it over. Once it's shipped over, our new processing workshop will be ready. We can provide work for some people, especially the women who can't find work at home." Xiao Bei realized that he was really smart. He knew a lot of things that Gong Sun Weiyu didn't know. Gong Sun Weiyu continued to have an expression of being taught. He pondered and said expectantly, "Can we move the processing area to Wenshan County? We have the manpower, and the price is low. Don't count on it. Unless you can build a spacious road and solve the problem of animal labor. Remember to make a wax stand. The bottom is like a small bowl. It can catch the excess melted wax. It won't be wasted and is easy to clean. Bamboo is good, but it needs to be polished smooth. It's best if there's a buckle at the bottom that can be easily replaced." Xiao Bei reminded him again, then shook his head. He seemed to think that Gong Sun Weiyu was a child who couldn't be taught. The other Yamen officials and commoners beside Gong Sun Weiyu also felt that the usually smart official had become stupid today. If it was another high-ranking official, they would probably be angry. It was said that high-ranking officials had bad tempers. Gongsun Weiyu had indeed become stupid. He felt that there was no need to be anxious about what Xiao Bei said, so he suggested, there are other things to do in the county. It's easy to make wax stands. Why don't we wait until it's shipped to the county? There's no rush for now. If you insist on making us do it now, we will do it. At this time, Xiao Yuan, who had followed behind, was unhappy. It's as if we are forcing you. We want to ship a lot of paraffin wax. You only think about your own county's use and not others. My Xiao Bei wants you to organize people to make a lot of wax stands, then ship them out from the river and sell them outside. As soon as our wax arrives, we will immediately make a lot of candles. Before others can react, our county can ship out a batch of wax stands and sell them directly. The more exquisite, nimble, and convenient you make them, the higher the price. Isn't it good to seize the opportunity to earn a sum of money and make a name for Wenshan County's reputation? I'm now wondering how you graduated from Jinjia Academy. You actually missed the opportunity to make a fortune. How did I become yours? Xiao Bei glared at Xiao Yuan, then turned to Gongsun Weiyu and said, you have to be flexible. You have to be flexible as an official. You have to be like a child who dares to fantasize. You have to be as strict as a craftsman. You have to be like an opportunist looking for opportunities. Our dynasty's development is not bad, but there are two problems with officials. First, local officials only understand the local situation, but don't understand the new way of thinking. They don't know how to change, and don't even think about changing the status quo. Second, officials from the imperial court feel that they have learned a lot of theories and can do a lot of things when they go to the local area. In the end, they are not familiar with the local situation and blindly give orders, slapping their heads and making decisions, then leaving after making a mistake. In the end, the moment they leave, they will be dealt with. Do they think that our Tang dynasty's countless patrol officers are just decorations? Gongsun Weiyu nodded repeatedly and looked at Xiao Bei with fear. Little girl, you really know a lot. The old man appeared again. He walked forward and patted Xiao Bei's head. Xiao Bei blushed and said embarrassedly, brother and sister told us on the boat. They also said a lot of other things, but I didn't remember them. That's not bad. What you remember is very useful. The old man continued to praise her. Thank you, thank you. We're really leaving. We'll come back again in the future. Hey, what are you crying for? We're leaving Wenshan County, not going to die. We'll be able to eat good food once we reach Izhou. To be honest, I've been having a hard time eating the school cafeteria these past few days. Some of the dishes aren't even seasoned properly. I'm going to enjoy my life. After leaving behind a bunch of words, Xiao Bei pulled Xiao Yuan and skipped away. The people sending them off silently watched the group disappear from sight. For a long time, no one made a sound. It was only when a flock of wild birds flew up from the trees that the crowd came to their senses. What a good child. It's a pity she's gone. How good would it be if she stayed in the county forever? A man who had helped carry the thing said reluctantly. One can't be too selfish. If she stays here forever, what about others? Later, we'll have the school cafeteria changed to a smaller pot. Xiao Bei and the others are really too much. They don't say anything even if it's not good. I don't see them eating less and eating happily. So it's because they're holding it in. Sigh. The old man suddenly felt his heart ache and was even angrier. The school cooks were not cooking properly. Gongsun Weiyu also said, of course, what do they usually eat? The last meal today was cooked by them. We've all tasted it, right? It's a world of difference. If I had children like Xiao Bei and the others, I'd give them my heart and liver, another person said. Gongsun Weiyu and Weiwei smiled. It's not just you, it's the same for everyone. If Xiao Bei follows His Majesty to court, she will sit on the same dragon chair as His Majesty. Even the officials of the censorate will pretend they don't know. Huh. the people around them exclaimed. The old man said in disbelief, not impeaching. Impeachment is fine. If any official dares to stand up and impeach Xiao Bei and the others, His Majesty will first send someone to investigate this official. If you want to make a name for yourself by stepping on Xiao Bei, you'll have to pay with your life. Moreover, even if the impeachment is successful, His Majesty will first issue an edict of self-guilt, and then Xiao Bei will admit her mistake. You can't cut off the head of a child like her, right? At most, she'll be sentenced to exile. Will they care? When Minister Zhang from the Ministry of Works went to Luzhou, others thought he was being exiled. But now, what's happening to Luzhou? Gongsun Weiyu said with a smile. After saying that, he laughed heartily. The others were also very happy. Go back. Find someone to make a wax stand. It has to be carefully designed. When the paraffin wax comes, we'll make a profit first. As expected of Xiao Bao's sister, you can think of a way to make money in the blink of an eye. I'll draw a simple logo and put the logo on everything produced in the county. With a wave of his hand, Gongsun Weiyu led the people back. The torches flickered, the wind was comfortable, and the night was enchanting. Let's go to Weizhou. Xiao Bei asked someone to bring a map and asked Sister Xiao Zhu about the location. She pointed to the west of Weizhou. We're not going back to Weizhou. Little Yuan still wanted to go back and eat good food. Who will we sell the cement to in Weizhou? Weizhou is more remote. We have to buy things and send them to Wenshan first. They gave us most of the things in their house. What if they starve to death? Using the light, Xiao Bei held a boiled duck and gnawed on it. It was a freshly cooked duck. He ate 2 mouthfuls and drank some water. It was spicy. Little Yuan reached out and plucked a wing from Xiao Bei's duck. She nodded and said, "That's right. I support you." Thus, the group changed their route and headed for Weizhou. Because they needed to carry some things, they had to travel for 3 days over the mountains before they arrived at a county near Weizhou called Yuanqing, which was also part of Maozhou. This place was less than 6 hours away from the main city of Weizhou. We're arriving at night again. Let's set up camp. It's a mess inside. There's no place to set up camp. Xiao Bei felt sorry for the people in the group. It was not a special situation. There was no need to be tired all the time. It was not worth it to force the troops to walk all the way. The accompanying guards and logistics personnel did not think much of it. They treated it as training. Usually, they would train once every 20 days to maintain their combat strength. They could face any emergency and be pulled out to fight. They could win the battle and take pride in it. They were an elite team that had 24 hours, all weather and all terrain. The next morning, a portion of the group hurriedly ate breakfast and followed the little ancestors to Tunghua County to take a look at the situation. If there were enough resources, they could buy them and get someone to send them to Wenshan. The group did not enter and went directly to the main city of Weizhou. The group of about 100 people walked for half an hour before they finally saw the main road. It was about 3 meters wide and had green grass and red, white, and purple wildflowers growing on it. On one side of the road was a wasteland, and on the other side was farmland. It could be seen that barley was planted there. The seedlings were uneven, probably because no one took good care of them. Xiao Bei picked up the binoculars and said happily, "It's better than Wenshan. There are signs of people in front. Are we walking in a village or outside a city?" "It's inside a city. There are no outer city walls outside Tunghua County. There are no earthen walls. It's only an area because there are troops stationed in Weizhou." Xiao Zhu had a deeper understanding of maps. She could even draw many maps of the Great Tang down to the county. "Let's go in. If we had known earlier, we would have eaten less. We could have tried the local delicacies of Tunghua County." Xiao Bei began to regret. She had drunk a large bowl of chili soup, stuffed 3 fried cakes, half a plate of dried tofu in chili oil, and 2 tea eggs. Perhaps it was too early, but there was no one on the road. There was only the shadow of an old man herding sheep on the side of the mountain before disappearing again. After walking for about 10 minutes, the group saw houses and people carrying poles in front of them. Just as it was about to be lively, there was a commotion behind them. "Get out of the way, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way." The voices came from different people. Xiao Bei and the others were shocked and quickly hid in the wasteland by the side of the road. The guards had already put their hands on the guns under their clothes. "Wait first. Maybe there's something urgent," Xiao Hai instructed. Everyone turned their heads to look at the group of people behind them. After a few glances, the number of people was estimated to be between 500 and 600. They took up about 3 meters of the road. They formed a long line and walked forward in a mighty manner. The 6 people who had started to curse stared at Xiao Bei and the others with vigilance. At the same time, they were panting. It seemed that they had just run over. After a while, the group behind them came over. There were 2 rows of 40 people in front of them holding poles. The poles had flags on them. There was a cartoon pattern of alfalfa on the flags. This group of people slowly passed by. Then, a shout of "light drum" sounded. Behind the 40 people, there were 20 people with small drums hanging from their waists. They quickly and lightly hit the drum sticks. Dong, dong, dong. The continuous sound lingered in everyone's ears. Then, there were 100 people wearing dark green close-fitting tunics. Each of them had a sword at their waist. The tassels of their swords reached the ground. They walked over with their heads held high. Then, there was a group of horses. It was hard to count at the moment. Anyway, there were 2 horses moving side by side. There were people on the horses. When they walked over, they counted that there were 60 horses. After the group of horses, there were 8 people carrying a house? A palanquin? A palanquin with a cover around it? Anyway, it was something with a frame around it and a curtain over the frame. There were 11 of these things in a row. Behind these things were also 100 people carrying swords. They were a little further away, so they couldn't be seen clearly. However, there were mules. They were probably supplies. At this time, one of the things in the middle of the 11 frames, which was the 6th one, arrived in front of Xiao Bei and the others. Following the order to stop from inside, the 8 people carrying this thing stopped moving. After a few breaths, the curtain at the window of this thing was lifted from inside, revealing a face. It looked to be around 14 or 15 years old. Because its hair was not tied up, it was clear that it was less than 15 years old. The slightly older child scanned the faces of Xiao Bei and the others twice. His mouth opened slightly, and he exerted force in his abdomen. He asked with a nasal voice, "Who are you people? Where did you come from?" Xiao Bei and the others didn't say anything. They just sized up this older child. "My young master is asking you a question. Are all of you mute or deaf?" A person in brown silk who was following beside this thing asked. Immediately, Xiao Bei's eyes lit up. He seemed very excited. Xiao Yuan and the others also looked excited. "Yo! You still don't want to say anything? Do you think that we can't do anything to you if you don't say anything? If you don't know what's good for you, we'll teach you a lesson. There are quite a lot of people. TSK, TSK, TSK. These little fellows are quite exquisite." The person who spoke just now was obviously a manager or someone carrying a flag started to criticize them again. At this moment, Xiao Bei's breathing became hurried. He rubbed his hands together and said in a timid voice, We are just passing by and want to go to the county to buy something. We are hungry and haven't eaten in the morning. We will leave after we finish buying." "Really? Really?" The older child in the car repeated her words in a crooked voice. He looked at Xiao Bei from head to toe, grinned, and said affectionately, "What do you want to buy, little girl? Tell Big Brother. If Big Brother is happy, maybe he will give it to you for free. Usually, people called Xiao Bei little lady because it was a habit of speaking. However, when this young man called her little lady, it was definitely a tease. Xiao Bei's face was red, and his eyes were about to narrow from smiling. He excitedly stuck out his tongue and continued, I want to buy something to eat. Rice, noodles, meat, and vegetables. There are so many people, so we need to eat. Yes. We need to eat. If this little lady is hungry, this young master's heart will ache. Little sister, where are you from? What does your family do? The young man was even happier. He opened his mouth and smiled. His two big buck teeth didn't reflect the beauty of other people's tiger teeth. Xiao Yuan was unhappy. We came from the east. Our family does everything. It's hard to explain in a short time. You go on your way. Shut up. Did this young master ask you a question? There is a saying that illness comes from the mouth and disaster comes from the mouth. Today, this young master is in a good mood. There are beautiful things waiting for me in the county, so I will let you go for now. Little sister, let's go together. Come to big brother's carriage. The young man reprimanded Xiao Yuan and then began to talk to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nervously shook his head. No, we're going different ways. I won't go in. After saying this, he hid behind someone else. Won't go in? If you don't go in, you'll starve. Big brother is waiting for you in the county. And you, brat, I don't care who you are. In Tonghua, if you're a dragon, you have to give this young master a plate. If you're a tiger, you have to lie down for me. If you want to be a tortoise, don't show your head. Otherwise, I'll smash your shell. In Tonghua, this young master doesn't need a reason to deal with people. Let's go. We'll wait for my little sister in the county. The young man closed his eyes and raised his chin. The curtains were drawn down. The group continued to move forward. The steward looked at Xiao Bei and the others again. The corners of his mouth curled up. He coldly snorted, raised his head, and walked away. Behind them was indeed an army of supplies. They grandiosely walked in front of Xiao Bei and the others, kicking up a lot of dust. Little girl, not counting the people inside that thing, there are exactly 600 people, a steward reported to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei had been rubbing his hands the whole time. When he heard the voice, he beamed with joy and nodded vigorously. After a while, his eyes turned into crescent moons. He said to Xiao Yuan, this is great. What did big brother and big sister say? Yes, it's that those with aspirations will succeed. Cut off the cauldrons and sink the boats. 200 Qin passes will eventually belong to Chu. Those who work hard, the heavens will not let them down. They will endure hardships to taste their gall. 3,000 Yujia can swallow Wu. Can't this be considered as the beginning of a happy ending? Ha ha ha, do you see? Do you see? If I didn't say we were going to Weizhou, we would have gone straight back to Izhou. How could we have come across such a good thing? I only realized today that you're really handsome, Xiao Yuan. When Xiao Bei said this happily, he hugged Xiao Yuan's head and kissed him hard on the face. Xiao Yuan's face instantly turned red. He muttered, I've always been handsome. Be reserved, Xiao Hai said to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei kissed Xiao Hai again. Big brother, I realize that you're also very handsome. Xiao Hai looked at the sky helplessly and didn't say anything. Xiao Bei took out a bottle of fruit juice from his bag and drank a few mouthfuls to calm his emotions. He said to the person beside him, Uncle Zhang, we have to think of a way to get in, right? We can't take this route anymore. That brat will probably be waiting for us. Help me think of a way. I'm going to secretly investigate today. The person Xiao Bei called Uncle Zhang was naturally the third steward of the Zhang family and the Wang family. He was in charge of the little ancestor's affairs. When he heard Xiao Bei's words, he began to mourn for the people who had just passed by. Along the way, the little ancestors had been looking forward to the stars and the moon, hoping to find someone to tidy them up. Unfortunately, the two officials they had met before hadn't been able to do so. Now, the heavens had finally fulfilled their wishes. Whose child was that? If the procession's ceremonial guards were to be added with some illegal items, it would be an official of the third rank or above. Moreover, it would be an official procession, not the usual ceremonial guards used to attend court. For example, they would go to the lower ranks to inspect the lower ranks, welcome the princes and above from the foreign vassals, or accompany the emperor's ceremonial guards to serve as a foil. The difference was that there was no gong to open the road. The 8 people didn't carry a carriage, and there were no yellow silk umbrellas on top. Those who had weapons wore swords instead of knives, axes, and halberds. Otherwise, they would be directly executed and their entire family would be executed. Even so, it was enough to show off. The main problem was that he had offended the little ancestors. The little ancestors were usually humble, but that didn't mean that they didn't have a temper. Just as the brat who didn't know how he would die in the future said, there was no need for a reason to deal with people in Tonghua. Then, the little ancestors of the Zhang family didn't need an explanation when deciding the life and death of people in the whole world. However, they had never done so before. With a sigh, this Uncle Zhang, who was also the third steward Zhang Qing, started to come up with ideas. If the Lord was worried, the Lord would work, and if the Lord was humiliated, the Lord would die. Just based on the matter just now, even if the brat was considered to be light, it would be 80 strokes of the cane or 200 strokes of the whip. It just depended on the status of the little ancestors. Little ancestor, we have to take a detour and split up first. After disguising ourselves, we will gather in the county town. You can't go there first. Wait until we send people to find a place to stay and hide, then you can go there. Zhang Qing said to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nodded. Okay. Uncle Zhang has troubled you. This is what I think. It's really not that we want to bully him. Look, we were standing by the roadside. When his procession came, we moved aside, right? However, he still wanted to bully us. Not only did he tease me, but he also scolded Xiao Yuan. Who is Xiao Yuan? He's my future husband, right? Shouldn't I be considerate of my husband? Xiao Yuan was stunned when he heard this. He thought to himself, you're right. Why didn't you say that in the past? Furthermore, I can guarantee that you will bully me the next time you turn around. Are you really that shameless when it comes to diplomacy? How could Xiao Bei know what Xiao Yuan was thinking? She smiled sweetly at Xiao Yuan and continued, also, there's that. He dares to bully so many of us. It can be seen how arrogant he is. It was likely that he had done a lot of things like bullying men and women and disregarding human lives. If we don't deal with him, we won't be able to appease the anger of the people. If we don't deal with him, we won't be able to uphold the might of the heavens. If we don't deal with him, we won't be able to. My Xiao Bei, as long as you tell me to do anything to him, this old servant will do anything to him. You don't have to waste your time looking for reasons and excuses. Zhang Qing tried to persuade them. Suddenly, he felt that his little brats were still the best. Before they acted, they would always find the other party's fault. It had been like this all along the way. If they couldn't find the other party's fault, they would just bear with it, even if they really wanted to find someone to teach them a lesson. Xiao Bei smiled. Punishing without teaching is called torture. I'm different from him. He thinks that he has some power in a place, so he's so arrogant. He bullies his own people and outsiders to show off his power. I'm in charge of the lives of the officials of the great Tang. Who do I need to show off my abilities to? He's afraid that others aren't afraid of him, so he wants to suppress everyone. I hope that the officials of the great Tang aren't afraid of me. It shows that they are righteous and upright. It's a blessing for the people of the great Tang. Those who fear me have a guilty conscience. This old servant is lucky to be able to follow the little lady and the little young masters. This old servant is very lucky. After Xiao Bei finished speaking, Zhang Qing knelt on the ground and shouted. The others also knelt down and shouted. All right, get up. I'm quite embarrassed. I don't usually see you kneeling. Are you crazy today? You believe a few words to fool people. Help me find out. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Xiao Bei said bashfully with a red face. Thus, the people who were kneeling just now all stood up. They were all expressionless, as if nothing had happened just now. Zhang Qing found a few people to disguise themselves and entered the county. The rest of the people retreated and found a place far away from the main road to hide. They would wait for the people to come back. Seeing the little ancestor quietly sitting there and waiting, Zhang Qing revealed a comfortable smile. He knew that he didn't need to send people to find any evidence. He could just directly crush the other party. But since the little ancestor wanted to play, he could only accompany them. It had been a long and tiring journey, so it was good to have some fun. An hour later, the people he sent came back one after another. They brought back quite a few clothes and 4 land deeds. Half an hour later, Xiao Bei and the other 9 people were dressed up in various ways. Some were carried on poles, some were led by people who were beaten up as if they were escaping, and some were carried on people's backs as if they were sick. The group took a detour and entered the county. The population of Tonghua County was actually much smaller than that of Wenshan, but there were few villages in Tonghua County. At the same time, most of the people who were registered lived in the county. Unlike Wenshan, where more than 20 villages were registered, there were many people in the other mountains who were not registered. There were also people who were not registered in Tonghua County. They also lived in the mountains or sailed by the river. No one was willing to check their household register. Naturally, these 2 places were still okay. For example, Luzhou, when he was registered in a province, there were only a few people. However, when the mountain people left the mountains, they registered one after another. They could easily choose young and strong men to form a large army. They were the legendary Guangxi wolf soldiers. They were short, strong, and good at swimming in the jungle. They were good at ambushing and using poison. They often jumped and attacked head-on and loved to cut off the enemy's head. They were uneducated and held grudges. They would be loyal if they were subdued. It was precisely because of this that when Zhang Zhong brought his family from Luzhou to Shuzhou, no one wanted to kill them. When the wolf soldiers fought against the imperial court as tribes, it was very difficult to destroy them. They were usually pacified. Once they formed an army, no one dared to touch them. Chapter 1199. Because the businesses of the families under investigation were only concentrated in Tonghua and were not big businesses, and there were no businesses of the Zhang family and Wang family in Tonghua County, the information obtained was not very detailed. The people sent out to investigate only had a rough understanding. From this, it could be seen that the Qin family did have power in the area, but it also showed that their family had not reached the level of 100% control of Tonghua County. If it were Sanshui County, outsiders would not be able to obtain any information if they directly inquired about the situation of the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. At the same time, they would be targeted, and it would not be easy to leave. Xiao Bei and the other 9 people began the meeting. They expanded the meeting to allow the think tanks of the other families to participate. Xiao Bei spoke first. I have a question to ask. Please help me analyze it. Since the Qin family in Maozhou's Tonghua County is able to cover the sky with one hand, why didn't our inspection team find evidence of collusion between officials and merchants? Xiao Bei was asking about the 6 people in the left corner. These 6 people were dressed similarly. Every one of them wore loose clothes with high collars that completely covered their hands and necks. They even wore sunglasses, regardless of whether the room was dark or not. These 6 people were specially chosen. They were the best at scheming. If they stood in the front, they would not be able to do anything. If they were placed in the shadows, they would play a big role. Number 1, you speak. Xiao Yuan called out names. Because the 6 people did not like others to call their names directly, they used numbers instead. One of the 6 people lowered his head and covered his mouth with one hand. He said in a low voice, "If I were in charge of the Qin family, I would consider the problem of the Tang Empire's inspection team. I would not give them direct evidence. At the same time, I would be willing to pay money to support the administrative plan of the county officials." After waiting for a while, Xiao Bei saw that he did not speak, so he asked, "Anything else?" "Let me add." Another person wearing sunglasses said, "The reason why we can't find any problems is that when the Qin family was doing business, they did not hoard important livelihood goods and inflate the price of goods. When they force others to submit, they do not do it through force. They can use money and influence the people around them. In other words, even if someone was bullied by them, there is no evidence to prove that what they did was not in accordance with our dynasty's laws. Zhang Yang did not commit a crime." Xiao Bei started to worry. He really couldn't find any evidence of the other party's crimes. Could it be that he had to use his status to suppress them? Little Yuan suggested, "Give them a taste of their own medicine. Once it's confirmed that they're oppressing others through other means, we'll do the same. Continue the investigation. I don't believe that they are clean. Not to mention them, is my family clean? If it weren't for my brother and sister's strength, and my family's power, we would have been exterminated 10 times over. For example, last month, the construction of a precious candy house in Hunan province was going on around the clock. It was so noisy that the people around it couldn't rest well. Moreover, the pile of materials fell down, injuring 2 people. Normally speaking, they should stop working and send the person in charge to the authorities to be whipped. They would be locked up for at least 10 days to half a month. What did we do? If money was used, the construction site would continue as usual, and the matter would be over after paying the injured people a sum of money. The authorities didn't send anyone to investigate, and the victim didn't seem to have any intention of holding on. Little Hai spoke frankly about the dark side of his family. Little Bei said in a low voice, "We paid a lot of money. The 2 injured people won't be disabled. We gave them 500 strings of cash each." The surrounding neighbors calculated based on the number of people, regardless of size, 30 strings of cash each. We also gave them a lot of seafood and meat. In fact, they didn't say anything. They didn't report it to the authorities when they were arguing, and the people who were smashed never said anything about pursuing the matter. We were the ones who took the initiative to compensate. That's because we have a reputation and people are willing to support us. This matter has always made me feel uncomfortable. I always feel like I owe them a lot. I have to find an opportunity to compensate them. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep peacefully. Little Hai was more rigorous in his work and was unwilling to find excuses for himself. Yes, yes, yes. The people are so good. What's that little bit of money? Bullying the easy to bully is a crime. If it were my family, I definitely wouldn't be so kind. Do you still remember how my family's villager's leg was broken in Hunan province? At that time, my family took revenge. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. No matter how much money we paid, it was useless no matter who we asked for help. Little Yuan echoed. That's because my brother and sister's style of doing things is different. Otherwise, they wouldn't say things like, "If you kill one of my people, I'll slaughter your village." Let's get down to business first. Send a report first. Transfer Shuiyun's family over and keep an eye on the Qin family. Little Bei changed the topic again. Tang Hua's Qin family, which was targeted by Little Bei's group of 9, was currently shrouded in a tense atmosphere. The eldest young master, who had just returned from outside, was directly called to the study and reprimanded, saying that he shouldn't be showing off outside at such a time. Then, the entire family began to discuss. The Qin family's residence was in the county town. The county town had 2 vertical and 3 horizontal streets and countless small alleys. Overall, the county town was divided into 12 irregular blocks, one of which was occupied by the Qin family. It was no longer a matter of how many houses there were. The entire area was filled with countless houses and layers of courtyards. There were small bridges and flowing water, green willows and red flowers, ginkgo trees that reached the sky, rockery that led to seclusion, and winding corridors that stopped at platforms. The Qin family had 3 branches. The old master was still alive, but he didn't manage the family affairs. All the family affairs were handed over to the eldest branch. At this time, the main members of the 3rd branch had all come to the family's discussion hall. The old master sat in to listen, and the heads of the 3 branches were in charge of discussing. Each family also brought their sons to learn. There were 3 people in the eldest branch, the head of the family and 2 sons. The eldest son was the one who met little Bei outside. There was also a boy who was 10 years old. His eyes were always darting around. He seemed very clever and lacked a trace of calmness. There were only 2 people in the 2nd branch. In addition to the head of the family, there was also a son who was older than the eldest son of the eldest branch. He was already 20 years old this year. He sat there with a calm expression, but his gaze was threatening. When people looked at him, they would always have 2 thoughts in their hearts. One was to ignore him. So what if his gaze was threatening? What could he do to him? The other was to look at him. Who didn't know how to put on a pretentious look? Only he knew how to do it. The eldest young master, who had interacted with little Bei before, had the urge to gouge his eyes out. If they looked at each other, he didn't have enough confidence. If they didn't look at each other, he seemed to have a guilty conscience. Obviously, his status was the highest among his generation, but everyone thought highly of this person from the 2nd branch. There was also the 3rd branch. The 3rd branch had a lot of people and was fertile. It was also the branch that the old master liked the most. They had many grandchildren and could have many children. The 3rd branch had a lot of sons. There were actually 7 in the family. Excluding the head of the family, there were 6 people. The eldest son had yet to be crowned and looked 2 years younger than the 2nd branch. Of the remaining 5, 2 looked very similar, and the other 3 looked very similar. Naturally, they were the twins and triplets. The twins were 13 or 14 years old. They were about the same age as the young master of the 1st branch. Moreover, they had one thing in common, which was that they had dark circles under their eyes. It seemed that they had overindulged. Now, sitting there, they also looked drowsy and listless. Each of the triplets had a silver collar around their neck and emerald bracelets on their wrists. They were the youngest of the triplets. Looking at how they would twist their bodies after sitting for a while, they were at most 4 or 5 years old. They didn't dare to make a sound, but they didn't stay idle. There were clearly many snacks and fruits on the table, but they insisted on grabbing a plate. After being glared at by the adults, they became obedient for a few breaths, then turned their heads and began to compete with each other again. This was the situation in the Qin family's discussion hall. There were no women, and the servant girls were also not present. After delivering the snacks and tea, they went out and stayed far away. Let's start. The old master, who was listening at the side, said to his eldest son, then closed his eyes and narrowed his eyes. The head of the 1st branch also had the surname Qin, which was the same as his father's, Qin Guangho. The 2nd and 3rd brothers were called Qin Guangliang and Qin Guangchuan respectively. They belonged to the Guang generation, and the next generation belonged to the Yao generation. For example, his son was called Qin Yaozu, and the son of the 2nd branch was called Qin Yaodong. If there was a next generation, it would probably be the Guang generation. But this hope was very slim now. Qin Yaozu had offended someone he shouldn't have offended and couldn't afford to offend. The matter discussed in the family today was related to the person Qin Yaozu had offended. It has been confirmed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan have both arrived in Izhou. The war will start at any time. We can't control the war, and we don't have soldiers to send. Even if they don't force us to take money, we don't need to take the initiative to support them. Chen Guangho coughed and swept his eyes over everyone's face as he spoke slowly. Except for the old master, who was still sleeping, everyone sat up straight. Even the 3 children who were playing around stopped and became obedient in an instant. Chen Guangho lowered his eyes to Weiwei and continued, the family's business still needs to be done, but there is a priority, especially the goods in the West. Temporarily stop. The people sitting there didn't make a sound and listened quietly. The rule in the family was that if the eldest branch didn't allow you to speak, you weren't allowed to interrupt. Otherwise, you would be punished at least, and expelled from the family at most. Stop one business, and other businesses need to be strengthened. The business isn't the most important. If it really can't be done, then stop. With the family's savings, it may not decline after a few decades. Chen Guangho showed a pained expression when he said that the family's business had to be stopped. Clearly, he was very distressed. He pursed his lips for a while and sighed. What worries me the most is that someone will use the family's name to do things outside and provoke others. Spending money can solve the problem. But now, it's Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who came. If the 2 of them were busy with the arrangements for the war and didn't have time to care about other things, then their younger brother and sister had been waiting for someone to stir up trouble. For example, the 3rd branches Yao Hong and Yao Wei always liked to dress up as ordinary people and then secretly provoke people around Tonghua. When others make a move, they will teach them a good lesson. This won't do, absolutely not. If you stir up trouble, you'll be causing trouble for the family. Tonghua, Chen, want to be like the Chen family. What's wrong with hanging out with a bunch of hooligans all day? The head of the 3rd branch, Chen Guangchuan, sat there with a gloomy expression and didn't say a word. His 2 sons, the twins, couldn't control their bodies from trembling. The 2 of them were the ones who were just talking about. When they had nothing to do, they liked to pretend to be ordinary people and then look for opportunities to teach others a lesson. Every time they saw the regret and fear in the eyes of those who were taught a lesson, they would feel great satisfaction. Chen Guangchuan didn't say anything, but his eyes were looking at the eldest son of Chen Guangho, Chen Yaozu, who had met Xiao Bei before. His 2nd and 3rd sons did indeed mix with a bunch of idle people on the streets, but nothing major had ever happened, let alone caused someone to lose their life. No matter how bad his 2 sons were, they weren't arrogant. Look at your son. He usually goes out to find hundreds of people, all for money. Moreover, he bullies men and women, and he even has 2 lives on his hands. When outsiders die at his hands, even if you, as his father, help clean up after him, others might not know, but how could I not know? His 3rd son was unhappy, but his 2nd son acted like nothing had happened. His son, Chen Yaodong, still had a threatening gaze and didn't move. 3rd son, in the future, you have to watch your family. My words aren't directed at your family, but at the entire Chen family. As I said just now, I heard that Zhang Xiaobei and the others went to Wenshan County. I reckon that the county magistrate, Wang Chang, won't be able to stay. Wang Chang's life or death has nothing to do with us. I'm just afraid that after dealing with Wang Chang, they'll be annoyed and move to our Tonghua County. Remember this, if anyone dares to provoke them, I'll beat them to death and send them to ask for punishment. Tell the subordinates to open their eyes one by one. Everything in Tonghua County must be stable. When the clan goes out to buy groceries, they're not allowed to bargain. Tell the county magistrate, Zhao Jianghao, that we'll spend money to build a good school and put the children in there. Yes. We can't always be the ones to lose out. Tell the other merchants in the county to get a share. Chen Guangho finished speaking in a low voice. He waited for a while before drinking 2 mouthfuls of tea. He lightly knocked the teacup on the table, making a crisp tinkling sound. Then, he nodded to his 2nd and 3rd brothers. Who has anything to say? Hearing that their boss allowed them to speak, Chen Guangliang and Chen Guangchuan looked at each other. Then, Chen Guangliang spoke up. Big brother, I don't object to stopping the trade in the West. After all, if people find out, the clan will be exterminated. But should we sell the goods that came 10 days ago? If we sell them, the amount will be too large. It'll easily arouse the vigilance of Zhang Xiaobao and the others. Once they start investigating, we won't be able to hide from them no matter how hard we try. Who can hide from the Zhang family and Wang family's intelligence personnel? Back then, in the Jiangnan Dao, the three major powers moved together. It only prevented the Zhang family and Wang family's intelligence personnel from finding out where the main person was hiding. It wasn't that they couldn't find any clues. At that time, if the Zhang family and Wang family weren't anxious, they would eventually find out. In the end, we forced Zhang Xiaobao to make a move. As for the result, I think everyone already knows. I'm worried that we'll be found out when we sell the goods. If we don't sell the goods and keep them in our hands, the amount of fodder and manpower we consume every day is not a small amount. If we throw money into the goods that were originally going to be turned into money, how can the family business bear the cost? As soon as Chen Guangliang finished speaking, he also picked up his tea and drank. He only mentioned the problem, but didn't mention the slightest method to solve it. He pushed the problem to Chen Guangho. For a moment, the hall was so quiet that the sound of breathing was almost inaudible. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became more oppressive. The three children of Chen Guangchuan's family kept their mouths shut and nervously clenched their small hands into fists. Chen Guangho's hands were crossed in front of his chest. His two thumbs were constantly moving around each other. Occasionally, he would stop and press the pads of his thumbs together. Just like that, a full quarter of an hour passed. When the children found it difficult to breathe, Chen Guangho let out a muffled groan from his nose. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. When there's a war, there's bound to be people transporting supplies. Our northern region of Jiangnan Dao will be more prosperous. Pepper and sweet garlic are good food, but vinegar is not only good for dipping dumplings and steamed buns. Chen Guangho said these words while everyone was waiting for him. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and leaned back, shrinking his body. The others were even more puzzled. The children couldn't worry about the family, so they weren't nervous when they heard the movement. Chen Guangho's eldest son, Chen Yaozu, had a confused expression, while the only son of the second branch, Chen Yaodong, had a slightly relaxed expression. Chen Guangliang and Chen Guangchuan were in deep thought, and the hall was silent again. Everyone thought about it, but they still couldn't figure out what the patriarch meant. The third son, Chen Guangchuan, was about to ask. Chen Guangho suddenly said, "This is easy. I will arrange a solution. Let the Yao clan do it. He has done many things. Although not perfect, he is stable. If there are any other questions, go do your own thing. Don't forget what I said. Look after your own people. If they get into trouble, you won't be able to protect your family." After saying that, he got up and walked out, nodding to his father who was still lying on the chair. His two sons hurriedly chased after him and left together. Let's go. I will take Dong with me. Third brother, you are still free." The second son, Chen Guangliang, signaled to his son and swayed out with his hands behind his back. Chen Guangchuan and his family looked at each other. Chen Guangchuan smacked his lips and put the lid back on the teacup. He turned to the old man and said, "Father, if you are tired, why don't you rest in the back? The hall is too empty. You will catch a cold if you sleep for a long time." The old man seemed to have just been woken up. He opened his mouth and yawned, stretched, and looked around. "Are you done? Do as your eldest brother said. It's okay to suffer a small loss occasionally. There is a future if you live. Your eldest brother is right. Although Xiao Bei and the others have high positions, they are still children. They don't care about governing the country, so they can only find trouble with others all day long. Father knows that your eldest brother's family is not reassuring. Have the two boys in your family ever been easy to worry about? Go ahead and capture their studies. When Xiao Bei and the others leave, that's when the children will be released. It's better to be bored at home than to die." The old man of the Chen family got up and shook his legs. After saying the last word, he walked to the door, turned around, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chen Guangchuan stared at the door and shook his head. The old man is still young. I thought he was confused. Sigh. Father, do you really want us to study at home? Father, we promise not to cause trouble when we go out. If others don't have eyes, we will hide. Qin Yaohong, one of the twins, heard every word and begged his father. No one knew a son better than his father. Chen Guangchuan would never believe what his son said. He opened his eyes wide and reprimanded, "You promise. How many times have you promised? You want to cause trouble with the identity of ordinary people. In the end, you show your identity and reverse the situation. You win because others have no temper and you win because of arrogance. Let me tell you, you can't be arrogant in the surrounding area." Xiao Bei and the others also like to pretend to be ordinary people. If you meet them, what do you two use to win? Father, they can't be unreasonable. Can't we not provoke others? Qin Yaowei chimed in. Reasonable? You two are usually unreasonable, but now you want to be reasonable with me? If you don't provoke them, won't they provoke you? Go and study, go and study. Chen Guangchuan shook his head and walked out. He met the housekeeper at the door and said, "Tell the family that no one is allowed to let them out. Otherwise, they will be punished." Chapter 1200. In Izhou City, a grand banquet was being held in a restaurant. The entire restaurant was not open to the public. The old men from the sanatorium were sitting around 3 tables, drinking and chatting. From time to time, loud laughter and curses could be heard. The other tables were filled with people of different ages, all of whom were the children and grandchildren of the old men. The old men who came here would not work for nothing. Not only did they come here themselves, but they also brought the younger generation who was not in an important position in the imperial court. Their purpose was self-evident. Xiao Bao, looking at the dishes, "It doesn't seem like you made them yourself. Let me taste them." Sure enough, they lack the taste of home. Tell me, are you worthy of us who came here from thousands of miles away? We already have 1 foot in the coffin and half of our bodies buried in the ground. You still don't let us experience the feeling of home. How can you bear to do that? At the table, Biyao wolfed down a piece of lamb chop and swallowed it with narrowed eyes. He then drank a mouthful of wine and questioned Zhang Xiaobao, who was accompanying him. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Biyao with a strange expression and then glanced at the other old men who were eating. He wrinkled his nose and did not say a word. Wang Wan held back her laughter and picked up a piece of soft fried pork fillet for Biyao. She said sweetly, "Grandpa Bai, we usually eat the dishes made by the restaurant and feel that the taste is not bad. When the chefs of the restaurant see that we need to eat, they will specially adjust the ingredients. I don't feel that the food lacks the feeling of home." Xiao Bao, you explain. Look, you have made the grandpas misunderstand. Don't just sit there like a fool. It's good to make a toast. How can you let the grandpas nitpick? Zhang Xiaobao did as he was told and raised his glass to toast everyone. He didn't say anything but just tilted his head back and downed the entire glass of wine. He smacked his lips and said, "It's a pity that the wine we brought out today is of a good vintage. I drank a lot of it in 1 gulp. My brother and sister have been thinking about it for a long time but haven't been able to drink to their heart's content." Xiao Bao, don't play dumb. Zhang Xiaobao and the others only drink a small cup of wine occasionally. Can you bear to let them drink freely? Bai Shu saw that Zhang Xiaobao was changing the topic, so he immediately stopped him. Zhang Xiaobao took the wine that Wang Wan refilled, smiled, and said, "The dishes that the cooks of the restaurant made today are not bad. The dishes that they usually make are not in line with the taste of home because everyone has a different understanding of home. Therefore, the dishes they make are called common dishes, at most with the word 'fine' in front. I believe you can taste today's dishes. They are all authentic East City flavors. In the past, when you were an official in the capital, you ate the most Beijing food. After that, I went to Sanshui County to retire, so the taste changed slightly. Today, I asked someone to make a special Beijing flavor. Furthermore, the main problem is that I'm a regional commander, not a professional chef. Even if I'm a chef, I won't be able to cook all the dishes in the restaurant. So you admit that you didn't cook, right? Bai Shu grasped the crux of the problem. Well, Grandpa Bai, if you have any other requests, just say it. I will not refuse if I can help. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao simply did not beat around the bush. Bai Shu reached out his chopsticks to pick up the food on the plate and put it in his mouth to chew. After a while, he said to Yao Chong next to him with a smile, Yuanji, try this fried pork belly. It really tastes like Changdong City. I remember that 10 or 8 years ago, eating the internal organs of animals became popular in the capital. In the past, people didn't eat it because they thought it was dirty. Later, it became. I remember when Long Zhe mentioned it. At that time, it was Xiao Bao's family who released many recipes for making internal organs. Everyone didn't want to waste them. Later, people everywhere started to eat them. Don't underestimate the internal organs of animals. I don't know how many are thrown away every day. There are people who can't eat meat. After eating intestines and livers, their stomachs have more oil and water. Their health is better, and their food consumption is also less. The Zhang family and the Wang family contributed a great merit. Yao Chong echoed. After he finished speaking, he raised his cup to Zhang Xiaobao as a sign of praise. So the old men at the table praised Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan one after another. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and suddenly felt that the situation was not good. There must be a reason for the old men to be so polite. They didn't know what they wanted the two of them to do. Grandpa Bai, in fact, we haven't done enough. The Tang Empire is the Tang Empire's Tang Empire. Everyone is doing what they can. That's why our Tang Empire is flourishing like spring. We don't dare to claim credit. Wang Wan immediately became modest. If possible, she even wanted to pull Zhang Xiaobao and quickly leave here. It wasn't that this group of old men was bad, but that they definitely had something to trouble the two of them with. Otherwise, why would they use such methods? These old demons had already cultivated to the point where they didn't need to use their eyes to communicate smoothly. As soon as Wang Wan finished speaking, Yao Chong immediately said, whose contributions can't be denied. A few days ago, when we asked about Xiaobei and the others, you said they were in Wenshan County. Why haven't they returned yet? I think they did a lot of good things in Wenshan. When they see them, they should properly show off their contributions. Yuanji is right. We should help them show off their contributions. After not seeing them for so many days, I've been missing them. An old man next to Biga chimed in. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at him and thought, you've only seen Xiaobei and the others once. How can you think of them? You're amazing if you can remember what they look like. Cursing in his heart, Zhang Xiaobao said, when they came back, they took a detour, intending to help investigate the cement market elsewhere. In the end, when they ran to Maozhou's Tonghua County, they were delayed by some matters. They needed to clearly investigate the local situation before returning. Because the various grandfathers had to go to other prefectures to oversee matters, they won't be able to see them in the short term. It's a pity. As they spoke, the people at the other tables, whether it was the old men or the juniors they had brought, all stopped what they were doing and began to pay attention. Those who weren't on the same floor didn't know about this matter and continued to eat and drink. Of course, since they weren't arranged to be on the same floor or had entered a private room elsewhere instead of gathering in the hall to eat, it could be assumed that their status in the family wasn't very high. The most important people were all gathered around Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. At present, the juniors in the hall weren't very old. The younger ones were 15 or 16 years old, and the older ones were just over 30 years old. It could be assumed that those who were too old either had important positions or weren't suitable for the family's nurturing. Those who were too young were still insensible. When the group of juniors ate, they didn't pay attention to the wine and food at all. All of their ears were focused on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's table. There were 2 people in their 30s sitting at the table closest to the main table. When they heard the old men talking to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they looked at each other in surprise and were deeply shocked. They were from the same family. Before they came, the elders in the family had repeated countless times that when they came, they had to be as modest as possible, as respectful as possible. No matter what they saw, no matter what they heard, they weren't allowed to casually interrupt. No matter what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did, they weren't allowed to laugh at anything they said, because they didn't have the qualifications to do so. Moreover, even if what Xiaobao and Cuckoo said seemed childish to you, there must be a reason. Not only must you not look down on them, you must carefully ponder why they did what they did. A person who commanded a magnificent army and thousands of horses to contend with and kill the enemy, a person who came up with a plan to destroy the foundation of others, how could he be childish? The 2 of them recalled the words of the elders when they came, and now they couldn't understand. What was being said at the table was clearly ordinary family talk, but why did they feel as if they were facing a perilous situation? The other juniors had also sensed the different atmosphere amidst the soft voices. They seriously watched and carefully listened, their minds endlessly pondering. The people at the main table didn't seem to notice the fierce collision in front of them. The old men were still praising Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, as well as Xiao Bei and the other 9. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were constantly modest, even telling interesting stories, making the old men laugh heartily. Xiao Bao, the county magistrate Wang Chang that you just said Xiao Bei and the others encountered in Wenshan was truly an interesting person. He didn't do the work of the yamen, but instead ran over to the tavern to help out, all for the sake of letting his old mother eat well. Filial piety, incompetence, dereliction of duty. Using the small righteousness of filial piety to implicate the great righteousness of thousands of common people, you can't do it, right? Just now, when Zhang Xiaobao talked about the matter of his younger brother and sister in Wenshan, the old men were deeply moved, so Biyao summed it up. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes turned, first sweeping over the faces of the old men near him, then looking at the juniors of the old men at the other tables. He took a deep breath and then sighed heavily. The juniors were even more curious. What was going on? Why did Zhang Xiaobao look so helpless? Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled. She said to Biyao, "Grandpa Bai, you don't have to worry about righteousness. It's fine as long as you handle it well. You can leave for various places this afternoon, and we just happen to be going to Izhou Prefecture. If there's someone on the way, he can be a companion. What do you think? Only those on the way can be a companion?" Biyao was obviously not satisfied with Wang Wan's selective compromise, so he continued to ask. Yao Chong said, "Cuckoo said it was handled well. It was also Xiao Bei and the others' work. But I can't bear it. Xiao Bei and the others are still young and are at the age to play. But they were born in a family like yours, so they have to work early. It's really hard for them." Yes, no. Zhang Xiaobao had just agreed to Yao Chang's words, but he immediately changed his mind. In fact, it doesn't matter. If they want to do it, they can do it. If they don't want to do it, they can't do it. We don't care. As their older brother, my attitude towards them is not to encourage, oppose, support, or hinder them. I won't make any special arrangements for them. They have their own money. If they do something wrong, as long as it doesn't hurt others, they can use money to make up for it. What do you think? I think it's wrong. Seeing that Xiao Bao in front of him was more evasive than Cuckoo just now, Biyao widened his eyes. Cuckoo just compromised a little bit, but Xiao Bao immediately rejected it. How could this be? So he continued, "Xiao Bao, let's be frank today. You have the nerve to say that you didn't help your younger brother and sister? Look at the stories you made with the knowledge in elementary school. Now they have been published and distributed all over the Tang Empire. Take a look at what you usually tell them. You tell them the tips and points of administration and economy as fun things to play with. Once they are not around, you send the most capable assistants of you and Cuckoo to follow them. Do you dare to say that you don't support them? Zhang Xiaobao nodded embarrassedly. Okay. How many people? Cuckoo and I will test them. Then we will arrange positions to train and guide them according to their different personalities and abilities. But let's make it clear first. After the war, we will not continue to take care of them. We will not take care of them. Biyao raised his arm and drew a circle. We will take care of our juniors in this hall. We will take care of the juniors in the other rooms and halls. Okay, I will go all out. Zhang Xiaobao raised his cup. Let's eat, let's talk about today's food. It's really comfortable. It's not about the quality of the food. It's mainly because when I see Xiaobao and Cuckoo, my mood is inexplicably better. Oh, this pork shoulder is fat but not greasy. Try it. Biyao clinked his cup with Zhang Xiaobao, drank a mouthful of wine, and ate happily. The other old men also began to taste the delicacies carefully. The juniors in the hall widened their eyes and opened their mouths slightly. They were all surprised. Feeling the joyful atmosphere in the hall, they couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts. At this moment, they finally understood why they felt so nervous before. It turned out that the elders were really having a confrontation with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them acted respectfully as if they were juniors, but they refused to admit anything until the elders were forced to the brink of death. Only then did they speak frankly. It was really a great skill. If they didn't speak frankly, the two of them wouldn't go along with it. But if they spoke frankly, the other party would immediately agree and give them face. However, they owed the old men a favor. If they beat around the bush, even if they owed them a favor, they would return it in a roundabout way in the future. But now, if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan needed the old men to return a favor, they would ask directly. They couldn't refuse even if they wanted to. After thinking about this, they began to think about what kind of work Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would arrange for them. It shouldn't be bad and could be used to train them. The old men couldn't be easily dealt with when they asked for help. Zhang Xiaobao ate a few mouthfuls of food. Wang Wan beside him nudged him. He turned his head and winked at Wang Wan. The two of them smiled knowingly. Everything was understood without words. Their communication was inadvertently discovered by Biyao and Yao Chong. They looked at each other and suddenly felt that something was wrong. The previous sense of achievement disappeared in an instant. They looked like they had succeeded in scheming against others but suddenly regretted that they had been schemed against. Chapter 1201. Early the next morning, the large group of people in Izhou City began to move out. The old men each chose a place to stay. After leaving the border of Izhou, they watched Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan make arrangements for their important children before they left. As for Izhou, there was no need for others to stay there. The local people in charge of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would do it well. The children who had eaten in the same hall yesterday were now following Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan on both sides of the carriage. Each of them was holding a few pages of paper with words on them. They needed to answer the questions. A few thin pages of paper weighed almost 1,000 kilograms to them. After they finished answering, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would make arrangements based on their answers, including where to go or stay. They were nervous. Yesterday, they were not qualified to eat on the same floor. Yesterday, the other children on the same floor were envious of them. Because of the limited resources of the family and different parents at birth, each person's performance in front of the elders was different. Naturally, the cultivation they could receive was different. This was the origin of people's grades. Grandfather, I don't accept this. When the group was moving, a child rushed to the side of an open mule carriage and shouted to an old man on the carriage. The old man frowned and glared at him coldly. He scolded, "Go back to the group." "No, I don't accept this. I have always been the best at school in the family. In the end, you didn't let me enter the Imperial College and sent the second brother of the first branch there. Last autumn, when the students of the Imperial College held a poetry competition in the Hibiscus Garden, I also participated in the competition. My poem and word beat the top 3 students of the Imperial College. You still don't care about me. Is it because I'm a concubine's son? Is it because my mother is a concubine? The person who came to question gathered his courage and shouted loudly. Perhaps he knew that this was the last chance. Go back, or you will be expelled from the family. The old man was unmoved. You are Grandpa Su's younger brother, right? Come here, come here. Let me ask you. Just when the boy didn't know how to choose, Wang Wan's voice came from Zhang Xiaobao's carriage in front. Hurry up. Nearby, Biyao urged. Grandfather? The kid looked at his grandfather. Well, answer me properly. Otherwise, you'll be punished for both crimes. The old man wasn't stupid enough to stop his grandson's one chance. He temporarily suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart from just now. When the kid ran over, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had already gotten off the car. The whole team stopped moving at the same time. Come to sister. Tell sister, how old is our Ilong this year? Wang Wan smiled as she looked at the young man who rushed over. She called him Ilong. He was the grandson of Su Jian from Jixin Courtyard. Su Jian did not retire, but he had nothing to do usually. He was a secondary class rank 2 official, Guanglu Grand Doctor. Su Ilong did not dare to look at Wang Wan directly, mainly because Wang Wan was too beautiful and had a special status. Say something, little brother Ilong. How can you give a girl's name? Wang Wan continued. No, it's to let me always be like a jade, with a clear voice and a good appearance. It's also better to break my body than to be dishonored. That's why I'm called Ilong. How did you know my name is Su Ilong? Su Ilong lowered her head and explained. Then, she asked curiously. I guessed. I was sitting in the car and heard a voice. I guessed who had such a nice voice. Ah, it's Grandpa Su's precious grandson, Ilong. How old are you this year? Wang Wan was still talking like she was coaxing a child. Su Ilong shook her body discontentedly. I'm going to be 15 soon. I'm not a child. Yes. Our Ilong is an adult. Can you let me ask you a few questions? Wang Wan smiled and said softly. Su Ilong lowered her head. Okay. The people around them all focused on them, wanting to see what Xiaobao would ask. Zhang Xiaobao stepped forward a few steps, reached out and patted Su Ilong's head, and asked, the first question, you said that there must be someone to learn from. Choose the good one and change, and follow the bad one. What does that mean? Others were stunned after hearing it. Su Ilong was also confused and said cautiously, you asked the wrong question. It means to choose the good one and follow it. It doesn't mean, answer the question. Zhang Xiaobao interrupted Su Ilong's correction. It's. I don't know. Su Ilong had never encountered such a question. It was obviously the wrong question, but she still needed to answer according to the wrong answer. What was she supposed to answer? Zhang Xiaobao shook his head disappointedly and said, you need to use your brain. Okay, I'll answer the first question for you. It means that this is the way of being an official. When 3 people walk together, there must be one who can learn from me. When 3 people walk together, they must all have the idea that I can be their teacher. As for me, as their teacher, I have to choose what is good and correct. In other words, I have to correct what they say. Otherwise, how can I show my ability? Follow the bad one, which means that they did something wrong, but I forgive them, which shows my generosity. This is the way of being an official. If you want to be an official, you should work together. Su Ilong opened her mouth wide and was not nervous. She was not intimidated by Wang Wan's beauty. Her whole person was in a state of shock. You don't believe it, right? If you don't believe it, ask your grandfather. Go. Zhang Xiaobao motioned Su Ilong to go back to his grandfather Su Jian and ask. Su Ilong did not go back, but turned her head. Listen to your brother Xiaobao and answer with your heart. Su Jian did not say whether it was right or wrong, but let his grandson continue to answer the question. This showed that he had acquiesced to Zhang Xiaobao's words. The other old men sighed almost at the same time. Being an official was like this. If you want to have a foothold in the imperial court, you have to be shameless. How many people can be like Zhang Zhong and treat the minister as free and easy? Only because his son was Xiaobao. So no one dared to oppose what Zhang Zhong did, and no one dared to stab him in the back. Otherwise, they would have to face the overwhelming attacks of Zhang Xiaobao. The Minister of Revenue, Wang Qi, and the rest could be used as a comparison. Zhang Xiaobao did not care what others thought, and continued to say to Su Ilong, "Do you want to continue to answer?" Su Ilong nodded, took a deep breath, and made himself nervous. Well, let me ask you, there must be someone to learn from when three people walk together. What does it mean to choose the good one and follow the bad one? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Su Ilong was still confused after hearing it, but he did not dare to say that the other party had asked the wrong question. His two hands clasped together and kept twisting with each other, thinking hard in his heart. Others were also thinking about the question Zhang Xiaobao asked. What did it mean? What was going on? After a while, Su Ilong replied dejectedly, I don't know. It means that this is the way of business. When a businessman sees people, 70% smiles, and 30% is kindness. That is to say, to treat everyone who spends money to buy your things, or who may spend money to buy your things in the future, you have to respect them like you respect a teacher, and make them feel comfortable. Then, no matter whether the other party is right or wrong, you have to obey, or they will not buy your things. Of course, this obedience is learned. Obedience is not the same as flattery. Zhang Xiaobao explained again. I see. Su Ilong nodded. Well, let me ask you the third question. What does it mean to choose the good one and follow the bad one? Zhang Xiaobao gestured for Su Ilong to answer. When others heard it, they felt that Su Ilong was lucky. Zhang Xiaobao finally asked a normal question, as long as he answered according to what he learned. Su Ilong was even more nervous. He had always been smart. Through the two questions just now, he found that he could not answer according to common sense. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaobao would be disappointed. Then he would have no chance and would go back to accept the family punishment. After thinking about it, Su Ilong plucked up his courage and answered, It means that when three people walk together, there must be something that I can be their teacher. That is to say, everyone has shortcomings. As for me, when I see what they do well, I will praise them. When I see what they do not do well, I will help them change it. Very good. I am very satisfied with your answer to the third question. Let me ask you again. What does heaven's blessing, silent and odorless, mean? Zhang Xiaobao then asked another question. Other than those who were too young, everyone knew that Zhang Xiaobao was asking about the Book of Songs, and the meaning was equally clear. It was saying that when heaven did things, there was no sound and no taste. Unknowingly, in some sense, it could be compared to Shangshan Ruoshui. But they knew that when Zhang Xiaobao asked, it was obviously not the answer he wanted. Su Ilong thought about it for a quarter of an hour, raised his head and said, Heaven is born from thunder and rain. The father is the son's heaven, the husband is the wife's heaven, the official is the people's heaven, the monarch is the subject's heaven. What you mean is that when we are in charge of things, even if we do something wrong, we will not allow the people below to express any dissatisfaction. With a pa sound, Zhang Xiaobao's hand patted Su Ilong's shoulder and pressed down hard. He said happily, Great, the answer is great. So, when we get out and encounter a fork in the road, we'll let someone arrange for you to go to Tonghua County in Maozhou. Xiaobei and the others are there. You can go and play with them. They have all kinds of people around them. Let's see how much you can learn. Su Ilong did not show a happy expression. He originally planned to let Zhang Xiaobao arrange a good thing for him to do. Why did he run to play with children? Why don't you thank Brother Xiaobao? Stupid. Su Ilong's grandfather, Su Jian, was happy instead. His eyebrows flew to both sides as he shouted at his ignorant grandson. Yes, yes, thank you Brother Xiaobao. Su Ilong had to obediently thank him. And big sister, we have to thank big sister too. Wang Wan also wanted to thank her. Su Ilong's face turned red. He lowered his head and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Thank you, sister. Let's go back, let's hurry." Wang Wan finished and pulled Zhang Xiaobao to the car. The team continued to move forward. Su Ilong wanted to go to the team that just came, but was immediately called by his grandfather. "Ilong, you are considered to be successful in the future. Work hard yourself. If there is a need, the family can provide resources. After all, you gave up a place. I originally planned to arrange it for you when you're 15 years old. Now it's not necessary. I can arrange other people in the family in your original position. In this case, other resources can be tilted to you." Su Jian finally said to his grandson what was in his heart. As a scholar of Jixin Courtyard, how could he not train the children in the family? It was just that there must be a sequence. If possible, how could he not arrange all the children in the family? But during the fight during the meal yesterday, he did not even care about his face. He owed a big favor and pushed the first child in the family to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. If he wanted to arrange other people, his face was worthless. How could it be easy to return the favor of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family? If he asked for more, what would he use to return it? Chapter 1202. Su Jian was satisfied that his grandson was valued by Xiao Bao and encouraged him. However, Su Ilong was not satisfied. He said to his grandfather with a wronged expression, "Grandfather, I don't want to play with the children. I want to be like my brothers and do proper work." My stupid grandson, if you can change someone, you can tell your thoughts to the other grandpas. See what kind of exchange they will make for you for a place. But who dares to change the person chosen by Xiao Bao? If you can change, I will change you with your brother first. Su Jian was not afraid that his grandson would be unhappy. The meaning of his words was clear. His position was better than his brother's position. He had already planned to change, but because it was the person chosen by Xiao Bao, he could not change and let him continue to benefit. Su Ilong understood, but he still had emotions in his heart. "Grandfather, I want to follow a group of children. I want to learn skills and not worry." "Shut up." Su Jian was angry when he saw his grandson like this. It was not over yet. "Brother Yuangu, the child is young and not sensible. You need to teach him slowly." Biyao persuaded. "Brother Yuangu, it's not that I want to be angry, but you see, this child said that Xiao Bei's 9 children are not good. Even if there is one of the 9 children, I will have no regrets in my life, not to mention Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. My grandson is a pile of mud that can't help the wall." Alas. Su Jian raised his hand as he spoke. He hated that he could not beat his grandson to death. He said to his grandson with a tone of disappointment, "You don't want to accompany Xiao Bei, but there are others who want to. Do you know who accompanied them in the past? First Prince Li Jun, First Princess Li Pan Air. If there is no benefit to being with them, why would His Majesty arrange for his 2 children to be with them? This is so infuriating. I heard that the Empress is afraid of martial arts." A slap finally fell on Su Ilong's head. "If you talk nonsense again, I will beat you to death, you unfilial thing." Su Jian was shocked. He dared to say anything. Did he not want to live? "I know you are not convinced and think that they are young. Are you an adult? If it was Xiao Bei who met you today, he definitely wouldn't be so nervous that he would tremble. You were so scared when you saw Xiao Bao and Cuckoo talking to them. You'll be scared to death in front of Her Majesty. Do you dare to snatch food from Her Majesty when she's eating with Her Majesty?" Su Jian reprimanded him as an example and then said, "Even I don't dare." "She's young, so His Majesty won't stoop to her level," Su Ilong muttered. "Xiao Yuan is also young. Do you dare to compare knowledge with him?" Biyao laughed and asked. "Why wouldn't I dare? Saying that the University of the Mean is bullying him. If we only talk about the Analects of Confucius, I'll let him go 2 miles away." Su Ilong puffed out her chest and replied. "Bah." Su Jian made a spitting motion. The surrounding old men laughed out loud, and Su Ilong was at a loss of what to do. Su Jian couldn't help but laugh a little. He said to his grandson, "Xiao Yuan is different from ordinary people. He has a photographic memory. His understanding may be slightly lacking, but when it comes to memorizing books, even 100 of you tied up together wouldn't know as much as him. Rumors, it's all rumors." "I don't believe it," Su Ilong insisted. Biyao thought about it at the side and asked Su Ilong, "Ask a question. Say that there are 2 kinds of candies, one is red and one is blue. Red candies cost 5 coins per box, and blue candies cost 3 coins per box. You bought a total of 9 boxes and spent a total of 33 coins. Ask, how many boxes of blue and red did you buy?" Su Ilong frowned after hearing it. She thought about it again and again. She cracked her fingers a few times. Finally, she shook her head and said to Biyao, "Grandpa Bai's question is too difficult. I will be able to answer it in 2 years. You don't need to wait for 2 years. After you go out, you can go to Tonghua and find Xiaohai. Xiaohai will tell you." Yao Chong understood Bigao's meaning and helped to say, "I don't believe it," Su Ilong said in surprise. "Why don't you believe it? This thing is called the two-dimensional quadratic equation in Zhongguo and Wang family. Xiaohai didn't like to calculate it 2 years ago. If you ask him this question, he will be very angry and feel that it's too childish." Su Jian shook his head and said, "Ilong, Grandpa wants you to help me again." Biyao said again, "Now the map of Pingzhou Pass is lost. Can you help to draw the outline of the mountains and rivers within 50 miles? Su Ilong shook her head, "I can't draw it. You go to Xiaozhu and tell her that you want to have a look. She will draw it for you. It's very important. I believe that she will remember it. Also, you can ask her about the framework of our dynasty's prefectures." Yao Chong continued to cooperate. Su Ilong didn't say that she didn't believe it this time. She just felt that it was too difficult to do it. She decided to go and have a look. If she felt that it was not good, she would find a way to come back. "Go back to your team." Su Jian didn't want to talk to Su Ilong anymore and waved his hand. Su Ilong's problem was solved, but the other people who were selected yesterday had not answered the questions on the paper. The questions on the paper were very difficult to answer. When the team was moving, Su Ilong's second brother came. He found Su Jian and walked beside him. He hesitated for a while and bravely said, "Grandpa, what do you think Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are going to do?" Su Jian turned his head to look at his grandson and didn't say anything, waiting for him to continue. Su Ilong's second brother straightened the paper in his hand and then read, "Ask, why do we see the lightning first and hear the sound later when it thunders? Grandpa, is it because the lightning is faster than the sound?" "Yes." Su Jian nodded. "Now everyone can learn basic nature and physics. But, after I told the answer to the person who followed me, he tore the place where the paper was stuck. The answer that was revealed was because the eyes grow in front of the ears." Su Ilong's second brother gritted his teeth and said, Su Jian was stunned. "Read another question that you haven't torn open the answer to." "Yes, it said that there are 2 kinds of beans, red and green. Put them in the pot and fry them. When they are done, the red beans and green beans are immediately separated. Ask why." Su Ilong's second brother read another question. Su Jian leaned his head to the back. Wei Wei looked up at the sky and pondered. The few old men next to her also narrowed their eyes and pondered. After a quarter of an hour, Su Jian said, "This question involves basic science. The color of the red beans and the green beans is not important. The important thing is the previous processing. Soak a kind of bean with the powder of a magnet and water, then slightly stick together. When the frying is done, put a magnet on the side under the pot, and the previously processed beans are attracted." Yes, this question is not simple. It is indeed Xiao Bao and Cuckoo who came up with it. I see. Su Ilong's second brother was enlightened. He happily waved to the person who was in charge of receiving the answer and waited for him to come closer. He told his grandpa's words and then waited with his chest puffed out. The person who was called bit his lip. The expression on his face seemed to be very painful as he tore the paper that was stuck with the answer bit by bit. He turned around and left in the blink of an eye. Su Ilong's second brother looked down and also showed a painful expression on his face. "How is it?" Su Jian asked. "2 beans." Su Ilong's second brother raised his hand and covered his face. "Ha ha ha ha. Biyao laughed heartily. He laughed so hard that he almost couldn't catch his breath. The other old men also laughed in different postures. After laughing for a while, Biyao held his stomach and said with difficulty, "Brother Yuan Gu is amazing. You are right. This question is not simple. It is indeed Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's child. I can't, I really can't, my stomach hurts, it hurts. Laugh, laugh, laugh until my intestines are broken." Su Jian's face was gloomy and he shouted at his grandson, "In the future, don't bring a question in front of me if you don't have a serious question. Go to the front and answer your question. I am sleepy." After that, Su Jian closed his eyes. Su Ilong's second brother had to take the paper and continue to be tortured in front. The old men began to be interested in the questions given by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They asked a few people to take a look and found that there were not only such funny questions, but also other strange questions. For example, there is a person in the east and west of the city. One day, they will meet at the foot of the mountain in the east of the city at noon to climb the mountain. There is a river in the city. That day, the water level rises. You are the person in the west of the city. When you meet the river, you will stop. If you take a detour to cross the bridge, you will arrive 3 minutes late. If you wait for a boat, you will arrive 4 minutes late. Ask, which one do you choose? For example, you are in charge of purchasing meat in the courtyard of an abandoned child. You buy meat one day. Shengguan Yan is a relative of the butcher surnamed Zhang in the west of the city. When you arrive at the west of the city, you see that the meat of the butcher surnamed Zhang is different but the price is the same. Ask, whose meat do you want to buy? For example, one day, you are paddling in the lake. Suddenly, you hear 2 people falling into the water. You can only save one. One is your son and the other is 6 students. Ask, which one do you want to save? When these questions were asked, some of them made people keep thinking. Some of them were difficult to choose. Every choice must be made through the heart. Why do you ask this question? I am worried. Why don't you ask some questions? Why do you make it difficult for people? No, I have to ask them. After reading the questions, Biyao jumped out of the small car and ran a few steps forward. He came to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's car and knocked on the door. Stop the car. Zhang Xiaobao ordered the car to stop. When he opened the door and saw Biyao, he let him in. When the car started moving again, he asked with concern, "Grandpa Bai, are you feeling unwell? Or are you bored? If it is the former, I will find someone to take a look at you. If it is the latter, you and I can play a game of chess." I am not feeling well. Biyao took the tea from Wang Wan and said with a gloomy face. Oh, why don't you tell me so I can help you out? Zhang Xiaobao asked tentatively. Here. Biyao put a roll of paper on the small table in front of him. You can help me. Look at the questions you gave. They are a mess. If there is a chance, I want to throw you into the river. Throw me. I am good at swimming. If it was Xiao Bei, I wouldn't be worried even if you tied his hands and feet and threw him into the river. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with a smile. Wang Wan put 2 plates of desserts in front of Biyao and comforted him. It is just a question. Some of the questions make people feel uncomfortable, which shows that they are still human. Grandpa Bai, do you remember when we were fighting Tubo? Xiao Bao and I were in charge of logistics. We followed the troops to Pengzhou's pass with the supplies. There, we planned to provide an endless supply of supplies to the front line. Later, because the news was not as good as now, Her Majesty sent us an imperial edict, telling us to go out and help. However, the actual situation was that when the imperial edict was sent, the front line was in a tight situation. How could we get any merits when we went out? Grandpa Bai, do you know why? At that time, you were accompanying my father-in-law, Grandpa Yao, and Grandpa Lu in Pengzhou. At that time, the leading general was Guotu, right? Biyao listened. When Wang Wan finished speaking, he sighed, yes, Guotu's day. Because he didn't kill the Tubo people in the village, countless brave soldiers of our dynasty died. Later, we were trapped. If you guys didn't go, our dynasty's border would be in danger. At that time, you guys. Grandpa Bai, we don't need to talk about our matters. Let's talk about Guotu's day. If we gave him a test like today before the battle, when the test results were out, as long as he answered sincerely, we definitely wouldn't send him out again. Wang Wan explained. I see. I will go and tell them. Biyao understood. He didn't let the carriage stop and directly jumped out. After he left, Wang Wan and Biyao let out a long breath. We dealt with it. Zhang Xiaobao said. Wang Wan sat there for a while. Then, she asked Zhang Xiaobao, hubby, let me ask you a question. For example, one day, I almost forgot something important. Why didn't I think of it just now? Wait for me. I will be back soon. Zhang Xiaobao didn't wait for Wang Wan to finish her question. He slapped both sides of the seat and jumped out of the window without even opening the door. He left behind a stunned Wang Wan and the curtains swaying in the wind. Chapter 1203. 5 days passed quickly and slowly as some people were embarrassed, some people were excited, and some people were depressed. The juniors who were pushed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan by the old men were tormented by the 2 of them until they were dumbfounded. In addition to the questions on the paper that needed to be answered at the beginning, it was followed by the interview. Because what they were doing was relatively important, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to train them to be thick-skinned. They were not qualified to be spat on by themselves. They had to be at the level where they would immediately pester others after being spat on in the face and say in a coquettish tone, "Good man, don't bully me like this. I'll change, okay?" Wang Wan did not know whether the people who were spat on were disgusting or not, but when she listened to Zhang Xiaobao telling others about it, she felt disgusted first and hid 5 miles away. Every time she thought about it, she would have goosebumps all over her body and couldn't stop shivering. Remember this. Why did I choose you to do this? It's not because you're good-looking. If I want good-looking girls, I'll find a group of male prostitutes who are more charming than you. It's also not because you're knowledgeable. If I want to find someone knowledgeable, I'll just pick the people from Jinjia Academy. The purpose of looking for you is because of your identity. There's a position for anyone's grandson or son. You didn't jump out of a crack in a rock, right? What's the use of identity? Record who you are? No, that's a household registration. After 2 years, when the conditions are met, I'll make an identity card for the people of Tang, but it's definitely not equivalent to identity. Zhang Xiaobao was now standing in a hall. There was a blackboard on one side of the wall. He was giving a lecture to the juniors of the old men in the hall that day. For the sake of their future, the students who were listening to the lecture were enduring what ordinary people would not be able to endure. If the person standing in front of them was not Zhang Xiaobao, they would have long since attacked him and let him experience the power of the various families' disciples. I'm not telling you all this because I want you to be shameless. For example, if someone spits on you, you don't have to endure it. If anyone dares to do that, you just have to hit them back with all your might. I'm just giving an example. Otherwise, if I really get spat on, I'll feel uncomfortable too. You all saw it. My assistant ran away because of the disgust. I guess I can only stay in my room alone tonight. Zhang Xiaobao made a sleeping pose, and the students burst into laughter. Zhang Xiaobao continued, the various tasks assigned to you are very important. For example, receiving and comforting people. When the person transporting the supplies is tired, you can go over and say to him, "You've worked hard." Who is my father? Who is my grandfather? I'm with you. I've seen what you've done and will tell my father and grandfather. For example, if someone has a bad temper and wants to cause trouble, you can go over and say, "Who is my father? Who is my grandfather? If you dare to cause trouble, I'll get someone to teach you a lesson." There are also people who use their family status to search for talents. Take me for example. I found a person who was following a convoy. When his convoy broke down, he immediately fixed it. Furthermore, he did it very quickly and firmly. So, I went over and told him that my father is the Minister of Revenue. I don't think I need to say my father. I can just say who I am, right? The students laughed and nodded. In any case, that's what I mean. Use your family status and the knowledge you possess to help everyone who needs our help. This is a unique advantage that no one can replace. If you don't use it, that would be a crime. Zhang Xiaobao patiently and stubbornly continued. When he felt that the students were more or less brainwashed, he clenched his fist and waved it vigorously. In any case, everything is for Great Tang. Everything is for dignity. Everything is for the people of other countries who are still suffering. Playing with economics, you can't do it. Using the attitude of a gentleman to help others. I can't do it. Whether or not Great Tang can win this war smoothly, whether or not it can make our dynasty more stable, I'll leave it to you. Let's advance together. After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao bowed 90 degrees. Amid the hubbub, the students also stood up and bowed in unison. Let's advance together. Zhang Xiaobao straightened his back and didn't say anything else. Puffing out his chest, he walked out with the posture of a soldier. Not long after he left, Wang Wan, who had returned at some point, suddenly jumped to his side and questioned, "Tell me, have you ever organized a pyramid scheme before?" Let me say this first, I'm staying by myself today. Just thinking about what you said before makes me feel disgusted. Pyramid scheme? What is that? Definitely not. What I play with is the most basic capital operation in finance. It is to gather all the wealth in the world and do all the things in the world. You have to know that money will depreciate if it is placed in the bank. Its interest can't keep up with the speed of inflation. Why is that? Because the money in the bank is loaned out. Some people use this money to operate. And what do I need to do? It is to prevent you from being cheated by placing your money in the bank. Hand it to me and we will operate it directly. What is the benefit of this? Some people will say, then why don't you just go to the bank? Why do you want to go to us? This is a good question. Can't we go to the bank? That's for sure. Absolutely. But I am worried that if the bank's money is handed to us, the bank will gain a lot of benefits from it. This is the problem of the ratio between what we get and what you get and what you get and what you get with the bank. After our professional team's calculation, if you hand the money to us, we will get more money than if you put it in the bank and then go to the bank to get more money. So I'm telling you today that the biggest financial cheats in the world are the banks. The banks are financial scoundrels, financial hooligans, and financial bandits. Cooperating with the banks is definitely asking a tiger for its skin. Cooperating with us is a win-win situation. You and I don't need to beat the banks. We just need to make the profit of our money grow faster than the speed of social inflation. Well, that's all for today. Go back and ask the people in the bank if this is the case. If you believe in your own judgment and your own choice, you can look for our professional investment consultants. Thank you for coming. Goodbye. Zhang Xiaobao said a lot, took out a piece of paper, wrote something, and gave it to Wang Wan. Then, he waved his hand and left. Wang Wan was stunned and thought for a while. She gritted her teeth and muttered, I knew you couldn't run away. Luckily I came to Tang with you. Otherwise, it's hard to say what the bank's surname is. What year and where did you deceive me? Why are there no records? No, I have to ask carefully tonight. Xiaobao, what did you say to Cuckoo at the door? She looked like she was going to bite you. Biyao just happened to walk over and saw the scene. That's right. Otherwise, I would be lonely at night. Learn from me, old man. Zhang Xiaobao said and walked away quickly. You said I'm old man? Stop right there. Biyao was anxious and chased after him. After 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Then, he turned around and ran in front of the students who came out of the house. He carefully asked what Xiaobao said. After asking, Biyao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. How cunning. If I had chased after him, I wouldn't have been able to get anything out of him. After tricking the students, you tricked Cuckoo, and now you want to trick me? Small fry. Hey, Cuckoo, come, I have something to tell you. Grandpa Bai, I have something to tell you too. Come here. Wang Wan invited Biyao to walk for about 10 minutes. Then, she ran to the house next door to take out the tea set and poured tea for Biyao. Biyao drank a bowl and asked, What's the matter? Grandpa Bai, Xiaobao gave me a note before he left. He said that if you grandpas knew what he said, it would be easy for the students to be called back. So, he told me to stay at the door while he went to another intersection. If someone came, he could stop them. If they came from here, for example, he told me to take you away. Because at this time, all the students in your family have already gone to work. Even if you knew, you wouldn't know who went where. So, there's enough time. My mission is complete. Grandpa Bai, do you still want some snacks? Wang Wan explained to Biyao with an embarrassed expression. She even passed the note to him. Biyao, Maozhou's Tunghua County. Xiao Bei's group had not made any moves yet. Apart from them staying in the county city, the large group of people who had stayed outside and found a hidden place to set up camp. Shui Yun's family of 13 had also rushed over. After helping Xiao Bei's group of 9, they could also help the front line. The 9 children had already discussed. If necessary, Shui Yun would fly them up to the enemy's sky to record the enemy's military arrangements. After all, the adults were too heavy. It was very strenuous for Shui Yun to fly them, not to mention the other eagles. They couldn't even fly. The Qin family in the county was in a very tense atmosphere. Especially Chen Yaozu. Last night, after the portraits of Xiao Bei and the others were sent over, he knew who he had met on the way back that day. Today, he had mustered up the courage to tell his father several times, but he was afraid that he would be beaten to death and sent to Xiao Bei and the others, so he held back. But just because he didn't say anything, it didn't mean that others wouldn't either. That day, his team had 600 people. Just now, the housekeeper who had followed him to scold Xiao Bei and the others that day knelt on the floor of the study and told Master Chen Guangho the whole story. The current master, Chen Guangho, had just finished asking carefully over and over again. Then he looked at the kneeling housekeeper and said coldly, Good. With you accompanying the family outside, I was really relieved. I wasn't worried that you wouldn't be able to provoke powerful people. Now, you've succeeded. You've finally gotten our whole family involved. Master, I deserve to die. I really didn't know who they were at that time. It was the young master who took a fancy to that girl. I just helped to say a few words. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to stop the team even if you beat me to death. The housekeeper kowtowed hard and cried as he recounted. His forehead hit the limestone floor of the study with a thud. His forehead was first bruised and then bleeding. Chen Guangho sat there numbly. He didn't even look at the housekeeper who was kowtowing. His eyes were unfocused. He wasn't afraid that his son had offended Xiaobei and the others. Firstly, he didn't know who they were. Secondly, he didn't really do anything. At most, he would break their legs and send them over to take a look. He believed that Xiaobei and the others wouldn't make things too difficult for his family because of this. He was afraid that the things he did in secret would be exposed. It wasn't important what goods were imported from the West. What was important was what was shipped out to be sold. While he was in a state of exhaustion and pondering, Chen Guangho heard the loudest sound. The housekeeper had knocked himself unconscious from kowtowing. His body fell sideways, and his tears and snot flowed onto the floor. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Someone come, drag the housekeeper out and lock him up. Gather all the family members and go to the meeting hall. Chen Guangho mumbled weakly and ordered the people outside the study in a hoarse voice. Chapter 1204. The latest information, the latest information. It said that the most annoying Chen family in this county made a big move this afternoon. Xiaobei excitedly said to the other 8 people sitting in a circle. We heard it. Let's get down to business. Xiao Yuan timely stopped Xiaobei from continuing to report. Xiaobei didn't scold Xiao Yuan this time. He put his 2 small hands on the table and said, the business is that we need to know what they want to do first. What else? Of course, they want to find us. Almost everyone in the county has a copy of our portrait. Who engraved our faces on boards and sold them everywhere? I don't object to their behavior. I'm angry that they didn't give us a share of the income. Xiao Nan obviously valued the right of the portrait very much. When the portrait was sold and he didn't get a single cent, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry. The actual situation was as Xiao Nan said. After the Qin family found out that the eldest son of the first branch had offended Xiaobei and the others, they immediately began to discuss countermeasures. At first, they wanted to send someone to tell them to hide the goods elsewhere, but the eagles circling in the sky clearly told them that they were being watched. The 2 eagles, Shui Yun and Hong Wan, constantly told people who saw them that the Zhang family and Wang family were here. The red and white colors were too eye-catching. After the Qin family found out about this situation, they wanted to chase after the eagles to find Xiaobei and the others, but it was obviously impossible. The only way left was to ask the people in the county to help. Chen Yaozu told them that Xiaobei and the others wanted to enter the county that day. When they found them, they could contact Xiaobei and the others while sending people to arrange other things. At that time, Xiaobei and the others would let down their guard. Now, Xiaobei and the others were thinking about when and where to take action. Because they didn't launch a large-scale intelligence contact and only sent people to inquire in the county, they didn't collect much information. It was a bit far-fetched to say that they were guilty. Can't we meet with them first? There's no evidence to prove that they did something wrong. It's better to alert the enemy than to suspect them. Xiaobei wanted to take the initiative. Xiao Yuan had other considerations and said, let's leave first. Think about it. They asked the locals to find us. If they can't find us, won't they search every house? I don't want to meet them in this situation. I agree. Let's leave. Xiao Hai thought about it and supported Xiao Yuan. Then let's go. Xiao Bei immediately agreed when he heard his brother speak. At dusk that day, Xiao Bei and the other 9 people were once again sent out of the county through various disguises and transport vehicles. Less than an hour after they left, the Yamen runners and the servants of the Qin family started to go door to door to ask questions. When they asked about the shop on the neighboring street where Xiao Bei and the others had just stayed, there were only 2 local workers in this shop that had changed its business to selling steamed pancakes. When they found out about the house that had been bought, the Qin family finally found out that Zhang Xiaobei and the others had been there and had stayed there for a period of time. Slap. Qin Guangho slapped his eldest son's face in front of everyone else in the clan's meeting hall. Relying on his family's wealth and connections with other local officials, he went out and caused trouble all day long. I've warned you time and time again, but you wouldn't listen. Now that you've brought a calamity upon yourself, I don't need to warn you anymore. The skin on Qin Guangho's face drooped as if it had lost all moisture. His eye sockets had also sunk in for a short period of time. After slapping his son, he fell back into his chair. Wei Wei opened her mouth as if she was at the end of her rope. Father, father, don't kill me. Give me to Xiao Bei and the others to vent their anger. Don't kill me. Qin Yaozu, who had been slapped, fell to his knees in front of his father and hugged his legs as he begged. Kill you? If killing you could solve the current situation, you would have been killed long ago. In the eyes of Zhang Xiaobei and the others, you're just an ant. Didn't you see the eagle circling the sky during the day? Would the Shueyan general be sent to deal with you? You think too highly of yourself. Qin Yaowei, one of the twins from the third branch's Qin Guanghuan family, ridiculed. Clearly, at his age, he didn't know many things. He only heard it from his father, unless he could be nurtured like Xiao Bei and the others. A few days ago, the two brothers had been harshly scolded by the head of the family. Now, they finally had a chance to retaliate. Even when facing the survival of the family, they didn't forget to add insult to injury. I remember that first father said that we caused trouble that day. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that the trouble we caused was still too small compared to first father's eldest brother. I admire you, I really admire you. This little brother has seen it. Qin Yaohong also criticized the first branch with his younger brother. All of you shut up, I'm not dead yet. The old man of the Qin family held the arms of the chair with both hands and shouted. The other people in the hall all looked at the old man who usually didn't care about the family matters. They were all looking forward to the old man, hoping that he could help the family turn the tide. The old man's eyes were wide open, no longer squinting like before. The eyes that were exposed under his eyelids gave people a feeling that they were shining. Now, don't expect to apologize to Zhang Xiaobei and the others. The more we apologize, the more guilty we will be. Just now, we sent people to investigate and receive news that Zhang Xiaobei and the others left not long ago. They didn't leave for many days and only left today. It means that they know about the map we send in the county, so there is no need to look for them again. Old man Chen looked back and forth at the younger generation in the family and said in a deep voice. Father, if we don't look for them, are we going to wait for them to come to us? It's better to immediately send people to other places in the dark to convey the family's orders. At least, we should first hide or dispose of a batch of goods. The second branch's Qin Guangliang said the plan in his heart. Old man Chen shook his head. It's too late. If you can think of it, others can also think of it. Anyone who leaves the county tonight will be watched. I don't believe that Xiao Bei and the others are so smart. Qin Guangliang insisted. Are the people around Xiao Bei just decorations? What's so scary about the 9 children? What's scary is their identity and the team that supports them. Old man Chen looked at his second son with dissatisfaction. Then what should we do? The beaten Qin Yaozu said what everyone was thinking. Wait, continue to do business in the county. Take out the accounts of the past few years. Send out the servants who didn't participate in the family business. Remember to give enough money. Those who participated in the family business stay. Those who helped the younger generation in the family fight, and those who were responsible for transporting goods that shouldn't be transported, stay together. Old man Chen straightened his back and gave the order. Everyone else sucked in a breath of cold air, as if they couldn't believe that the old man would give such an order. Qin Yaodong of the second branch gritted his teeth and said, Is there only one way? The people left in the family can't beat Xiao Bei and the others. Fight? When did I ever want to fight? I'm waiting for them to come and directly hand over the accounts to them. I'll let them do whatever they want. If I die, I'll die. I just want them to leave a line of descendants for my Chen family." Old Man Chen's words disappointed the rest of the family. They thought that there would be a good way, but in the end, it was to be captured without a fight. Chen Yaozu was stunned and then burst into tears. "If I had known, I wouldn't have provoked them when I came back that day. Or if I didn't come back, there wouldn't be such a thing in the family." Woo-woo. Except for the old man of the Chen family, everyone else stared at the crying Chen Yaozu with resentful eyes. They hated him for causing such a big trouble for the family. Old Man Chen shook his head. "Get up, it's not your fault. I've thought it through. Whether you come back or not, whether you provoke them or not, it has nothing to do with what happened in the family today. How is it not related? If he didn't have to take liberties with Xiaobei and threaten her, would they have entered the county to secretly investigate us?" Qin Yaowei said unhappily when he saw his grandfather shift the blame to the first branch. "Shut up." Old Man Qin snorted and then said, "The last time Xiaobei and the others came, they must have wanted to see the situation in the county. There is no school in the county at all. When they see it, the first thing they will ask is which family has the biggest business in the county. When they ask about our family, they will inevitably ask about the location of our family. When they see that our family lives in a big place and has a lot of money, but we haven't taken out the money to build the school, they will continue to investigate. Heavens, it's really the cycle of the heavens. Retribution is not good. It doesn't matter that we don't have the money to build the school, the important thing is that our hands are not clean. If we had known, we would have spent the money to build the school. When Xiaobei and the others came, they wouldn't have investigated us." Chen Yaodong said regretfully. Old Man Chen laughed. Ha 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 ha, do you still remember the owner of the incense business, Fan Fan, 2 years ago in the west of the city? At that time, he came to our Chen family and said that he wanted to contact the other merchants in the county. With our Chen family leading the way, we would first build a school in the wasteland outside the city. Then we would each pay for the children in the county to study. In the end, no one agreed, and I also didn't agree. Why should we give the money to unrelated people? Then Fan Fan took out some money himself to build the school. We said that he was using this method to force us. In the end, he could only spend money to print books for the children to read. Last year, we should have known that we were wrong. At that time, our family lacked living money and wanted to go to the bank to borrow money. Usually, when the merchants who were much worse than us went to get a loan, the bank would give them money after the examination, and the interest was low. When it was our turn, no matter how much data we provided, no matter how much we asked to increase the interest, the Tang bank didn't give us a loan. Now you know why, right? The bank is a place to make money and shouldn't care about other things. However, the bank was built by Zhang Xiaobao, so the things it does have to comply with Zhang Xiaobao's requirements. The Tang Bank uses this method to reward merchants who have contributed to the children of the Tang Empire. Unless they have a lot of living money, they won't consider lending to merchants like us. Now I believe that good deeds will be rewarded with good deeds. Even if the heavens don't reward them, they will. Even for those who have contributed money to the school and then accidentally lost money, as long as they come up with a new way to make money, the bank will also provide them with money. Retribution. Human retribution is more direct and more vicious than heavenly retribution. These are the rules set by the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. As long as we don't have the ability to fight against them and escape from their control, we must do things according to their rules. If we don't agree, then this will be the result. After saying these words, the old master of the Qin clan fell silent and shrank back into his chair. His entire body was much shorter, and his eyes were closed as if he had fallen asleep. The other members of the Qin clan in the hall also couldn't say anything. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of spending some money to do good deeds, but their children spent a lot of money. For example, of Qin Yaozu's group of 600 people, some of them were bought servants, but most of them were hired. Going out to play normally required money. Eating delicious food and wearing comfortable clothes required money. Roping in officials required money. This money was for their own enjoyment. If they took it out and gave it to other people's children, what would they get in return? If there were no other problems, they wouldn't be afraid. At most, it would be troublesome to borrow money from the bank, and if they really couldn't, they could just borrow from other places. But now, there were other problems, and the school was a loophole that people had to investigate. Chapter 1205. Since the last time they came, Zhang Xiaobei's team of 9 reappeared. It was almost noon, and there were more people on the road at this time. It was just a show for others to see. If there were no onlookers, it would not look good. They saw a team with no end in sight coming from the other side of the road. They were famous for their bells and drums, and they played music. Then, the first flag appeared. It fluttered in the wind with a golden flying dragon embroidered on it. There were 2 people under the flag, wearing the great General Jin Wu robes with arrows and sabers. There were also 2 people holding long spears. On the left and right, there was one great General Jin Wu, leading 48 riders. Then, there were 24 armored archers and sabers, both men and horses were heavily armored. These were the Heavenly Patrol. The things in front of Li Longji were just for show. The great General Jin Wu were fake, and the ones behind were Xiaobei's. There were 36 people in front to clear the path. The 9 ballistae were the 9 ballistae that were covered by the ballistae. After that, there were 72 people in black, 72 chariots, 540 people with halberds, 54 red flags, 450 people with sabers, spears, bows, arrows, and lances. There were 30 message flags, 90 ceremonial knives, 108 ballistae, 18 vermilion lacquered round fans, and 9 ballistae. These were the ceremonial guards. After that, there were not many people. When they came out this time, they did not prepare to have a ceremonial guard. Most of them were temporary guards. Behind them were the chariots of Xiaobei's team of 9. They were all bright yellow, decorated with ivory decorations and pearls. There were also countless rice seedling flags stuck on the chariots and horses. They really did not have enough people to carry them. Next to the chariots were 100 short musketeers. Behind the chariots were 100 people with submachine guns. Behind them were 200 long musketeers. Behind the musketeers were 200 inner court musketeers. Behind the musketeers were 6 small cannons. Behind the small cannons were 300 people with long and short guns. In the sky, there were 13 eagles soaring. Xiaobei's team of 9 had not had such a grand ceremonial guard in a long time. To be precise, they had only done it twice, including this time. The inside of the chariot in front was actually filled with cement, and the wheels were squeaking from the pressure. However, others did not know that Xiaobei's team was short on manpower, so they were a little shabby. The people on the road were dumbfounded when they saw this group of people coming over. The group was too big. There were people on the wasteland, and the place where the alfalfa was planted was also trampled. When the passers-by saw this, they didn't think about the losses suffered by the people who planted the grass. Of course, they didn't know that Xiaobei and the others had to compensate them in the end. The procession was not moving fast. It was about the same as a normal person. It would take an hour for them to reach the place where they were now. This was enough time for someone to run to the county town and tell the others. After the procession had advanced for another 45 minutes, a large group of people appeared in front of them. All of them ran to the wasteland. There were both adults and children. They stood there, looking at the procession with curiosity and shock. There were people from the Qin family in the group, as well as County Magistrate Zhao Jianghao, Secretary Xiang Li, County Deputy Qian Yusui, and a group of county officials, warehouse managers, and bailiffs. After the commotion yesterday, they already knew who had come. Thinking of the benefits they had received from the Qin family in secret, as well as the public welfare money that the Qin family had given out when they needed political achievements, they were all trembling in fear. Although they didn't directly help the Qin family embezzle other people's private property, they also didn't distort the truth when it came to cases involving the Qin family. However, they pretended not to see when the Qin family set traps and forced people to sell things at low prices. When the Qin family hit people, they helped to mediate, such as giving money, clarifying the severity of the situation, and so on. And now, Zhang Xiaobei, who had lived in the county town for a few days, was there a need to say anything else when the procession of 9 people was here? They definitely couldn't run away. It was said that the root of everything was the procession of honor that the eldest son of the Qin family's eldest son had made that day. In the end, he wanted to bully Xiaobei. Now, Xiaobei had also made that procession. Their purpose was very obvious. They wanted to show you what a procession was. Each of the 9 people had made a procession. Otherwise, how could there be so many flags? They finally saw the arrogance of a third-rank official. Perhaps it was the last time they would experience their power before they died. When Xiaobei and the others got closer and saw the dragon flag, the people who had come to watch the show knelt down one after another. When they saw the rice flag, the people who had knelt down stood up again. Their eyes lit up, and they looked excited as they began to move forward. The 2 different reactions of the people made the county magistrate, Zhao Jianghao, who was still kneeling on the ground, feel emotional. When they saw the dragon flag, they knelt down in awe, but when they saw the rice flag, they became friendly. They didn't care if they were facing the emperor's procession of honor. They directly stood up and moved to the side of the people. There were also people from the Qin family kneeling. They were all trembling, especially Qin Yaozu. His name wasn't given in vain. He had indeed shown off, but the consequences of showing off were not easy to bear. He was trembling the most now. The other party had come knocking on his door. There was no need to consider the problem of life and death. It would be good if he could die a quick death. The procession of honor stopped. Because of the Qin family incident the last time they came, the guard's vigilance was much stricter than in Wenshan County. The person holding the gun next to the carriage shook his head, indicating that the people should not come forward. "Little brother, please make an exception. We want to see Xiaobei and Xiao Yuan." A person dressed like a squire walked up to the guard and pleaded from 5 paces away. The guard shook his head. "No way. My family's young master and young lady came over a few days ago and were taken liberties with and bullied by that Qin family in your county. If they hadn't been quick to hide, they would have lost their lives." "Qin family? Which Qin family?" the squire asked with wide eyes. His voice was so loud that it drew the attention of nearly everyone. The guard didn't respond, but he was looking at the people kneeling in the wasteland. The people followed his gaze and looked over. At first, they were shocked, but then their faces filled with anger. "It's actually Chen Mu and that old coot. Usually they strut around in the county. We'll just bear with it and won't lower ourselves to their level. I never thought they would bully Xiaobei and the others today. How dare they? Xiaobei is being bullied here. Folks, Xiaobei is being bullied." After one of the people looked back, he started to shout to the people around him. As he shouted, he rushed toward the people of the Qin family kneeling there. The others were stunned for a moment, but then they followed suit. Some of them grabbed a handful of stones from the ground, or picked up a clump of dirt. Others untied the belts around their waists and stretched them, holding one end in each hand as they ran over. "Tell them not to kill him. I want him alive." Xiaobei's voice came from one of the carriages. The guard immediately shouted a few times from behind, not knowing if anyone heard him. The people of the Qin family kneeling on the ground panicked and they saw the people rushing over. What are you doing?" Qin Yaozu stood up from the ground, glaring angrily at the people who had always been afraid of him. But this time, he didn't need to show his power. The person in the front threw a fist straight at his face. Qin Yaozu reacted quickly, moving his head to the side and bending his waist to avoid the attack. He was then drowned in more punches and kicks. "Oh, you dare hit me. Oh, don't hit me. Motherfucker, it hurts. Who's going to hit me?" Ah, my legs, my head, my eyes. You don't know who I am. I surrender. If you hit me again, I'll die. Woo, ah, ah. Chen Yaozu could no longer be seen through the gaps in the crowd. His voice gradually turned from loud curses to soft begging for mercy, and then disappeared. Dead? The people who were hitting him stopped when they saw that there was no more movement. He's not dead. Let's leave it like this first. Xiao Bei said that she didn't want to kill him. She wants to kill him personally, one cut at a time, the kind that will take half a month. A person went over to touch Chen Yaozu's neck and nose, then stood up and said to the people around him. Chen Yaozu wasn't the only one who fell. The others didn't escape either. The smarter ones covered their heads and let the people hit them for a while. Those who struggled were beaten even more. The people in the yamen also stood up and watched at the side. They couldn't stop them, and they didn't dare to stop them. They even faintly felt that it would be better if the people of the Chen family were beaten to death. That way, the benefits they received wouldn't be exposed. Today, not only did they see the ceremonial procession of a third-rank official, they also felt the prestige of Xiao Bei and the others among the commoners. The usually honest commoners had such a huge reaction when they heard that Xiao Bei was bullied. If it wasn't for them shouting at the back not to beat him to death, the Chen family would probably be dead by now. Sir, what should we do? The county deputy, Qian Yusui, looked at the beating for a while and started to worry about his own affairs. He turned his head and whispered to Zhao Jianghao. I think we should do this. Let's, you saw, come here. Before Zhao Jianghao could finish his words, a few guards had already come to their side. Every two guards held onto one person's arm and walked to the side, not giving them a chance to talk and collude. Although there was no evidence to prove that the people in the yamen were not clean and had even broken the law, it could be estimated from the Chen family in the county that the people in the yamen were definitely not what they appeared to be on the surface. The three people in charge of the county yamen were taken away to assist in the investigation. The rest of the people were still waiting in the same place, not knowing what to do. At this time, a servant girl came over and said to them, My wife and young master said that they know everything you have done. Now, I will give you a chance. If you confess, you will be given a lighter sentence. If you resist, you will be executed on the spot. Yes, you will be charged with the crime of deceiving the emperor. It depends on your performance. In a while, someone will come over to question you one by one. Now, don't make a sound and don't look at each other. After the servant girl finished speaking, she left. Someone came over with a pen and paper to record. The people in the yamen lowered their heads and didn't look at others. Some even squatted down with their hands on their heads, waiting for others to come and ask them. At this moment, the mainstream of their thoughts was who to betray and who to betray. The team's doctor also came over and checked on the people of the Chen family who had been beaten. Other than a few who had fainted and perhaps had a slight concussion, the others were in good condition. Of course, there was no way to check if they had a concussion. The medical conditions were not good enough to detect it. The doctor not only had to check on the people who had been beaten, but also the people who had beaten them. Usually, the honest people would not be beaten, but there were people who had injured themselves. When their fists hit other people's heads would hurt, and their fists would hurt as well. Some even injured their tendons. There were also a few who sprained their ankles when they hit others, and some were accidentally injured by their own people. Everyone was grinning, waiting for the doctor to come over and check on them. Who knocked my teeth out? Little fatty, was it you? An 8 or 9-year-old boy covered his mouth. Blood flowed down the gaps between his fingers. It wasn't me. How would I have the strength to knock your teeth out? The person who was called Little Fatty shook his head and denied. You pushed me, and my mouth hit his head. The child who had lost his teeth wasn't stupid. Little Fatty took a step back and said, Don't blame it on me. Your teeth were loose the day before yesterday, and you need to change them. When you change your teeth, it's even more uncomfortable. You have to think about it every day. Even so, I don't need you to help me hit them. What do you think we should do? I'll treat you to some crispy knuckles. I don't have much noodles at home. I'll roast some for you. My teeth are gone. How can I eat them? Similar words spread among many people. Everyone seemed to be complaining, but in fact, they were in a good mood after venting. After beating the people who usually bullied them but did not dare to hit them, this was a good feeling. Xiao Bei and the others also got out of the car at this time and walked over to Chen Yaozu, who had been beaten. A basin of water was splashed on him. When he woke up in a daze, Xiao Bei smiled. Then, he said to him in a very ruffian and gangster-like manner, "What did you say when you invited me to the county the other day? Today, I'm here. I missed you so much. Let's find a place to have a good chat." Chapter 1206. In the end, Xiao Bei did not talk to Chen Yaozu in private because Zhang Xiaobao had ordered him to settle the matter in Tonghua County as soon as possible and then meet up in Izhou. As for Chen Yaozu, his personal opinion was that he should be severely punished, which had nothing to do with the law he had broken. From the perspective of an older brother, he did not need to reason with anyone who had insulted his younger brother or sister. "Excuse me, whose alfalfa is it? I'll buy it." Xiao Bei's honor guard had trampled on someone else's alfalfa, so he had to pay for it. "Sister Xiao Bei, it's his." A little girl slightly younger than Xiao Bei came over and pointed at Chen Yaozu while sniffling. "Oh, you saved money." Upon hearing that it was the Chen family's property, Xiao Bei dismissed the idea of compensation and asked the little girl, "Sister, what's your name? How old are you this year?" My name is Feng, 6 years old." "Sister Xiao Bei, he's usually very bad. When he walks on the road, people have to stop when they see him. When he goes to other people's places to eat, he wants to throw soil and water. He also said that if he wants the sky to be blue, then it's blue. If he wants it to be dark, then it's blue." "Shut up, I didn't say that." Chen Yaozu, whose face was full of scars, still knew how to defend himself. I said it. "Stare at me, I'll hit you." Feng clenched her fists and kicked Chen Yaozu with her little feet. She accidentally fell and hit her butt. She patted her butt and stood up, shaking her head. "I'm not afraid of you now. Father said that your family should die." "Feng, let's not talk to him. The road is paved with soil, and the streets are splashed with clean water. What a big show. Take them away, let's go. Let's finish them quickly so that I can meet up with my brother and sister." As Xiao Bei spoke, he took out a mahogany box from his bag. It was inlaid with copper walls. He took out a wet towel and wiped Feng's face and hands. He took her hand and walked to the county, not even taking the honor guard's car. Style sniffed hard. There was a faint fragrance on the wet towel just now. While walking with Bebe, she jumped happily. Suddenly, she remembered what Bebe said and said expectantly, "Sister Bebe, can you stay in the county for a few more days? When the wild fruits on the mountain bear, I'll cook them for you." Xiao Bei shook his head regretfully. "That won't do. Brother and sister need manpower. We have to go back and add the vigorous seedling protection team into the big team for brother and sister to use." "Oh, are they very powerful?" Feng turned around and looked at the guards with long and short spears. She was curious. "It's not an ordinary level of power. In the entire world, no one can stop our charge. Let me put it this way. For example, right now, the entire Jiannan Imperial Quartz Army has arrived at our Tonghua County. They want to surround and annihilate us. We can kill over 10,000 of them when we break through the encirclement." Lil Bei confidently said. "Why would the Imperial Quartz Army attack you? Aren't you guys together? How many people were 10,000? Can't you just not kill them?" Feng shook his free hand, as if he wanted to count the number of 10,000 people with his fingers. Xiao Bei felt like his head was about to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, "I've decided to invest 2,000 strings of cash into Tunghua County's education every year. When the time comes, you'll know how many tens of thousands of people are. We won't beat each other up. It's just a joke. How much is 2,000 strings of cash? Can you make me a new set of clothes and let me eat as much meat as I can?" Feng licked his lips and asked. "In a moment, when we enter the county, I'll immediately make meat for you to eat. Eat as much as you can." Xiao Bei finally realized the difference between children who went to school and those who didn't. The older children in Wenshan County's school wouldn't ask this kind of question. Xiao Yuan worriedly reminded him, "We've used up a lot in the past few days. There's not enough dried meat left to treat others to a meal." "Silly, we don't have any, but some people do. For example." Xiao Bei indicated for Xiao Yuan to look at the Qin family members who had been beaten. The group walked very slowly for less than half an hour before they entered the county. The first thing they did was to get something from the Qin family. The second thing was to spend money to buy all kinds of ingredients. The Qin family couldn't possibly provide such a large amount. Xiao Bei's group of 9 sat in the main hall of the county yamen. Below them were the 13 members of the Qin family. The youngest 3 didn't run away, but they weren't beaten. They were too young, so it wasn't easy to deal with them. Normally, the people in the county wouldn't see them, unlike the other members of the Qin family. The old man of the Qin family, Qin Mutong, was also bruised and swollen, but he knew how to protect himself and didn't suffer any more serious injuries. "Honorable patrol inspectors, my Qin family is guilty." Qin Mutong trembled as he fished out an account book from his bosom and held it up to Wei Wei's head with trembling hands. Someone brought the account book over. Xiao Bei's group of 9 flipped through it and found that it wasn't a detailed account. Instead, it was something like a summary report. It recorded the Qin family's wealth, as well as the overall income and expenses of the various shops. These weren't important. What was important was what was recorded at the back. In the transaction with Duosher, they had purchased 16,000 sheep and 6,500 cows. They had planned to sell 300 stones of fireworks to Duosher, but had already sold 160 stones. They had purchased 17,000 caddies of cast iron pipes, but had already sent 9,200 caddies. Later, they had dispatched people to various medical centers in batches to purchase finished medicines for typhoid fever and dysentery, which had already been sent to Duosher's 4,000 people. They had collected countless pieces of information related to Duosher from the people of Jiannan County and the government, and exchanged them. In addition, Duosher still owes the family 12,000 sheep, 6,000 cows, and 4,100 horses, among which were 300 military horses. The family owes Duosher 13,000 stones of salt, 500 stones of fermented tea, and 3,000 portions of frostbite cream. The account book was gently closed, and Xiao Bei's group of 9 looked at each other in surprise. "Our Qin family has already confessed everything, Patrol Inspector. Can you give us a way out?" Qin Mutong raised his head and asked dryly. He then found an excuse for himself. "When you were in Fengzhou, you didn't kill the officials who made the mistake. When you were in Wenshan, you didn't kill the officials who made the mistake. We are only merchants, and we made a small mistake. Can you give us a chance?" "A chance?" Xiao Bei stared at Qin Mutong in astonishment and laughed. "You want a chance from us? Your Qin family dared to collude with the enemy, and you still want a chance? I won't say anything to you. Come, take them away. Remember not to let them die. We have to pry out useful information from their mouths." Xiao Bei didn't even have the heart to continue talking to the Qin family. He couldn't find an excuse for them. Apart from rebellion, there was no other crime in the world more serious than colluding with the enemy. The people standing outside the yamen were just as shocked. They had thought the Qin family was usually acting like a tyrant in the county, bullying their neighbors, and so on. They never thought they would actually make deals with the enemy. The most hateful thing wasn't the enemy's fierceness and ruthlessness, but the betrayal that came from behind. Xiao Bei's group of 9 waited for the Qin family to be taken away. They sat in silence in the hall. The people outside didn't make a sound, and no one even thought about killing the Qin family. They knew the Qin family wouldn't get better, but they couldn't figure out why. So, they all looked sad. After a while, Xiao Bei raised his head and clapped his hands. He smiled again and said happily, "Okay, okay. Let's not think about them. It's already past mealtime, but no one has eaten, right? I'll treat them to food. There'll be wine and meat, and there'll be sweets for the children. Let's first raid the Qin family and see how many things they have." Haha. Originally, the things we raid should be given to the imperial court, but it's too far away. It's not worth it. I'll keep them, okay? The people outside didn't follow suit and shout, "Okay," at the right time. They were all still in a state of silence. Xiao Bei rubbed his hands, thought for a while, and continued, "It's just colluding with the enemy. What's the big deal? Everyone is sad that our Tang Empire has people who colluded with the enemy, but don't forget that our Tang Empire has iron-blooded men who will fight to the death, merchants who are willing to go bankrupt in order to support the frontline, and craftsmen who are unwilling to rest in order to provide logistics. Our Maozhou's Tonghua County isn't very far from the frontline, so this place is very important. Don't keep thinking about the Qin family. Think about doing more work yourselves to provide more support to the frontline. The children also need to work hard to learn and help the adults count the goods and calculate the accounts. It's not too late now. The war won't end in a short time. Why are we fighting? To bully others? We don't have that kind of thought. We want to take advantage of other people's things and use them for our own. The longer we fight, the more things we will take, right? We, the people of Tonghua County, have to show the people of the Tang Empire that other than one family who colluded with the enemy, we also have other families who are contributing to the frontline, right? Yes. Some of the people outside shouted. Then let's eat. After we're full, we have to work. Let's go. We have enough wine and meat today. Xiao Bei waved his arm and waved his small hand. He patted his official robe embroidered with the design of the trader and walked out. The adults outside helped to cook for the people of the county while the children cheered and ran around. When everyone was busy, Xiao Bei wiped the sweat on her forehead and sighed like an adult. She said, "Oh my God, the Qin family colluded with the enemy and they are also sad. I'm so tired. Because the Qin family is in the same county as them, they feel ashamed and can't raise their heads in front of people from other counties. It's just like how the people of Sanshui County always walk with their heads held high." Xiao Yuan explained his understanding. "Let's tell brother and sister and see what they do. We have never dealt with the crime of colluding with the enemy. Last time in Jiangnan, it was brother and sister who dealt with it." Xiao Bei found the problem, but she still couldn't make the decision herself. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team had already passed the boundary of Wenshan. However, they didn't go west to Tonghua. Instead, they went straight down. Because the team was huge, they moved slowly. They planned to let the younger brother and sister's team come out of Tonghua and force their way to catch up with them. Many old men were sent out, as well as the children of the old men's families. They borrowed their reputation and ability to deal with trivial matters so that they could free up their own people to do other things. They thought that the younger brother and sister's team were just dealing with a businessman in the county and could be dealt with quickly. They didn't expect that the telegram sent over today was about evidence of collusion with Duosher. "I don't know if it's because our family's babies are lucky or because Tonghua's Qin family is unlucky. They were just going to a random place to sell cement and they actually caught them. It seems that Duosher is also very hardworking. They even know to buy medicine from the Tang Empire." Wang Wan didn't get angry after reading the report. It was only collusion. Which dynasty didn't collude with the enemy? Which country didn't have traitors? She just had to get used to it. Zhang Xiaobao supported his chin with his hand and thought for a while. He said, "Colluding with the enemy is not bad. We should encourage it and promote this spirit of risking countless dangers to benefit the people of the world. Have Xiao Bei and the others hurry on their way after eating today and send the cement to Weizhou. Escort the Chen family over. I have great use for them. Chapter 1207. Xiao Bao, there is a river in front of us. Baigo's voice came from outside the car. Zhang Xiaobao opened the car door and said to Baigo, Grandpa Bai, I know. Without a river, how can there be a village? Xiaobao, do you want to eat fish tonight? Baigo turned around and asked. It seemed that he had learned the 6 arts of gentlemen well. At least, he could ride a horse steadily. Grandpa Bai, we are in a hurry. Stop the car and let Grandpa Bai come up. Zhang Xiaobao stopped the car and helped Baigo get up. Wang Wan was busy making tea. In the car, she and Zhang Xiaobao had prepared all kinds of snacks, small cold plates, preserved fruits, sunflower seeds, a few types of tea, fruit juices, grape wine, rice wine, Chinese chess, gamoku, Chinese checkers, army flag, and monopoly games. There were even musical instruments such as qin, shao, hu, and pipa. Writing brushes, ink, and paper were also necessary. Many old men were separated from the rest of the group, leaving behind some old men and their children. They would chat with one of them from time to time. Wang Wan had to provide them with different things according to their tastes. As a result, the old men were satisfied, the juniors were shocked by the talents of the 2 people, and the 2 people were exhausted. Baigo liked to drink tea and then eat 5-spice sunflower seeds. Usually, Longjing tea and Maojian tea were enough. Otherwise, he would be thirsty while eating sunflower seeds. He didn't like music and found it annoying. It was probably related to his hobby of fishing. As soon as they entered the car, Baigo grabbed the sunflower seeds on the small table and threw them into his mouth. He was waiting for the tea to be ready. Grandpa Bai, what do you want to say? We can't stop fishing today. We have to go to Izhou as soon as possible and finish all the arrangements. Only then can we have time to go fishing. Zhang Xiaobao grabbed a handful of pumpkin seeds. They were the original flavor, the kind that was fried without any seasoning. He pinched them with his fingernails and stuffed them into Wang Wan's mouth. Wang Wan liked to eat them, but she didn't want to peel them. Baigo looked envious and pushed the melon seeds in front of him towards Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Grandpa Bai, your watermelon seeds can only be chewed with one's mouth. I can't pinch them, but I can pinch them with all my might. But my hands hurt, so it's not worth it. Why don't you change them to the sunflower seeds that were brought here with the potatoes from afar? No need, no need. I don't mean anything else. I thought you wanted to eat the sunflower seeds. If you don't want them, I'll eat them myself. Baigo pulled the plate back and said, since we can't really go fishing, let's talk about fishing. All right. Speaking of fishing, I know a thing or two. Zhang Xiaobao gave another one to Wang Wan and agreed. Don't be modest. Who doesn't know that your family produces the best fishing tackle? Your grandpa has organized a fishing association and is selling fishing tackle to you everywhere. He's made a lot of money. Of course, he's also making a lot of money, several times more than what he gave to your family. When your father and mother were together, he didn't agree. As for me, I always persuaded him and told him. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's gaze, Baigo was very embarrassed and stopped talking. He smiled without any awkwardness. Let's not talk about the past, and let's not talk about whether I persuaded him or not. Let's talk about the fishing tackle you designed. Different fish in different waters need different fishing tackle, right? Not really. The same fishing rod and the same bait can catch different fish. Zhang Xiaobao continued stuffing sunflower seeds into Wang Wan's mouth. Yes. Xiaobao, you know more. I want to ask, why? The same fishing rod and bait can catch different fish. Don't you think it's amazing? Biyao confidently followed Zhang Xiaobao's words. Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to find a medicine that could kill all the fish in the world. Otherwise, he would have to beat around the bush every time he talked about something. Facing Biyao's question, he could only nod and say nothing. Biyao said himself, since fish can be caught this way, can the same method be used to tempt people? What method? Zhang Xiaobao cooperated. Money. For money, one can sell one's body. For money, one can sell one's soul. For money, one can even sell one's country. Our Tang people have been tempted by money time and time again. They have done things that harm our Tang empire. What do you think we should do? Biyao put down the remaining sunflower seeds in his hand, picked up the teacup, and blew on the water. Zhang Xiaobao breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that there would be some kind of exchange of interests, but it turned out to be just a small problem. Grandpa Bai, next time you encounter such a situation, can't you just say it directly? It's about the Chen family, right? Zhang Xiaobao also picked up the teacup and took a sip. How can we fish if we say it directly? Biyao was very dissatisfied with Zhang Xiaobao's attitude. Isn't the purpose of fishing to change the topic to business? Why do we have to fish? How can we change the topic to business if we don't fish? Don't say it. What did you say? Let's talk business. How do we get down to business? Don't you have to switch from fishing? Grandpa Bai, Tonghua's Chen family isn't a big problem. It's easy to handle, I can make use of it. To be honest, not only is his family colluding with the enemy, but my family is as well. If I don't, how am I supposed to gather information? Zhang Xiaobao saw that they were about to end up in an endless loop, so he immediately returned to the main topic. Bai Su waved his hand. That's different. You have mutual exchanges with the enemy. You will consider what things you can give and what information you can give. As long as the Chen family has benefits, as long as they can provide information and materials, they are willing to trade. You do things for the country, and they do things for themselves. His family definitely had no excuse to say that they were doing this for the country. Otherwise, how could there not be a school in Tonghua County? The only thing left was the government's primary school. If the children wanted to enter, they had to be smart and be able to afford the tuition fees. If his family had organized the other people in the county to collectively farm, rented out the cattle they had exchanged for at a cheap price, built workshops, recruited people to build beautiful, neat, and sturdy houses for the craftsmen to live in, and led the people in the county to do business with the outside world. At the same time, they built the best school, gave the children the best food, the best clothes, and spent money to find a knowledgeable teacher. They planted herbs to subsidize the medical center. In that case, if Xiao Bei and the others went to investigate, even if they found evidence of him colluding with the enemy, what would the result be? There would be local people, jointly vouching for him. If Xiao Bei and the others wanted to take him away, they would have to explain to the people for a long time. If it was not Xiao Bei and the others who went, but other officials, it was very likely that they would be intercepted by the local people. Especially when Xiao Bei and the others saw that the children in the school were living a good life, they would have to consider how to help the Chen family reduce the punishment. In the end, if they handed him over to me, I would not be able to kill them. There was a high probability that they would be included in the intelligence system. Zhang Xiaobao answered frankly. Wang Wan also nodded. It was indeed so. Although there was a law, the fairness of the law had always been questioned. There would always be loopholes in the law because it was not detailed enough. Once the law was too detailed, it would lose the interests of the people who concentrated on social goods. Then, the law would not be successful. If the protection of the interests of these people was written in the detailed law, it would require the support of other people who had scarce goods. They were the majority, so they naturally would not agree. Consent represented the appearance of a class, and it was still protected by the law. What was the difference between that and the ethnic differences in India? What was the difference between that and the minority policies of Xiao Bao and herself? If there was no difference, how could the law be fair? Why should people support the absoluteness and independence of an unjust law? Losing these two characteristics would be a bad law. Therefore, the law had always been made for the majority of the people who could not resist the creation of the law. It was made to protect the fairness of the minority who had the majority of social goods and resources, and the majority who could not control the resources and could only control the minority of resources. To put it bluntly, the rich and powerful were protected by the law. When facing them, the people who did not have money and power could not ask for fairness through the law. The rich and powerful could get fairness through the law from people like them and from groups without power and money. The groups without money and power could only ask for fairness from people like them through the law. Then, under what circumstances could the disadvantaged group ask for fairness from the higher-ups? It was the people they asked for fairness who were abandoned by the higher-ups. In other words, it was not the law that protected the disadvantaged group to get fairness from the advantaged group, but another advantaged group. Therefore, when Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao dealt with issues related to the law, most of the time, they had to consider the benefits they would lose and gain before deciding whether to act according to the law. The two would consider breaking the law from the perspective of national interests, and at the same time, they made and supported the law from the perspective of national interests. It was ironic, but this was the reality of the human community. If it was explained in a classical philosophy of wisdom, it would be, people follow the law of earth, earth follows the law of heaven, heaven follows the law of Tao, and Tao follows the law of nature. What was nature? Biyao didn't think so much. Right now, he was thinking about the reality of the matter. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, if many merchants did what I just said, in the end, wouldn't they be allowed to collude with the enemy? Or perhaps they would be allowed to make mistakes while using the excuse of improving the local community's living standards to escape the punishment of the law. This is what it means to take bigger steps, to be a bit more daring. Regardless of whether the black and white paths get birds, rats and rats, that is, rats and rats, that is, Wu Xiaobao, eat a snack. Once you're full, you'll only have the strength to cross the bridge of helplessness after cutting off your head. Come, drink some more tea, don't choke. Wang Wan stuffed a piece of date cake into Zhang Xiaobao's mouth. As she spoke, she brought him tea. Zhang Xiaobao swallowed the large piece of date cake with the tea. He smiled at Biyao and said, Cuckoo loves me dearly and is always afraid that I'll be hungry. Sorry for the ridicule. Grandpa Bai, I've thought about what you just said. When the war starts, I'll take care of it. To be honest, I'm not worried about colluding with the enemy at all. As long as His Majesty doesn't collude with the enemy, it's fine. Other countries don't have basic industries. If I give Duosher a telegraph machine, can he make it? If I give them a cannon, they can't even aim accurately at where to shoot. The industrial technology of the Tang Empire is in my hands. Even if they work hard to get it, before they can learn it, Cuckoo's soldiers will push it over. How many years have Cuckoo and I been watching the industrial development technology? Look at the Tang Empire's Industrial Research Institute now. How many things have been produced? It's just a plane with wings that look like bandages for wounded people. Until now, there has been no news of a successful test flight. Biyao nodded. Xiaobao, you're right. I'll wait for you to deal with the problem I just mentioned. Don't let us down, or I won't die in peace. What about the Qin family? I'll take over and continue to trade with Duosher. They just want guns, right? I'll give them salt and tea as much as I can. As long as the Tang Empire has extra or can speed up production, I won't be stingy. It'll be fine when the war starts. Waiting is sometimes a kind of pain, but it can also be said to be a kind of habit. Zhang Xiaobao closed his eyes and finished speaking. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Today, I've finished 2 chapters. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1208. That night, Xiao Bei held a grand bonfire party in Tonghua County. She spent the money to buy all kinds of food from the county and invited those who could come to join in the fun. It was estimated that the standard of living of the people in the county would drop in the next few days, so a large amount of food was roasted and eaten. However, it all went into their stomachs, so they didn't lose anything. When the bonfire party ended, Xiao Bei's group of 9 set off, leaving behind a bit of cement for the people of Tonghua County to see. More cement needed to be brought to Weizhou. Weizhou had more people and merchants than Tonghua County, so it was suitable for Wenshan to advertise. The people of Tongzhou were still in a happy mood, so they didn't expect Xiao Bei's group to leave just like that. Seeing their troop gradually leave and disappear into the night, the people suddenly felt that the night sky was no longer as bright as before. It was so cold and lonely. Gone. The little girl who had pulled Xiao Bei to talk to her when she was beating people spoke with tears in her eyes. Gone. If you want to see each other again, study hard. When you've learned enough, go help Xiao Bei, the little girl's father said as he rubbed his daughter's head. Earning fun, the Qin family is really rich, and there are so many valuable things that are all ours. I definitely won't give them to Uncle Emperor. Let's discuss how to use them. It's estimated to be more than 600,000 strings of cash. That's a large sum of money. Colluding with the enemy is a shortcut to riches. Xiao Bei was already used to parting. She turned the sadness of each breakup into sweet memories. At the very least, she smiled. It was the same for Xiao Yuan and the rest. Just like the lyrics in the song her brother sang for her, when tomorrow becomes yesterday, and yesterday becomes a fragment of memory, tears and smiling faces are not forever. When meeting again becomes goodbye, and seeing again becomes distant longing, the peace of the heart is forever. 600,000 strings of cash. It's not too much, but it's not too little either. There are ways to spend it, but the money comes from confiscating property. Logically speaking, it belongs to the imperial court, Xiao Yuan said softly. He didn't sound like he wanted to hand it over, but he felt like he couldn't find an excuse or reason to keep it. Xiao Bei curled her lips. I don't want to give the money to Minister of Revenue Wang Bei. He leads a group of people to oppose our father. Our father is an upright official, but that doesn't mean we're as honest. I won't give it, I definitely won't. Besides, logically speaking, our official robes need to be paid for by the imperial court. We also need a salary. Have you ever taken money from the imperial court? When Uncle Emperor travels to other places, he has to pay for the food on the way. When have you ever seen him come to our family's restaurant and talk about paying the bill? Now that we have all left the capital, I suspect that Wang Bei will be ready to make a move. I don't know how many obstacles he will create for my father behind his back. When we return, I want to let him know that not only does he know how to play dirty tricks, we also know how to play tricks in a fair and square manner. It's restless. It's better to describe it as flowing water, Xiao Yuan corrected. Wang Bei's evil thoughts are like flowing water, gurgling, gurgling, gurgling. Isn't our father at a disadvantage when facing him? Xiao Bei took Xiao Yuan's explanation and directly used it. It's your father, not mine. My father's surname is Wang, Xiao Yuan corrected. Remember what you said. Don't call me father in the future. Xiao Bei turned his head in a fit of pique. Yes, my name is father-in-law. How shameless. Only a diplomat like you can say something like that. I think it's better to use this money to organize a children's activity. Xiao Hai saw that his sister and his future brother-in-law were quarreling again, so he interjected. When the other's attention was on him, he explained, children will be selected from various places in the Tang Empire based on their education level to participate in the state-level competition. After that, they will go to the capital for the finals and provide rewards to the winners. At the same time, the children who come to the capital will be organized to go on a trip to our Sanshui County. What's the use? I think other than spending money, it's just spending money. It's called spending money for the sake of spending money. It's better to directly buy a batch of things and send them to various places. Even if it's just a piece of clothing, it's still good. 600,000 strings of coins, it's enough to let my family's clothing store make it with a small profit. Xiao Bei started to be pragmatic again. I agree with Xiao Bei's words. Xiao Yuan wanted to vote. Xiao Hai ignored Xiao Yuan. When did you not agree with Xiao Bei's words? He continued, if we really want to send clothes to all the children in the Tang Empire, we just need to take out a little of our precious candy house's money. Brother said that the motivation for social development and advancement comes from human desires, or perhaps biological instincts. Plants know how to grow toward the sun, animals know how to occupy territory, and humans naturally compare. The happiness of humans lies in how many resources you have that others need. The purpose of the competition is not friendship, but competition. It promotes the individuals involved in the competition to work hard to master the skills that can win the competition. Children also need to compete. The most important thing is that the children who come to the capital will be able to meet the emperor. Then, when they go back, they will naturally spread the news, which is conducive to consolidating the centralization of power. At the same time, it will also attract the attention of the local authorities to children's education. After Xiao Hai finished speaking, the others fell into deep thought. Only Xiao Bei didn't even think about it. He directly praised, brother, what you said is really too good. It's like the North Star guiding me forward in the dark night. It's like a lighthouse escorting me in the middle of the sea. It's like the sweet dew in a land of drought. It's like an oasis in the desert. It's also like the burning charcoal in the ice and snow. It's like the floating clouds and the light breeze on the horizon. Xiao Yuan listened in a daze. He originally thought that his literary talent was the best among the 9 of them, but he did not expect that Xiao Bei would be able to outdo him today. Xiao Hai really did not know what to do with this little sister of his. He sighed, if you think it's okay, we will send a telegram to the capital now and let the emperor pass the order down. The remaining 8 children nodded. In any case, the money was stolen, so it would be a waste not to spend it. In the midst of the beeping sound, the telegram was sent out. After being relayed, it was believed that it would soon reach the palace. I suddenly thought of a question. Xiao Bei saw that the telegram was sent out and suddenly said, if the officials and squires below know that the children can meet the emperor, will they cheat? Xiao Yuan smiled reservedly, would they dare? Do they think that the various telegram departments are just decorations? Normally, the common people can endure a little grievance, but when it comes to the issue of children being able to meet the emperor, who dares to do anything? They will send a telegram to report it. Would the local yamen dare to put the telegram department under surveillance? The others shook their heads. The telegram department in each place was administratively independent. Everyone could use it, but they were not allowed to interfere. For those who interfered with the telegram department, the court would infer that they were concealing information and had bad intentions. Normally, every telegram department would make 3 secret code reports a day so that people could be sure that there was no problem. If there was one missing, the court would immediately send a report to the surrounding telegram departments and authorize them to mobilize the local yamen to investigate to see if there was a problem with the equipment or if the personnel had gone on a business trip. Just like the beacon tower in the past, it was lit once every morning and evening. If one pillar went up, it meant that it was safe. The other pillars and the order in which they were lit represented different meanings, but if the beacon tower did not have smoke, there would be a fast horse to check the situation. When Li Longji woke up this morning, he was not used to it. The actions of the concubines beside him made him feel awkward. Last night did not seem to be enough fun. Sitting by the bed and thinking about it, Li Longji finally understood why. A few days ago, his Empress Wang and Wu Huifei had left the capital for Sanshui County. At first, he felt that it was quite interesting to lose 2 people that he could usually see, but now he suddenly felt that something was missing from his side. Xiao Bao was right. A habit is indeed an uncontrollable fluctuation of the heart. It is even harder to control than anger and joy. You too can play. Are you bullying me because I can't go out? When you come back, see how I deal with you. Li Longji muttered as he thought about it. Then, he had someone put on his clothes. There was no court today, so there was plenty of time. After washing up, Li Longji decided to have a good breakfast. He instructed the eunuch beside him, "Tell the imperial kitchen to send fried cakes and mutton soup." "Your Majesty, there are no fried cakes today," the eunuch replied nervously. He sighed and said, "They said that I was angry yesterday and my blood pressure was high. Naturally, my breakfast became like this. In fact, I was not angry yesterday. I was happy." The approximate number that Xinhua officials calculated was that their people were pulled over by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. But I know that the actual number is more than 2 million. This is because when some people came over, they still had family members at home. When they checked, their family members would definitely say that they were at home and had gone out to do something. When those people who did not bring their family members settled down, their family members would also come over. At that time, it would not be 2 million. Tell me, how can I not be happy? The heavens blessed my Tang Empire and sent Xiao Bao and Cuckoo here. Tell me, what would have happened if they had been born in Xinhua? Chapter 1209. Gao Lishur was very puzzled. Every time he saw His Majesty in the past few days, His Majesty would praise his son Xiao Bao and daughter-in-law Cuckoo. What was going on? The two children were indeed good, but there was no need to praise them every day. Thinking of His Majesty's question, he replied, "I reckon that if what your Majesty said is true, the northern part of Hebei province has already belonged to Xinhua. Moreover, Xinhua is strong. After all, their country is small and easy to govern. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will have a very easy time dealing with it. Unlike the Tang Empire, where the land is vast, there are many people, the geography is complicated, and disasters occur frequently. Xiao Bao and the others have many things to consider. They have to consider everything when dealing with it. It's difficult. In my impression, they never seem to play like other children." Speaking of this, Gao Lishur's eyes were slightly red, and his heart ached. Li Longji listened and ate a few mouthfuls of radish skin. The rich taste of aged vinegar stimulated him to breathe a few times, and he felt much better. After Gao Lishur finished speaking, Li Longji took a bite of the cake. As he chewed, he said in a vague voice, "If they were born in Xinhua, I would not lose the northern part of Hebei province. The population there is small, the winter is bitterly cold, and there are many mountains and few plains. Xiao Bao will not occupy that place. I have no doubt that the first place to be lost will be the eastern part of Hunan province. They will also take away Dang province, Lai province, Jili province, and the place near the sea that they named Bohai Bay. Then it will be Huainan province and Jiangnan province because they are all close to the sea. Countless Xinhua gunboats cruised on the sea. The place that they occupied on the Tang Empire's shore was built with tall reinforced concrete cities with cannons on it. If I send troops to attack, the catapults will be destroyed in the artillery fire before they can be transported to their positions during the siege. Then it will be risking people's lives to build ladders. As for the battering rams and other things to attack the city walls and gates, there is no need to send them. When the ladders were moved forward, the soldiers raised their shields and rushed forward. Countless light and heavy machine guns spat out flames at the same time. There were also grenades and hot air balloons that were specifically looking for commanding generals to bombard. We lost our morale. I asked for peace and negotiations. Xiao Bao said peace with a smile, proposed trade, and began another kind of invasion. Hercules, tell me how scary it is. Gao Lishur nodded repeatedly as he listened. When Li Longji was done, he asked with concern, "Your Majesty, are you tired from dealing with government affairs during the day? Or did you not sleep well at night?" "How do you know?" "I had a nightmare last night and woke up in the morning. I dreamed that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had died and then reincarnated in Xinhua. I've analyzed it according to the psychology Xiao Bao taught me. I feel that it's because I heard the news of Xinhua during the day. I'm so happy that I keep thinking about it. Then, it's because Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have been away for too long. Help me think." Isn't that the case? Gao Lisher continued to nod and said awkwardly, "It's not good to ask them to come back. It's too far away. Otherwise, we can send a telegram first and ask them to assemble a broadcasting station and a radio. We can use Zhang Zhong's things to communicate." Li Longji fell silent and began to compete with the food in front of him. When he was 80% full, he stopped and said, "I'm worried because of the dream." "It's fine. I'll be fine after dealing with a few things. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. Your Majesty, you can think of it this way. Even if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo die and reincarnate in Xinlua, their hearts will definitely be with the Tang Empire. They will definitely find a way to come back to you and prove their identity to you. Then, they will continue to support the affairs of the Tang Empire, right?" Gao Lisher could only follow along and persuade him. "Yes, yes, yes. Hercules, you've thought it through. Even if their bodies are not of the Tang Empire, their souls are still. I believe that even if they are at the ends of the earth, they will find a way to come back. With their abilities, no one can stop them. Even if they are further away, they will fly back like a balloon. I just need to wait patiently." Li Longji rubbed his stomach and said in a good mood. He stood up and walked out with Gao Lisher, intending to personally see the progress of the construction in the palace. Not long after they left, a voice came from behind, reporting. Zhang Xiaobei, Wang Xiaoyuan, and the other patrol inspectors called last night. Li Longji was happy at first, but then his face darkened. "Why are you only showing me last night's telegram now? Your Majesty, it was too late last night. They didn't say that it was urgent and didn't want to disturb your rest." The person handed the telegram to Li Longji with both hands. Li Longji snatched it over and said, "They aren't anxious, but how can I not be anxious? In the future, when they call Xiao Bao, they must immediately show it to me." It's actually colluding with the enemy. The Qin family is really unlucky. They hid in the remote Tonghua and were still caught by Xiaobei and the others. TSK, TSK, TSK. Heaven's net has wide meshes. Look, I've said before that they are definitely unique to the Tang Empire. No one can snatch them away. The fate of the Tang Empire is clearly displayed on them. So many patrol inspectors couldn't find them, but they sneaked over and caught them. They even colluded with the enemy. If this isn't the fate of the Tang Empire, what is? Li Longji muttered to himself. Gao Lisher was waiting anxiously at the side. He wanted to take a look, but he was afraid that it would affect His Majesty's mood, so he could only continue to wait. Li Longji also continued to grumble. The value of the copied items is estimated to be 600,000 strings of coins. There are also a lot of cows and sheep, but they didn't give it to me. They said that it was enough to compensate for the official robes and salaries of the two families. It's just a bunch of small trinkets. As for the Gu family, they took back all the benefits that I've taken from them over the years. Lisher, don't you think it's very interesting? Yes, yes. Gao Lisher replied. At the same time, he rubbed his hands anxiously. Fortunately, he could tell from His Majesty's words that the little fellows had caught someone again. Furthermore, it was the crime of colluding with the enemy. It was a huge crime. Not bad. After being greedy for money, they took it out and asked me to help organize a competition for the children of the Tang Empire. They wanted to cultivate a love for the Tang Empire from the moment they were children. Hee, they actually drew my head so big and my body so small. Lisher, can you guess who drew this? Oh, here, take a look for yourself. As Li Longji spoke, he realized that there was a problem. Gao Lisher also waited for him to take a look, so he casually passed it over. Gao Lisher was very surprised. There was a drawing on a telegram? He took a look and saw that there was indeed a drawing of a cartoon with a big head. Below was an explanation of the drawing. It was a square drawing of 20 centimeters on each side, 3 centimeters on the top, 5 centimeters on the left, a horizontal line. 2 centimeters on the left, 3 centimeters on the bottom, 5 centimeters on the left, 4 centimeters on the bottom, a 39-degree arc. After reading it, Gao Lisher suddenly understood and said, "So that's how it is. It's really a waste of telegram resources." Your Majesty, this subject thought that it was Xiao Bei who suggested that Xiao Zhu draw the drawing and Xiao Hai calculate the location. The location where the telegram was received must have been drawn by someone else. To be able to use data to replace intuition, Xiao Hai's skill is really impressive. Look at the content, look at the content. Li Longji really didn't think about the cartoon drawing before. At this moment, he was equally shocked. Gao Lisher quickly finished reading the content of the telegram. His mood was the same as Li Longji's, very happy. Li Longji said, "Reply, I approve. Let them help me catch more bad guys over there. When they come back, I allow them to take a picture with me, just like when they draw for me. The kind with my autograph, After receiving the order, the person who delivered the telegram turned around and ran out to deliver the report. Li Longji and Gao Lisher once again walked towards the construction site. However, just as they walked a short distance, another person who delivered the telegram hurried over. "Your Majesty, Zhang Xiaobao has sent a telegram." Li Longji's expression became serious. Zhang Xiaobao's telegram was different from Zhang Xiaobei's, so it must be something important. He took a look at it and said to Gao Lisher, "Why else would I say that when I dreamt that they were born in Xinlua, I would wake up in fright? Xiao Bao is always scheming against people. Take a look." Gao Lisher took a look and nodded vigorously. The content of the telegram was very simple. To be precise, it was a supplement to the telegram sent by Xiao Bei and the others. Why did it have to be the children of the Great Tang to hold a children's competition? In line with the Great Tang's care as a superior country, it was better to invite the children of Japan, Xinlua, and other small countries in the southwest to participate in the finals in the capital. 100,000 people from Xinlua, 200,000 from Japan, and 50,000 from the southwest could come in families to participate in the friendly competition in the Great Tang. At the same time, they could tour the capital of the superior country. All the expenses would be paid by the Great Tang. Each person would also be given a gift worth no less than 100 strings of coins, 2 sets of exquisite clothes, a set of fine glassware, and a medicine box that would be prepared at home, including commonly used medicines. If the participants had outstanding results, there would be more valuable prizes and rewards from the emperor of the superior country. Gao Lisher understood the purpose of Zhang Xiaobao's plan in the telegram. Oh, it was not a plan. It was a plan to appease the surrounding countries, the kind that could show friendship. Xiao Bao called a few days ago and said that they had invited important people from Japan to the Great Tang for a tour. It must be to cooperate with Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao must have known what Xiao Bei and the others were going to do and chased after them. This way, they can go and hunt for duo food in peace. Gao Lisher analyzed the situation. "Lisher, do you think that if they come to the capital, they won't cause trouble when Cuckoo fights duo food?" Li Longji asked. "Precisely. No, no." Li Longji shook his head. Has Minister forgotten Xiao Bao's style of coming up with plans? Style? Is His Majesty saying that his plans are always chained together? Gao Lisher looked at the telegram again and shook his head. How could this subject not see it? Perhaps Xiao Bao did not think it through and was just casually coming up with a plan. No matter how Gao Lisher looked at it, Xiao Bao wanted to use money to attract people and then numb the surrounding countries so that they would not be disturbed when he dispatched his troops. Moreover, the amount of money used was not small. The travel expenses, accommodation, and food in the capital, as well as the gifts, added up to more than 30 million strings of coins. All of this was for the sake of obtaining victory on another battlefield, using money to buy time. But who would pay in the end? Gao Lisher began to worry and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, this subject has secretly calculated and found that 30 million strings of coins might not be enough. Who will pay? The national treasury? Your internal funds? The Zhang family and the Wang family? Xiao Bei and the others definitely won't be able to fork out that much money. Li Longji waved his hand. The national treasury's money cannot be touched. It's fine if I fork out a portion of my money, but I would feel the pinch if I were to fork out all of it. As for the power generation, ask Xiao Bao who will pay for it. Is it the national treasury, me, or his family? Li Longji instructed the person who delivered the telegram. After that, he was not in the mood to visit the construction site. He just waited there and got someone to bring tea and sunflower seeds. Nearly half an hour later, the person who delivered the telegram ran over and shouted, "Your Majesty, Zhang Xiaobao has replied and said that we don't need to fork out any money. There are others who are willing to fork out the money. Thank you for your support." Chapter 12:10. Accompany us to the construction site. When Li Longji heard the report, he put his hands behind his back and walked towards the back. After Gao Lisher was reassured, his footsteps became lighter. "Lisher, to be honest, I quite dislike Xiao Bao. He always speaks halfway. When I ask him, he always beats around the bush. Guess with me, who did he transfer the money to? How did he transfer it?" Li Longji began to sink into a special emotion. To put it bluntly, it was as if he was possessed. He would only act like this when he was facing Zhang Xiaobao. In the past 10 years, he had fought in this dark scheme time and time again, but he had never seen the light of day. Without waiting for Gao Lisher to reply, Li Longji continued, "It has already become a habit that we like. We can only relax when we are facing Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, apart from the harem. Do you know why? This subject does not know, but this subject also dislikes Xiao Bao. When others face this subject, they will always flatter me, but this subject has never seen this from Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They will not mock this subject behind this subject's back because of the defects of this subject's body, nor will they flatter this subject because of this subject's status. Xiao Bao will sometimes flatter this subject, but this subject knows that it is definitely not because this subject is close to your Majesty, but because he has recognized this subject as his adoptive father. This subject, who is used to others flattering this subject, feels uncomfortable." Gao Lisher followed Li Longji's words and acted as if he was angry. Li Longji smiled and patted Gao Lisher's shoulder. "As expected of this subject's most considerate Lisher, you are as hateful as Xiao Bao. You have to beat around the bush even when explaining things. You should have just said that Xiao Bao is not afraid of this subject. Why did you have to shift the topic to you? They are indeed not afraid of this subject. In fact, they don't even show the most basic respect. The only time they showed respect from the bottom of their hearts was when they decided to abolish the land and salaries of all officials and increase taxes based on their income. At that time, I promised to give Cuckoo half of the military forces to fight against the threats of the important ministers and the various families. Unfortunately, I was wrong at that time. I thought they would use force to force the various families to compromise. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that when His Majesty wanted to give them soldiers, they would have no use for them at all? Not only did they have Cuckoo, who was good at fighting, they also had Xiao Bao, who liked to play tricks and schemes. They knew what they would face, so they made preparations in advance. However, they still accepted your kindness. This time, Gao Lisher did not beat around the bush and spoke bluntly. In this era, he was the only one who dared to analyze Li Longji's psychology. No one else dared to, and it was even more impossible for Li Longji to have such a heart-to-heart with his subjects. Similarly, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan respected him, not because of his high position, but because they knew his loyalty throughout history, even if he was a eunuch. Li Longji nodded. Speaking of dislike for Xiao Bao and the others, it's a recognition of them. However, there are people that I truly dislike. The group led by the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, and the people from the Censorate are eager to try. Their goal in opposing Zhang Zhong is to oppose Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. I know that they are doing this for me to see. The way to be a ruler is to use people and use their abilities to suppress their hearts. There needs to be a balance. That's why they stood out and opposed Zhang Zhong. I can't deal with them yet, so I can only give them hints. They clearly received the hint, but they still acted the same way. Li Longji's expression turned ugly as he spoke, as if he thought that Wang Bei and the others wouldn't understand his intentions. Furthermore, they were hinting at him through their actions, asking him to remove Zhang Zhong from the position of Minister of Works, even if it was another minister. The problem is that Your Majesty doesn't need to be balanced against Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. This subject has discovered that they are also ambitious. The difference is that their ambitions are not in the imperial court, but outside. They want to use all sorts of methods to seize more land and resources so that the common people of our dynasty can live better lives. According to their psychology, this is the path that they use to realize their personal worth. This subject feels that the imperial court and even imperial authority are too small for them, and they aren't willing to tie themselves to the court and play with the world. Gao Lishur was even more disgusted by Wang Bei and the others. It was easy to remove Zhang Zhong, but difficult to replace him. Xiao Bao had said long ago that they needed to take control of the Great Tang's industries and build a powerful Great Tang heavy industry. If Zhang Zhong wasn't given the position of Minister of Works, Xiao Bao would definitely have split the research institute and not allowed anyone else to interfere. But it was clear that Wang Bei and the others wanted to seize the research institute. How could that be possible? Let alone Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, even His Majesty wouldn't agree. Only by placing the research institute in the hands of Xiao Bao and the others would His Majesty be at ease. He wouldn't have to worry about the speed of development or the problem of confidentiality. Thus, we intend to adjust Wang Bei's position. What does Minister think? Li Longji asked. This subject believes that it cannot be done. Wang Bei has done very well in the Bureau of Revenue. If it were someone else, they would have made many mistakes. Moreover, Xiao Bei and the others have already acted first and cut off the free welfare provided to Wang Bei's family. Wang Bei's daughter-in-law was pregnant at the right time, so Xiao Bei and the others took out the things to send over. Ah, benevolence and righteousness. Little children also know how to give and take. They're much better than many officials in the court. When officials are in conflict with their opponents, they won't rest until they're dead. Who could have imagined that Xiao Bei and the others would send so many nutritious products to Wang Bei's daughter-in-law when she was pregnant? Wang Bei should feel ashamed. That child should be able to walk now, right? Gao Lishur wanted nothing more than to kill Wang Bei, but when he considered his opponent's abilities, he could only give up on his grudge. It's born. That child has received a great deal of support from Xiao Bei and the others. They're of prenatal education, and they've even sent him a carriage to learn how to crawl and walk. In a few days, he'll probably have his first birthday celebration. We will go and take a look when we have time. When we get back, we can report to Xiao Bei and inform them. Speaking of Wang Bei, we remember the court assembly at the end of last year. Because the Zhang family and the Wang family had spent too much on other things, especially on intelligence, the year-end settlement was 5 million strings less than the previous year. Wang Bei was overjoyed. But later on, the new group they set up with the Ministry of Works didn't make a single cent of profit. They were in a situation where they would make a loss during the year, but would be able to make a profit after the year. That is to say, there were no dividends during the year, but they didn't have to worry about making a loss, because after the new year, they would be able to make up for the loss. According to what Zhang Zhong said that day, this is called breaking even. But according to what we heard from Xiao Bao, as long as a sum of money doesn't produce a profit, then it's depreciating. This is a type of relative depreciation. It means that our country is issuing more money, so the amount of money that can be bought has decreased. And there's a simple rule. The more luxury goods are bought in society, the more the currency will inflate. This is a type of relative depreciation. Xiao Bao also said that there's another type of absolute depreciation. He said that he guaranteed to control this situation and wouldn't allow it to happen, or at least within a certain period of time. And absolute depreciation is when the rate of increase in currency issuance exceeds the rate of increase in the production of people's goods. This is reflected in the specific situation. The price of goods necessary for survival is rising too quickly, much faster than the rate of people's income. There are two reasons for this situation. First, it's the issue of large amounts of currency when productivity can't keep up. If we don't want to give up on the speed of currency issuance, we have to improve production technology. Second, it's the wrong interference of administrative orders. The ruling class artificially hinders the majority of the people from obtaining the right to currency. If we don't want to give up on this wrong interference, we have to add new administrative policies aimed at the welfare of the majority of the people. This is what Xiao Bao said to us. Wang Bei wants us to balance out Xiao Bao, but we're confused. What do we use to balance? If we balance Xiao Bao, who will balance the country's income and output? Who will balance the problem of unemployment caused by the speed of social development? Who is going to balance the balance between spiritual civilization and material civilization for me? Can he, Wang Bei, do it? Whenever a part of the country is affected by a disaster and needs money, Wang Bei will have a sad expression. He's sad because he can't find a good way to allocate money. If it's Xiao Bao, he's sad because he's afraid that his orders will be issued too slowly and the people will suffer. These are two different things. One is sad because he can't do anything, and the other is worried because he's afraid that his actions will be implemented too slowly for the people affected by the disaster. This is so infuriating. If we were Xiao Bao, we'd teach him a lesson. Li Longji muttered a bunch of things under his breath as he rubbed his chest with his hand. It seemed that he was really angry. Gao Lisher hurriedly comforted him, "Your Majesty, calm down. It's not worth it. Wang Bei can't do anything about Xiao Bao. The censorate wants to impeach him, but they don't dare. Not to mention them, even if Wei Zheng was alive, he would also have to remain silent. Just as Your Majesty said, Xiao Bao has already taken revenge on Wang Bei. Otherwise, with Xiao Bao's ability, how could the new company not be able to make money? When it comes to making ends meet, it's also a skill. Even if you investigate carefully, you won't find any problems. Xiao Bao can't go too far. You heard it that day. Wang Bei shouted that Xiao Bao promised not to do anything to the people in the country, but he played tricks on them. If they really lost money, they'll cry even louder. The main thing is that Xiao Bao promised Cuckoo that he won't use his ability to harm his own people. Otherwise, look at Tibet in the past, as well as Xinhua and Japan now. When Xiao Bao was against them, he really invaded them like fire. Your Majesty, don't be fooled by Wang Bei's loud voice. He's actually afraid. He thought that Xiao Bao is gentle and kind to the country, but he forgot that Xiao Bao is a vengeful person. Your Majesty, look, we've arrived at the Yin and Yang Palace. According to your instructions, we'll build a 3-story building here and make some space to build a fountain. We'll raise ornamental fish in the pond and transport local water plants from Hangzhou. It'll definitely be a grand scene in summer. Li Longji looked at the busy people at the construction site and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he said, in the past, when I wanted to build the palace, the ministers always stopped me. Now that I'm building it, who dares to say anything? If it weren't for Xiao Bao making money for me, not to mention building a 3-story building, I would have been controlled by others. Gao Lisher could tell that Her Majesty's mind was filled with Xiao Bao's goodness. No matter what was said, no matter what topic was brought up, Her Majesty would definitely think of Xiao Bao first. After Li Longji finished speaking, he looked around the Yin and Yang Palace and did not give any instructions to the construction team. This was because the construction team here was from the Xinjiang Construction Group. No matter if it was safety, technology, or quality, there were no problems. What made Li Longji depressed was that the price was very high. This was because, according to the rules set by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the charging method for the rich and powerful was different. The higher the status and the richer the family, the higher the fee would be. They were not afraid that the other party would play dirty tricks. Whoever had the guts to try it could try. As the emperor, Li Longji's fee for him was naturally the highest. Your Majesty, you don't need to worry. For the internal funds, building the palace is like a drop in the bucket. The annual interest is enough. Moreover, the money earned by the Xingjing Construction Group will immediately be used in other areas, such as building bridges for the village, schools, or roadside pavilions for people to rest. Gao Lisher fanned the dust with his hand as he spoke. I know. It's just that every time I take money out, I can't control the urge to take it back because I don't know how to earn money. I'm not like Xiao Bao, who doesn't feel bad about spending money because he can continue to earn. I can't even compare to Xiao Bei and the rest, who don't have to pay for all the expenses at home themselves. The money earned by Darling's Candy House can be spent as they please. Furthermore, Xiao Bao and Huan Huan don't care. Li Longji murmured. At this time, Gao Lisher did not know how to respond, so he maintained his silence. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is here. He's already inside. The sound of the construction site could not cover up the eunuch's shrill voice. A eunuch came to report the situation. Just as he finished speaking, Crown Prince Li Hong, who was originally Li Ying, walked in from outside. In theory, even the Crown Prince could not casually barge in, but Li Ying had received a telegram from Zhang Xiaobao, so he had enough confidence to enter directly. Moreover, he had also received guidance from Zhang Xiaobao, who told him that if he followed the rules too much, he would lose affection. Occasionally, he would make a small mistake to bring people closer to each other. Therefore, Li Ying chose to barge in at this time without any notice. In his hand was an item with the signatures of the manager of Savant's restaurant and the head steward of Zhangwang. Hong, don't you have anything to do today? Li Longji did not consider the fact that his son had come without notice. This was a construction site, and it was a mess. Who would be notified? I have something to do, so I'm busy. However, Xiao Bao sent me a telegram and told me something. At the same time, he asked me to bring something over. I also miss father, so I rushed over. Look, I haven't changed my clothes yet. Li Ying lifted the item in his hand and smiled at Li Longji. This casual attitude of his was faked. To be precise, it was trained. In front of the mirror, he practiced according to Zhang Xiaobao's teachings. Not only did he have to practice his expression, voice, and eyes, but he also had to cooperate with his mental cultivation method. That was, if he was strong, he would be strong. If he was tyrannical, he would be tyrannical. If he was tyrannical, he would be tyrannical. If he was tyrannical, he would be tyrannical. The kind that would not fight back and would talk cheerfully and wittily. Li Longji sized up his son and saw that his son's clothes were dyed black. Other than black, there were also yellow and red. What was the Crown Prince busy with before you came? Gao Lisher asked Li Longji. Li Ying was very respectful of Gao Lisher. In private, he would call him Master Gao. Of course, the respect he had for him now was slightly less, or perhaps even more. Everything was because of Zhang Xiaobao's support. Therefore, with Zhang Xiaobao's support, he did not have to pay too much attention to others. However, Zhang Xiaobao was Gao Lisher's adopted son, so he had to respect him even more. Li Ying understood Zhang Xiaobao's meaning. He did not want the country to be too unstable and affect its diplomatic relations. At the same time, he would not allow others to mistreat his adopted father. Thinking of this, Li Ying adjusted his attitude and said with a smile, General, I went to the newly established printing workshop to see them working. The Ministry of Works Research Institute sent a new dye called ink paste or coloring agent. Anyway, that's what it is. As a result, newspapers can be printed with various colored patterns and words. Although the patterns are a little troublesome and not very accurate, they are modularized. Various small patterns are done first and then pieced together. The requirements for the printing staff are very high. Otherwise, they would not be able to piece together well. Oh. You brought printed newspapers over? Li Longji's interest was piqued. He had just seen a remote data command map today. Now, there was a colored newspaper and some modularized patterns. Very good. Li Ying, who was already prepared, took out a few rolled-up newspapers and handed them to Li Longji with one hand. Then, he placed the things he was carrying on the ground and stood there panting. It was obvious that the things he was carrying were not light. Li Longji and Gao Lisher gathered together to read the newspaper. There were indeed patterns, but they were a little rigid. There were many different colors on the newspaper, and it was very eye-catching. The two of them then looked at the content. The headline was two large red words, debate. Following that was a row of small yellow words, strong enemies are watching. The long journey is not for the next life, but for this life. With the hot blood of Tang, who can withstand the blade of the treasured sword? At the bottom, the author's name was written, Wang Wan. Then, there was a large picture of a warrior riding a horse and waving a blade. The background was a large flag with the word Tang. There was also a row of blurred flowery words printed diagonally on the picture, swallowing 10,000 li like a tiger. Li Longji subconsciously straightened his back, as though he was the one riding on the horse and waving the blade. Gao Lisher also gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Li Ying said, "The boards with the picture have been sent to various places. According to the request, a copy of this newspaper will appear in all newspapers in Great Tang tomorrow morning." Good, good. Send it out. The people know that there is going to be a war. In the past, they were also looking forward to it. Now, it has finally begun. Xiao Bao will soon bring out the administrative plan. What is the price of this newspaper? Li Longji knew that tomorrow's newspaper was going to start promoting the war, and it was going to win the support of the people. Li Ying took out another newspaper and put it together with the previous one. "Father, it's the same as before. 1 copper coin per copy. Don't throw it away after you read it. If you collect 3 copies, you can exchange it for 2 copper coins. If you cut out the advertisement section of the newspaper, you might even be able to get a bargain of 1 copper coin." Li Longji put on a smile and said, "Lisher, do you see this? This is Xiao Bao. There are many articles written by great scholars and the policies of the imperial court. It's easy to sell it at a high price, but look at what Xiao Bao is doing. Why is he doing this? This subject knows. Xiao Bao sells many copies of each newspaper for 1 copper coin. It's not enough to cover the printing costs. But in order to let the people see it, at least their children who have studied for 2 years can read it for them, he only sells it for 1 copper coin. He also sells it for 2 copper coins for 3 copper coins. Buying 1 copy is only 1/3 of a copper coin. Xiao Bao doesn't want the people to lose the opportunity to pay attention to the country because of money, so it's very cheap. But Xiao Bao doesn't want to lose money, so he found merchants from all over to advertise. At this time, the newspaper has profits, and it's very big. In order to let the people pay attention to the advertisements in the newspaper, Xiao Bao also asked the merchants to take turns. Every day, a merchant would take out the cost of the item to sell, but they would need the piece of paper in the newspaper. Every place is different, but the same thing is that there are discounts every day. Thus, our dynasty sells many newspapers every day. This is because when the people buy it, there's no loss at all. If they need to buy a lot of things, they can even take advantage of it. Not only does it allow the people to be educated, but it also promotes the sales of goods. At the same time, it also allows our dynasty's newspaper distribution industry to earn profits. And Xiao Bao clearly can get more money from this, but he gives it up. He doesn't have any selfish motives. He's doing this for the sake of the country and the people. Gao Lisher sincerely praised, not at all affected by Xiao Bao's identity as his adopted son. General Gao is right. Xiao Bao, Li Longji said doubtfully. Li Ying quickly changed his words, Zhang Xiao Bao, Li Longji continued to question. "Father, what do you want me to call him?" Usually, when Xiao Bao sends me a telegram, he always ends it with Xiao Bao. I can't say Zhang Jidushi, right? Li Ying said awkwardly. HM. Li Longji replied affirmatively this time. Li Ying heaved a sigh of relief. Even though it was just a title, it involved a lot of things. Normally, the people could casually address them as Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. However, officials were definitely not allowed to do so. They had to be addressed as officials, unless one was a retired official or an elder recognized by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It represented a kind of closeness, a kind of relationship, and even a kind of identity and status in the bureaucracy. Xiaobao and Cuckoo weren't that easy to address. Thus, Li Ying was allowed to address them as Xiaobao. It wasn't easy for him to obtain this title. Revealing a sincere smile, Li Ying said, Xiaobao has indeed done many good deeds. If they were to make a move on their own people, our great Tang would be in danger. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are trying to make their own families rich first before helping us. I discovered something, and that is, the more power they have, the better the lives of our people. Many officials come from rich families and are businessmen. The people are jealous, helpless, and resentful. But when I go out for a stroll, I've never heard any of the people say anything bad about Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Could it be that they don't have money? They are truly rich enough to rival a country. Xiaobao has restrained himself, but he still earns hundreds of millions of strings of cash every year. He has already stopped expanding the businesses of the Zhang family in Great Tang, but the people who work with them are expanding, so their money will only increase. But the people still acknowledge them. Why? I've thought about it. They are earning money in our Great Tang, and they are earning it fair and square. At the same time, they have to fork out a lot of money to help the disaster areas every year. Disasters are the same as before, and they never stop. The only difference is that there was no Xiaobao and Cuckoo in the past. Imperial Father, although they always donate money in the name of the Imperial Court, the people aren't fools. What was the Imperial Court's policy towards disaster areas in the past? What's the speed of response now? What speed? Li Longji realized that this was the first time he truly cared about his crown prince. In the past, Li Hong had never spoken so much. He had always been very careful, so he deliberately asked this question. He hoped that he could feel more familial affection and communication from his son. Just like when he was with Xiao Bei and the others, it wasn't that everything Xiao Bei did was right, but that he cared about Xiao Bei's considerate feelings. Even if she did something wrong, seeing Xiao Bei's bashful and embarrassed appearance, he had to give her the right answer. Yes, what Xiao Bei did was wrong, but shouldn't he support such a cute child? If she was wrong, then she was wrong. Did he have to beat her to death? Could it be that everything he did in his life was right? Nothing went against his heart? Li Longji considered this, so he was very tolerant of Xiao Bei and the others, especially Xiao Bei. When she hugged you and acted coquettishly, you would feel sorry for Xiao Bei's cuteness if you didn't sign a few unequal treaties. Even if you were dreaming, you would be scared awake by guilt. Li Ying waited until her father was almost done thinking before she said, half a month ago, Hedong Circuit's Luzhou had been dry for more than 20 days. Fortunately, they had to plant soybeans, so they weren't in a hurry at the beginning. However, it didn't rain. So Li Sun found me. He is now in charge of the agriculture and industry of the entire Hedong Circuit. Previously, he had already reported it to the Imperial Court, but it was suppressed by the head of the Secretariat. He asked the local officials to pray for rain, but it didn't happen. While I was thinking of a solution, Xiao Bao sent a message to the Research Institute and asked them to move the things that were still being tested to Luzhou. That day, the clouds drifted horizontally from west to east as usual. However, the rumbling sound of artillery fire came from Qinzhou, and then it rained in Luzhou. That day was the last few days to plant soybeans. If it was missed, the soybeans wouldn't be able to grow well or even be sown. On the third day after the rain, the well-drilling team of the Ministry of Works Research Institute came. Li Sun told me that he saw the bearings break down one after another because they didn't rotate fast enough. Within a day, the Research Institute had drilled 142 wells in Luzhou, and the local drought was immediately solved. This is what I understand about Xiaobao and Cuckoo's speed. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are as fast as lightning. 1 day of rain, 3 days of well drilling. Therefore, the people are not afraid of the imperial court's administrative orders being issued slowly, nor are they afraid of the unrest in the surrounding countries. At the same time, they acknowledge that the Zhang family and the Wang family have endless wealth. They are afraid that Xiaobao and Cuckoo will give up on them. Li Ying said that the people of Tang supported Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, and at the same time, expressed that she also supported them. However, Li Longji and Gao Lisher couldn't follow his train of thought. Li Ying didn't need to say anything to know that the people supported him. At this time, Li Longji and Gao Lisher were thinking about what could make it rain. This thing was even more terrifying than high-speed bearings. If the bearings didn't meet the standards, it was just that their hardness wasn't good enough, and the curvature of the balls wasn't accurate enough. This was within the scope of industry. Rain was different. Tell me, how did it rain in Luzhou? Li Longji grasped the crux of the problem. Firing cannons. Xiaobao and Cuckoo had people fire cannons at Qinzhou, which is in front of Luzhou. They fired at the clouds, and when the clouds flew to Luzhou, it started to rain. It's very simple. It just needs to rumble for a while. Li Ying's eyes occasionally signaled to Li Longji to look at the things he had brought over. Li Longji no longer cared about his dignity as an emperor. He walked over to Li Ying and slapped him on the head. Are you stupid? This is rain, not a simple method of burning firewood to resist frost. Do you think I don't know how to fire cannons? The problem is, what are they firing? You don't think it's the cannons we're using now, do you? That'll kill people. What exactly did the research institute send up? Li Ying finally reacted and shook his head. I don't know. I only heard that Li Sun sent a signal to Xiaobao for help. Xiaobao sent back several orders in succession, and thus the disaster in Luzhou was resolved. Father, don't you think Xiaobao is amazing? Do I need you to tell me whether Xiaobao is amazing or not? Go to the research institute and ask. Oh, go greet Zhang Zhong first. Although you're the crown prince, you can't directly enter. If you're stopped at the entrance, you'll be embarrassed. Zhang Zhong will also think that you have something against it. Li Longji instructed. Yes, this son understands. If you provoke Zhang Zhong, you'll be miserable. If you scold Xiaobao, he might ignore you. But if you scold his father, then it's over. Li Ying understood very well. Li Longji lowered his head and finally turned his attention to the thing his son brought. He asked, what is this? A large pressure cooker. There's a wild boar's elbow and hind elbow stewing inside. In less than an hour, the meat has already been separated from the bone. It's suitable for use in highlands, Li Ying replied. Li Longji asked curiously, it's so magical? This is good stuff. Let's set up a project. Father, there's no need to set up a project. This is a byproduct of the steam engine. Li Ying smiled and introduced. Chapter 12:11. Oh, I've heard of it before. It has always been used in Tibet. Why did you bring it here today? Li Longji pondered for a moment and realized that he had never seen such a thing before. Thus, he wasn't sure why his son brought it here. Li Ying took a sniff. The pork shoulder in the pot smelled very fragrant and replied, this pressure cooker is different from the ones in the past. It uses electricity. Other than the pressure cooker, there's also an electric rice cooker. I intend to promote this in the capital. In the past, the Ministry of Works produced more electricity than the demand, and they required a lot of firewood and coal every day. It was very difficult to transport and clean them. Li Longji suddenly understood. He couldn't possibly check on the sanitation of the capital in the morning, such as the empty chamber pot and the leftovers from the previous day. Thinking about it, the people around wouldn't feel good if there wasn't a car passing by. Nodding his head, Li Longji praised, "My son is able to think of working for the welfare of the people in the capital. I'll keep the pork shoulder. What else do you want?" "I still want to manage a project," Li Ying said nervously. He was afraid that he would be rejected by his father if he went to earn money as the crown prince. Li Longji didn't say anything. When he was talking about power, his son said that it wasn't necessary. Now, he wants a project. "What project is it?" "I've discussed with my brothers and sisters. We intend to sell the pressure cooker and electric rice cooker to Japan so that the people in Japan can enjoy life together with the people in Great Tang." Li Ying had learned how to do things under the banner of world peace. Li Longji frowned. He knew that if he wanted to use electrical appliances, he had to have some first. It was only because the Ministry of Works had built a few power generators that the people in the capital could use. However, the power generation technology wasn't perfect yet. The power generators in the Ministry of Works were built with money and couldn't be popularized. Otherwise, they would have been sent to various places for the people in Great Tang to enjoy. In Japan, would they use thermal power, hydraulic power, or wind power? Would the technology be learned by the Japanese? This probably wouldn't happen. Even if the Japanese were to take a closer look and didn't understand the principles, they wouldn't follow suit. Furthermore, without the foundation of the industry, they wouldn't be able to produce the parts. Could it be that the power generation technology can be popularized? Li Longji asked. Li Ying shook his head vigorously. No, only small hydroelectric generators can be tested in various places. What I want to use is thermal power. I will help the Japanese build a few more thermal power plants, and I will only take the cost. Send a batch of rice cookers, pressure cookers, and light bulbs to them at the beginning. When they use them, sell them for money." Hearing his son's words, Li Longji was even more perplexed. Gao Lishur was also perplexed, and he asked, "If you can build a power plant elsewhere, why don't you build one in our Great Tang so that the common folk can enjoy it as well?" "That's because the new thermal power plant at the Ministry of Works is a big plant. It generates a lot of electricity. The blueprints have just been designed, and the components are about to be produced. They haven't been assembled." There were two problems involved. One was that when burning coal, there was too much ash. They had not thought of a solution yet, and the burning was not enough. The other problem is that the performance is not stable. The transformer is easy to burn, and at the same time, it is easy to blow up the furnace. Li Ying explained. It seemed that he had thought of this idea after going to the Ministry of Works. Li Longji and Gao Lishur suddenly realized that the Li Ying in front of them was no longer the same as before. At the very least, he now knew how to scheme against others. What he had just said was definitely not his final objective. There had to be a deeper reason behind it. Harumphing coldly, Li Longji asked with a dark expression, "Tell me the truth, what are you all trying to do? Why aren't you all obediently staying in your own territories and insisting on interfering with business and administration? Don't tell me that you're thinking of harming the common folk for your own benefits." "Father. Who would dare to do that? It was Xiao Bao who supported us to come out and do this. Their fief is already on the verge of collapsing, and the money provided by the fief can't compare to what they earn by doing things themselves. They intend to return their fief to the royal court and take a sum of money to learn while doing things. This way, the common folk won't always call them vermin behind their backs. As the crown prince, it's natural for me to take the lead. I don't feel comfortable relying on the royal court for money. What others can do, we of the royal family can do as well. In the past, I thought that there was only so much wealth for geniuses. If we were to compete with the common folk when doing business, I now know that the world is vast, and wealth can be created." Li Ying found a reason. In truth, it was because Zhang Xiaobao wanted them to take back their fief and gradually take back the land of others. This was to avoid land annexation and make it easier to control the agricultural production and infrastructure in the country. In the future, the surrounding areas would be colonized. They wouldn't be sending people far away all at once, as that would result in the gradual independence of the various regions. Right now, they were gradually sending people to the neighboring regions and providing them with land tax relief. In the future, when transportation and communications were more developed, they would be able to colonize even further places, such as the various large islands. At that time, as long as the Central Army controlled them well and didn't make the difference in income between the various regions too great, the other regions wouldn't be able to become independent. Li Ying's words were very moving, but Li Longji and Gao Lishur were unmoved. They continued to look at Li Ying, waiting for him to explain further. Fine, actually, how should I put it? We feel that we should quickly bring Japan into our Great Tang's territory and add fuel to the fire. After some research, we realized that Japan will be very happy if we build power plants there. Then, we'll send many polluting departments that require electricity there, polluting Japan. Furthermore, Japan lacks natural resources, so the coal needed for power plants has to be transported from our Great Tang. Shouldn't we build roads? Shouldn't they spend money to buy coal? Shouldn't we build more fleets? Shouldn't their electrical appliances break down quickly when the voltage isn't stable? In order to squeeze every last bit of profit out of Japan, we'll start by changing their living habits. When they rely on our Great Tang for their daily lives, that will be the time when their regime will be wiped out. Li Ying revealed his ambitions. Personally sending an entire dynasty to the execution ground was a very meaningful matter. Aren't you afraid that after they learn more in the future, we'll take a liking to their capabilities and change the crown prince? Li Longji tried to scare Li Ying. Unexpectedly, Li Ying chuckled nonchalantly. Looking at Li Longji and Gao Lishur, Li Ying said confidently, while they're learning, your son is also learning. Furthermore, they've hinted to your son that they don't want to be the emperor. In the past, you don't have much contact with the outside world, so you feel that authority in the royal court is very important. Now, you know more, and there's still a large area overseas that you haven't conquered. Instead of staying in the palace, you might as well think of ways to go out and help Great Tang conquer more land and educate more people. Targeting Japan is our first attempt. After we succeed, they'll want to go out. Some will travel by land, and some will take ships. They'll bring many people and guards with them, as well as Great Tang's products. They'll go out and have a look. They'll set up trading companies and realize the value of their lives just like Xiao Bao and the others. When Li Ying spoke, his eyes were filled with yearning. It was as though he wanted to go out and see how exciting the world was. In the past, he wanted to be the emperor so badly that he went crazy. Then, he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Even if the two of them didn't become the emperor, they still held a lot of power and could roam the world. Moreover, the sea merchants from Luzhou to the capital had also said that the outside world was huge, and the land was filled with uneducated people. The land outside was fertile, the trees were tall, there were animals that had never been seen in the capital, and there were delicious fish in the sea. There were countless mineral deposits. As long as a few pieces of porcelain, silk, and delicious seasonings were shipped over, the locals would even help the merchants mine the ores. A set of porcelain bowls and plates that were only worth 5 copper coins in the Great Tang could be exchanged for a ship full of cedar. In truth, that set of porcelain wasn't bought from the locals, but from the locals. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, this was an era of gold everywhere. Go out and help the people of other places obtain better living conditions, help them enjoy life, and then bring back the valuable things for the people of Great Tang to enjoy. If he were the emperor, he would at most travel around the Great Tang, and he would have to listen to the advice of his officials. That was far too boring. Li Longji was surprised. He hadn't expected his children to have reached an agreement in private. Xiao Bao had probably instigated and tempted them a lot. But he was right. With the current technology and weapons of the Great Tang, there was no danger in going out unless one fell ill. In the outside world, there were far fewer restrictions. They could do as they pleased, and the capital of Great Tang couldn't send specific orders. If they were tired, they could come back and enjoy themselves for a few days before going out again. If they stayed in a certain place for too long, the great Tang would send people to take them back, and they could move on to the next place. They could treat the process of fighting for territory and resources as a vacation. They could realize the value of life, enjoy the fruits of their labor, and create wealth. We permit it. You can go and play, but you are not allowed to make yourselves kings in the future. Otherwise, it's hard to say who will rule that place in a few generations. This is precisely why Xiao Bao doesn't support colonizing the islands. Li Longji felt that it was a good idea to let his children go out and fight for territory, so he nodded in agreement. Li Ying happily left to make arrangements for the Japanese. Turning back, Li Longji said to Gao Lishir with the same yearning, "In truth, we also want to go to the places where there are koalas. Koalas are too delicate, and we need to transport fresh eucalyptus leaves from Luzhou. Fortunately, we transplanted a lot of them, or else the koalas would have starved to death in the capital. The daily heating fee for these animals who are afraid of the cold is not a small sum. Fortunately, the children who come to the capital and live in the capital like them, especially the koalas. Lishir, I remember that a few days ago, there was a koala that seemed to be sick, but the people in the medical academy couldn't tell what was wrong with it. They just said that it was very listless and not lively. Has it been cured? Your Majesty, it has been cured. The people in the zoo sent Xiao Bao a message. After Xiao Bao asked clearly, he asked someone to carry the koala, and it was cured. Because the color under the koala's eyes is not pretty, no one usually carries it, and it fell sick. Gao Lishir replied. Li Longji could not help but laugh. Huh, so it's true. That little thing can fall sick because no one carries it? This is the first time I've heard of this. Sai, Xiao Bao and the others are really knowledgeable. Ask someone to tell the people in the zoo to put makeup on the koala to make it cuter so that people can carry it. Yes, Your Majesty is very thoughtful. Koalas are very cute. Sometimes, when they sit on the tree, they look like pandas. They look like they have been wronged. The only difference is that pandas are very fierce. The zoo in Baoxin County earns more than the zoo in the capital. The monthly profit of the zoo in the capital is very small, but the zoo in Baoxin County can provide a profit of 1,000 strings of coins. The zoo in Baoxin County earns more than that. Speaking of the zoo, Gao Lishir thought of Baoxin County, the place where Xiao Bao and Cuckoo first became officials. Li Longji had almost forgotten about that county. When he heard Gao Lishir mention it, he asked, "What's the situation there now? Don't tell me that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo left and the new officials ruined the good things they left behind? Your Majesty, do you think anyone would dare to do that? Baoxin County paid a lot of rent taxes last year. Excluding the counties in Luzhou, Baoxin County in Great Tang ranked 9th in rent taxes. This was a result that no one dared to dream of in the past. The local officials are the same as the Sanshui County. They have to post a notice before they start their administration. The monthly income of the county, where it comes from, how much it can be used by the county, and how they plan to spend it next month. Everything has to be made known to the people. If there's something they don't understand, they have to explain it to them. If the people agree, the money can be used according to the plan. If the people don't agree, the plan can only be changed. If they want to enforce it, it's the end of the official's term. Gao Lishir seemed to have a thorough understanding of the situation. Good, very good. I'm very happy. However, it's still difficult to promote it to all parts of Great Tang. Not all the people have developed the habit of participating in politics. If there's an unreasonable demand, the decree can't be implemented. Education, everything still depends on education. In the future, each state will have its own newspaper. Do according to Xiao Bao's method, and don't sell it too expensive. Also, set up reading boards in crowded places and put up newspapers for the people to read for free. Now, it's usually read by people who attend night school or children who have studied to a certain level. In the future, when the people hear more, they will naturally recognize the words on the newspapers. Li Longji really wanted to implement the matter of the people participating in politics everywhere. That way, the local government would make fewer mistakes and not waste money. Gao Lisher noted it down so that he could urge others to do it. Moreover, he had to control the local newspapers and not write anything casually. Another 3 days passed. Xiaobei and the others had already sent the cement to Weizhou and helped Wenshan County find interested merchants. In a few days, the merchants would personally go to Wenshan County to take a look at the output and transportation situation. Xiaobei and the others stayed in Weizhou for a day and took a nice bath. Because they were running around outside, they didn't even have the chance to take a bath. The group set off for Yizhou at dawn to catch up with their brother and sister. Just as they left the city and walked less than 5 li, a horse came from the side of the road. The person on the horse looked very tired. When she saw Xiaobei's group, she shouted happily, "Xiaobei, I'm here. My name is Su Ilong. I'll follow you in the future." "Is this someone from Brothers Group?" "Who is it?" Xiaobei heard the noise and stood out of the carriage to look forward. The person was checked, mainly to see the certificate written by Zhang Xiaobao. They didn't find any danger, so they let him in. The person first looked at Xiaobei and then looked at the others. He glanced around and asked Xiaohai, You are Zhang Xiaohai?" Seeing Xiaohai nod, he said happily, "I finally found you. Let me ask you a question. There are 2 kinds of candies, one red and one blue. Red candies cost 5 copper coins per box and blue candies cost 3 copper coins per box. You bought a total of 9 boxes and spent a total of 33 copper coins. Ask, how many boxes of blue and red candies did you buy?" Xiaohai was stunned for a moment and then answered casually, 3 boxes of red candies and 6 boxes of blue candies. "Su Ilong, today there is only 1 chapter, tomorrow there will be more." Chapter 12:12. Su Ilong actually knew the answer. He didn't calculate it, but he used the 2 types of boxes back and forth to make up the exact number. In theory, he only needed to make it 9 times, and he had to count the boxes of a certain color to 0. But he knew that if the number was big and changed to hundreds, it would take him a long time to make up the number. He could see that when he asked Little C clearly wasn't paying attention to his calculations. After hearing his question, there was a clear pause, as if he didn't understand why he would ask such a question, but then he easily gave the answer. In other words, Xiaohai could calculate this kind of problem quickly. Su Ilong thought a lot and was completely shocked. Just as he was about to continue testing the abilities of the other children, Xiaobei's voice rang in his ears. "What do you do?" "My grandfather is Su Jian, he's the academician of Jixian Academy, Yuangu, from the Great Wall of Huzhou. He studied books like Records of Heaven and Beginner's Notes and wrote a book called The Legend of De Yin." Before Su Ilong could introduce his grandfather, Xiao Yuan's voice sounded. Su Ilong looked at Xiao Yuan in surprise. "You? How did you know?" "There are only a few people in Jixian Academy, you just have to memorize them. And in order to prevent you from talking bad about my family behind my back and suddenly stabbing me, we have to send things to your family during the holidays. For example, the 3-year-old child in your elder brother's family now eats and uses children's toys. They are all sent by our precious candy house. Unfortunately, when someone took advantage of us, they didn't have the slightest intention to refuse. In the end, they turned around and didn't recognize us. Fortunately, your family still knows that the hand that takes advantage of others is short, and the mouth that takes advantage of others is soft." Xiao Yuan looked like he had suffered a great grievance. Why did he remember it so clearly? Of course, one had to know the family's situation when sending things, especially when there was a baby at home. Su Ilong was slightly embarrassed by Xiao Yuan's straightforward words. He had also eaten the birthday cake given by others. The cream on it was very sweet, and it was not given by the Zhang family and Wang family. It was given by the 9 children's own candy house. Therefore, after this blow, Su Ilong's contempt and dissatisfaction disappeared instantly. He decided to follow the children and see what he could learn. At least, Xiaohai's calculating ability was better than his. Since you came here in such a hurry, why don't you find a car and rest first? We'll talk about other things after dinner. Xiao Bei didn't know what his brother and sister were planning to do by giving him a person, but it didn't matter if there was one more person or one less person in the group. Right now, they were in a hurry, so he ordered the group to continue speeding up. Su Ilong obediently found a car with Xiao Bei's toys. She sat on the shaft outside and took a bottle of water from someone. She didn't open it for a while. He swallowed his saliva and asked the person driving the carriage next to him in embarrassment, "Brother, how do I drink water?" The coachman was leisurely waving the whip in the air. When he heard Su Ilong's question, he gave her a simple and honest smile and took the glass bottle from her hand. He clamped the whip under his armpit and used his other hand to break the bottle open with his thumb. With a pang sound, the iron lid on the bottle was removed. He returned the bottle to Su Ilong and put the lid back into his pocket. Su Ilong widened his eyes in surprise. He tried it just now, and the iron lid was very tight. He felt that if he tried to break it with his hand like the other person, he would scrape off a piece of flesh on his hand. Damn, I didn't expect the coachman to be an expert. Su Ilong thought for a while, wiped the bottle open with his hand, and raised his head to drink. As soon as the water in the bottle touched her tongue, Su Ilong felt as if her tongue was gently pricked by many needles. She almost spat out the water in her mouth. She suddenly reacted and didn't dare to spit in front of others, so she forced herself to swallow the water. As a result, after the water entered her stomach, she immediately felt an indescribable comfort filling her body, from her mouth to her stomach. It seemed that her breathing was comfortable, and she was more energetic. She burped from her stomach and spurted out from her nose. The sour taste seemed to penetrate her brain, and she couldn't help but shiver. An inexplicable ease lingered around her body. When the taste calmed down, Su Ilong smacked her lips twice. Her eyes looked away and felt brighter. She held the glass bottle in her hand and asked the coachman beside her. "What did you give me to drink?" "A kind of carbonated drink. The conditions don't allow it. Otherwise, it'll taste better if it's iced," the coachman replied. "Why haven't I seen it before? I don't even see it in the supermarket outside." Su Ilong felt that it would have been better if she had come earlier. Such a delicious, comfortable and refreshing carbonated drink. She would regret it if she tasted it later. The coachman continued to wave the whip a few times and didn't reply. After waiting for a while, Su Ilong saw that the other party didn't intend to tell her. She lowered her head and pondered. This thing must be something that the Zhang family and Wang family enjoyed in the inner courtyard, just like the canned food and heated food in the past. The purpose of its research and production was to let the people in the inner courtyard live better when they were outside. It was a special kind of care and welfare that others wouldn't even think about. Only when a better welfare product of the inner courtyard was developed would the previous one be sold as a high-end product for others to enjoy. This situation was known to everyone in the Tang Empire, so no one wanted to bribe the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family with money. They wouldn't agree. In the whole world, no one could find a main family like the Zhang family and Wang family. The kind of warmth and mutual love that blended together couldn't be bought with money. In envy, Su Ilong carefully took another sip. Under the circumstances of preparation, she finally tasted the good taste of the carbonated drink. She stuck out her tongue and licked her sweet lips. She carefully asked the coachman, "Is there anything else that can be eaten? I haven't eaten the previous meal, so I'm hungry after riding here." The coachman wasn't stingy. He took out a flat thing from his pocket and tore open the metal-like paper that Su Ilong didn't know what it was. He revealed the dark brown thing inside and handed it to Su Ilong. "Bite it in small bites. It's a little bitter at the beginning, but it'll have a strong aftertaste if you taste it carefully," the coachman advised. "Okay, thank you." Su Ilong also hadn't seen it before, but she knew that it was definitely not bad. She carefully took it and bit it according to the coachman's method. Sure enough, it was a little bitter, and then it was fragrant. She took another sip of the drink. It was nothing more delicious than this. What is it? Cuckoo named it chocolate. It's refreshing and can restore the body's strength. Why haven't I seen it before? As soon as she said it, Su Ilong immediately regretted it. She realized that she had asked a very stupid question. Seeing that the coachman didn't answer, Su Ilong continued to eat the drink and chocolate bit by bit. After eating, she leaned on the carriage and looked up at the blue sky and white clouds. She gently opened her mouth and enjoyed it as much as she wanted. After a long time, Su Ilong happily asked the coachman, "Brother, can I also get a fixed amount of drinks and chocolate in the future?" "You are." "My name is Su Ilong. I was arranged by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to be with Xiao Bei and learn to do things." What Su Ilong wanted most at this moment was the same benefits as others. "Yes." The coachman answered simply. Su Ilong was happy. "How much can I get?" "You can eat as much as you want. As long as there's more in the team supplies, you can take as much as you want." The coachman explained. "I can eat as much as I want?" Su Ilong felt that happiness came so suddenly. She could drink as much as she wanted and eat as much as she wanted. It was a fairy-like life. Suddenly she asked the coachman in confusion, "Why don't you eat as much as you want?" After eating too much snacks, you will find that the best and most fragrant is actually the main meal. A bowl of white rice, a few meat and vegetable stir-fried dishes, and some pickles. A small bowl of soup is much better than snacks. The coachman said to Su Ilong. Su Ilong touched her stomach and seemed to want to eat a big bowl of rice. It would be better if she could make some vegetable soup. She was really hungry. After drinking a bottle of water, she seemed to want to eat more. She said to the coachman with understanding, "You probably have too many snacks and are tired of eating them. Why don't you sell them?" "It's a waste of resources. Because it's specially provided for by the inner courtyard. As an inner courtyard student, I cannot eat it. But what I have is not available to others. When I'm outside, I take it out to eat. It's a symbol of status and can satisfy my vanity." The owner took this into consideration, so they don't sell it. The coachman's answer was very honest, and there was a happy smile on his face. Damned vanity. Su Ilong followed and muttered, "Seeing others have it, but you can't buy it with money. It's really helpless. It would be a lie to say that I'm not jealous. I'll go take a look later and see what good things there are. I'll keep it with me and take it out when I see others. They'll be envious to death." Ha 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 ha. Compared to Xiaobei's team that was like a marching army, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team slowed down again and moved towards Izhou like a snail. Occasionally, they would stop and chat with the local people who were watching by the roadside. They would let the logistic staff make convenient food for the people to taste. Fried chicken wings, smoked pork livers, and the like were made by well-trained chefs, and the commoners were all eating happily. Moreover, they were not polite when they accepted the food. As long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gave it to them, they would take it. After eating, they would praise them, as if they were good, so were they. Biyao came over worriedly. "Xiaobao, if we continue to send out, the reserves in the team won't be enough. We'll be arriving at Izhou soon. We'll have to clean up and exchange for a new batch of supplies. Cleaning up in the city will only earn us a little money, so it's better to give it to others for free. It's not easy for us to come here, so let's make everyone happy. Money can only reflect its value when it can buy happiness." Zhang Xiaobao, who had been clearing the inventory, said to Biyao indifferently. Biyao also became indifferent. After all, it was not his money. It was just that when they were waiting for the little ones to come over, they moved too slowly. He did not know why they had to wait for the little ones' guards to come over. Now, there were many guards in the team. "You take your time to deliver the food to others. I'll go back and rest." Biyao planned to get out of the car and find his own place to sleep for a while. Before he left, Yao Chong appeared outside the car on a horse and followed the car slowly. When he came to the window, he said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the car, "Just now, there was a telegram saying that you sent out a kind of cannon. If you shoot at the sky, it will rain. What kind of cannon? Really? Biyao was no longer sleepy. It's not shooting at the sky. It's shooting at the clouds. It's not the usual cannonballs. It's a rocket. It's like fireworks. There are different things in it. When it explodes in the sky, it will rain. Last time, it was an experiment. The technology was not mature yet, so it always missed. Zhang Xiaobao knew what Yao Chong was asking. It was just artificial rain. 10 years ago, he and Wang Wan had hoped for it. Now, they finally saw the light of dawn. 10 years, such a long wait, but it also seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. The time passed unknowingly. It was not an instant, but an eternity. As an old man, Biyao did not pay attention to the passage of time. He only cherished every day and then enjoyed it. Therefore, he did not have any burden in his heart. What others did to him, and what he did to others, was not as good as what he had now. Because he was more direct when he asked. If he could get some good news, he would take advantage of others. If he could not, he would think of other ways. Xiaobao, did you specially ask the Research Institute to do research on the drought in the Tang Empire? Very good. It's what we should do to think about the people's lives. Biyao asked indirectly. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said with a smile, for any invention, no matter what the intention of the inventor is, the first thing that the ruler thinks of is to use it in war. When Cuckoo and I provided technical ideas, we naturally did not think about artificial rain first. Instead, we thought about the scene of countless rocket launchers being fired at the same time on the battlefield. Cuckoo's and my initial idea had very low requirements. That was, within a range of 10 to 15 kilometers, there would be hundreds of rocket launchers, and at least 3,000 rocket launchers would be fired in a few minutes. It would be an area of saturation attack. Unfortunately, whether it was the range or the accuracy, the people of the Ministry of Works did not give us a satisfactory answer. We thought about it together and then thought that the rocket launcher could be simplified and used for artificial rain. I'm not afraid that you will laugh at me if I tell you. Wang Wan played along and smiled bashfully. Who asked her to be prepared to hit someone in the beginning and not the clouds? Biyao was silent. Yao Chong was also speechless. The two of them were not stupid. They understood why Xiaobao and Cuckoo thought about making rocket launchers. It was because the cannons used usually could not fire so many shells in a few minutes. But were the two of them war maniacs? It was clearly a design that could help the people in the dry areas, but it was developed to destroy the enemy. Are rocket launchers good, useful to hit people? Yao Chong wanted to know more about this. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Yes, but we won't be able to use them in the next few years. The technology for hitting clouds is simple, but the technology for hitting people is very complicated. The advantage is that it is light and convenient compared to cannons. The disadvantage is that the cost is too high. But it doesn't matter. In order to protect the lives of our soldiers and to effectively kill the enemy's forces, it's okay to spend some money. Let's wait and see. Based on the speed of the Ministry of Works research, it should be no problem in 8 to 10 years. If they don't learn foreign languages and only focus on mathematics, they can cultivate a group of smart geniuses in 6 to 7 years. Ordinary people won't be able to do it. The technicians trained by my family started learning more early, more than 10 years ago. The Ministry of Works recruited people from all over the country a little later. However, the people recruited later all had very good skills. They only lacked more advanced theoretical support. According to the current speed of development, Cuckoo and I can still provide guidance on the direction of research. Give us another 10 years, and we will be able to truly subdue the enemy without fighting. When Wang Wan thought of all the hard work she had put in over the years, she was also very emotional. Her eyes were slightly red as she said, "Yes, I believe that with their tireless research and learning, after the great Tang Empire, we don't need the special forces to take the life of a person in any country. We just need to inform the ruling class of that country, and they will send that person's head over themselves. Can this old man live for another 10 years? Biyao also wanted to see that day, but he was worried about his health. He knew that if he hadn't met Xiao Bao and Cuckoo at that time, he would very likely have died. Now, many old men were living very well, all because Xiao Bao and Cuckoo provided absolute healthcare support. Therefore, when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo used trains to go to other countries to exchange benefits with high-income and land owners, the process of negotiation was very smooth. These old men used their huge influence behind the scenes. When the exchange conditions were similar, no one dared to provoke them. Yao Chong on the horse clenched his fists and bent his arms to make a bodybuilding pose. After thinking about it, he said, "I will try my best to live. I will listen to the doctor. I will eat whatever he tells me to eat and do whatever he tells me to do. I will not be angry. I want to be in a good mood tomorrow." Biyao nodded vigorously in agreement. He decided to only drink a small cup of wine every day, eat more fish and vegetables, and not pickles. After thinking about his diet, Biyao suddenly found something wrong with Wang Wan's words and the way she gritted her teeth when talking just now. He asked, "Cuckoo, did someone from another country make you angry?" "There is a country called Zhenla." Wang Wan mentioned the name of the country and then said, "Last autumn, they came to the capital to pay tribute. In order to temporarily stabilize them, our dynasty gave them a lot of rewards. When they left this year, they took the land route. When they reached Jiaoji, which is not far from the border of our Tang Empire, they ruined 2 newlyweds in the village." "Xiao Bao, you tell me." Wang Wan did not want to talk about it. Zhang Xiaobao's expression was not good. Then the 2 women wanted to commit suicide, but they were stopped by the local tribal chief. The tribal chief took them to the provincial government of Jiaozhou and sent a telegram to ask if our dynasty had taken their rent for nothing. Let me explain first, they did not pay rent before. They only started paying rent in the autumn of the year before last. In the end, this matter was found out by the local provincial governor. He threatened them not to cause trouble for our dynasty. They are now waiting at home. The people from Zhenla have probably returned to their country by now. This shows that our Tang Empire is still easy to bully. Some of our officials are still not killed enough. This matter happened 7 days ago. Cuckoo and I only received the telegram the night before last. That is why Cuckoo said that we do not need to send troops in the future. We can just let them come with heads. Otherwise, we will destroy their country. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, tell me, isn't it very uncomfortable? Actually, our country is a bit remote. They do not pay much attention to this matter. The women will be casually bullied by the men, and they are powerless to resist. For example, the local tribes of Jiaoji may hold some bonfire party, and the women will be forced to find a place to do that kind of thing by a few men. But I am not very angry. This is a matter of education, and the local women are used to it. But now they are being bullied by outsiders. They have paid rent and sent a telegram to ask about it. When we received the news, Cuckoo and I were angry for a long time. After hearing this, Bai Shu and Yao Chong raised their hands to their chests at the same time. I am not angry. I want to live a few more years. Yao Chong took 2 deep breaths and muttered. Then he asked Zhang Xiaobao, "How did you deal with it? Did you not do anything?" The local provincial governor escorted them to the capital. He sent a telegram and asked the people in the telegraph office to find them. He told them not to think about dying first, and that the imperial court would give them an explanation. Zhang Xiaobao replied. "What explanation?" Bai Shu asked. "Lu Xing is on the move. The reason why she is sad about being ruined is because the men she marries feel uncomfortable about being taken advantage of by a man from another country. She will always think about this matter, so she will capture him and let them beat him to death personally. Then, this thought will disappear." Cuckoo gave an order that those people must be brought back alive. "We will chase after them all the way. Those who ask for information will be killed. Those who try to stop us will be killed. Those who try to protect them will be killed. Those who try to persuade us will be killed. Even if they hide in the palace, we must bring them out alive. Then, we will cut off the heads of those who are killed along the way, marinate them, and bring them back to Jiaoji. We will let them know that their taxes are not in vain. As long as they acknowledge the imperial court's rule, the imperial court will give them an explanation. Even if they bully people from other countries, the imperial court will send troops to help their relatives and not reason. When the pride of lions is fighting with the hyenas for food, the lion will not give an explanation to the hyenas just because its cubs started the fight first. It will only kill the leader of the hyenas and let its children have meat to eat. Zhang Xiaobao first mentioned Wang Wan's decision, then said something very unreasonable. Bai Shu and Yao Chong did not object. They seemed to think that Zhang Xiaobao was right. They also knew what the Lu Xing that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned was. It was a revenge special force formed by all kinds of talents from various elite troops. Its full name was the Lu Xing Battle Squad. Everyone in it had a name that belonged to their own star. Death is the shining. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, what if the Lu Xing Battle Squad you send provokes Zhenla and they go crazy and suddenly send troops? Yao Chong asked worriedly. Then we won't fight Duosher first. Let's get rid of them first. How dare a small country shout at us? We would rather lose 100 times the price in other aspects than make any compromises or concessions to them. I, Wang Wan, will put my words here today. If they dare to say no, Xiao Bao and I will personally lead troops and slaughter the fire of their entire race. Otherwise, what right do we have to make the people of Tang love this country? Wang Wan swore with a gloomy face. Originally, everything was going well. The plan for Duosher was going very smoothly. Moreover, they had already suppressed Japan and Xinlua. At the same time, they could use other means to seek more benefits from Japan and Xinlua and make arrangements. In the end, Zhen La's people came to pay tribute. When they returned, they had to find something to do, so the two of them had no choice but to consider the thoughts of the people in their country. Could they not send the Lu Xing battle squad to capture them? The consequence of refusing was to lose the hearts of the people. If Zhenla dared to send troops, could they not knock them out? How many pairs of eyes were looking at them with anticipation? Were they looking at the god of war in their hearts, Cuckoo?